shot.
Well done indeed. Can't ask for much more. Right on cue.
Close. He's got the ball and the jack all the way through. A momentous final. 8-all in the first set, 5-4 in the second. And it's the Ospreys celebrating again.
Yes, it's the Bowls Premier League edition 21 right here on the banks of the Murray River at the Moama Bowls Club, the beautiful Moama Bowls Club. Look at that setting. We have got a massive night of bowls action for you. It's night one. We've had quite a few rounds played already, so night one's going to be a really important night to see how the teams evolve in this competition. Clive Adams here. Welcome, Lindsay Clark. How are you?
Thank you, Clive. I'm great. As always, BPL time. There's no better place for bowls than right here, so really excited for the night ahead.
Of course, we're already well into the competition, so it's going to be really interesting to see how tonight shapes what's going on for the rest of the series.
Yeah, look, there's been some hard luck stories along the journey so far and some high flyers, definitely, but, you know, it all starts again on the TV nights.
All right, if we think back to November, where we had BPL 20 up there at Club Pine Rivers, and of course it was your Tweed Ospreys, Lindsay. I know you're quite happy to lay claim to them, that came up with the goods on finals night.
Yeah, look, it was a fantastic night up at Club Pine Rivers, BPL Grand Final night. There's nothing like it. The energy was electric. That man in particular, MVP Nathan Black for the Sydney Lions, he was on fire, but you know, not quite good enough on the night with the Tweed Ospreys coming home the victors.
It was interesting because the tail of BPL 20 was the international stars, but it was definitely Nathan Black and Dawn Heyman and those names that we were talking about at the end of BPL 20.
Yeah, look, and that man in particular, Aaron Tees, he wasn't feeling at his best, but he was phenomenal. The mighty Ospreys, they've got such a consistent lineup and they were just a team to beat.
I think the Ospreys showed that, you know, you don't have to be on fire throughout the entire tournament. They had their ups and downs, but when the whips were cracking and the big bowls needed to be played, the Ospreys were there doing it, and Corey Wedlock was one of those that was doing that quite regularly.
Yeah, that's right. He was the MVP on finals night, Corey Wedlock. He led, he skipped, he played everywhere. He is one of the best players in the world at the moment.
And of course it came down to this. It was Nathan Black looking to be the hero once more, and that bowl just drifted wide, and it was the Ospreys that were the champions.
Yeah, look, we saw them embrace Coach Wayne Turley, all the supporters, Chloe Stewart. They were very excited to become the most successful franchise in BPL history.
Of course, we look forward to some new stars coming into this competition. Let's have a look at the ladder, because the Geelong Jets have been outstanding, sitting up there with 8 wins out of their 9 matches. They've only even gone to 1 tiebreak. And look at that net sets. 10 net sets is huge. Then you've got the Ospreys and the Hawks both sitting on 6 wins. And then we're down to the Pioneers, the Pulse and the Pirates on 5. And then we're outside that top 6 with the Lions, the Saints and the Extreme all looking for wins, and the Tridents, the Steamers and the Suns desperate for wins tonight to try and move their way up the table. But those Geelong Jets, they started BPL 20 really strong last year. We'll see if they can keep that up. Tonight, we've got the Melbourne Extreme to take on the Tasmania Tridents. That one's coming up very shortly. We'll have the Melbourne Pulse to take on the Geelong Jets, the Gold Coast Hawks against the Tweed Ospreys, the Moama Steamers, the home team, the Moama Steamers to take on the Adelaide Pioneers, and we'll wrap up the night with the Perth Suns desperate for a win against the Sydney Lions. It's going to be a massive night. The team's just coming out now, and we're going to have this first match up between the Extreme and the Tridents. The Tridents, well, they've had an interesting tournament. They won their first couple, and they had a number of losses in a row, which they managed to just arrest with the last match. The two teams currently 9th and 10th on the table, so this matchup going to be very, very important for both teams. They will be very, very keen to get night one here of the Bowls Premier League 21 started with a win. Let's get to Linz.
Thank you, Clive. I'm here with Jack McShane for the mighty Extreme. Jack, your first BPL. How are you feeling?
Loving it so far. It's such an unreal experience, and playing with Nick and Kylie as well, and Kelvin as coach, it's been so good so far.
You've had a fantastic 12 months, winning the Australian Open pairs in that epic grand final. How does this rate up in terms of exciting events to play in?
Oh, it's right up there. It's right up there. Everyone's told me this is a roller coaster event, and it is. So you just got to strap yourself in and see what happens.
We've seen you, throughout the day games. You started off leading, a little bit of skipping. Do you feel like you've found your combination yet?
I think so. We're slowly getting there. We've tried a bit of everything. All of us are playing well. We've been in pretty much every game, so hopefully we can come away with a win here.
And you're a pretty cool, calm, collected customer. Any nerves going on tonight, your first big game on the telly?
There's always a few nerves. Somehow they don't show, but there's definitely a few nerves, but I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome. I'll let you go get ready. Good luck to you in the Extreme tonight.
Thank you. Cheers. Go Extreme.
Next we've got Beck from the Mighty Tridents. Look, a bit of a rough start to the event, but you're still in the mix.
Yeah, well, we started off like a blaze of glory last BPL and it all went really downhill, so maybe we're going to do the opposite this time. We'll see.
A different strategy. I like it. So we saw you skip the last game. You had a win. Are we going to see a bit more of that tonight?
Yeah, I'm going to start off skipping tonight and we'll see if we can carry the form going. It was on this rink, so we'll see. Yeah, look, we feel like we've been roundabout. We're not unhappy with how we've been playing, but that's the killer of tie breaks. We've been losing too many. We're just trying something different. So, yeah, we'll see how I go up the other end.
And a nice amount of support here for the Tassie crew, as always. Pretty proud to wear that shirt.
Yeah, of course. It's great to have some Tasmanians in the crowd. We always tend to be everyone's second side if we're not their first side anyway. So, yeah, hopefully we get a bit of support tonight.
Love it. All the best. Good luck to you in the Tridents. Go Beck.
Thank you.
Excited for this one, Clive? We're off to you now.
Versus the Tridents, as I said, 9th versus 10th on the table, so it's going to be a very important match. And joining me for this one from the Sydney Saints is Ben Twist. How are you, mate?
Hey Clive, how are you?
Yeah, very, very well, and certainly excited for night one of a BPL. There's always something exciting, always something special about it, isn't there?
It is. It's upon us again, which is awesome. Yeah, I love night one. There's always a nice hype around getting back into those TV games, and 9 rounds in, round 10 here, so the ladder's quite poised. It's a bit of a logjam there. You said these two are 9th and 10th, but they're not a lot out of the top 5, Clive.
Absolutely. I mean, they're sitting on these two sitting on 4 wins and 3 wins. Extremes had 4 wins, but they're only 1 win from 4th, as you say. So tonight can have a big bearing on the ladder as it shapes. The Geelong Jets are they are flying high, so to speak.
Yes, they certainly are. Yeah, with 8 and 1.
They've only been to one tiebreak.
Yeah, wow, that's very, very impressive. I know they've been playing extremely well.
Yeah, let's take a look. If you're new to the BPL, the Bowls Premier League format, we'll run you through the rules. So it is a pairs format, but there's 3 players on each team. So they do have to play 12 bowls each. The substitute plus all the players have to play 12 bowls. Each match consists of 2 sets of 5 ends, and if it's a draw, 1 set each or both sets tied, we go off to a 1-end tiebreaker. There's a power play for both teams, 1 each per set, where they can double their shots, and they've got 30 seconds to release each bowl, otherwise they lose their bowl. So keeps things moving, doesn't it, Ben? It's a very fast-moving format.
It certainly is. It's very exciting. There's always something happening, and you've got to be obviously mindful of those power plays. They're massive in the terms of each set, but yeah, no, it's an amazing format, and I think it's why it's been so popular, and yeah, can't wait to get it started again.
Absolutely. So we've got the Extreme against the Tridents here, and we're going to have a look at how they have matched up head-to-head at BPL 21. We'll have a look at that very shortly. Here we go. And so we can see that, look at that, 50% each ends 1. So this is very tight when you look through this. Set 1, 3.5 wins versus 3, so not much in that. Perhaps a slight edge in set 2. And then if you look at the power plays, just a slight edge to the Tridents, but there's nothing much in that at all. This tells us, you can see why they're so close on the table.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but yeah, it looks like we're in for a close game going off those stats you just read out, Clive. And
it's I think for the lengths that these two like to play, that's similar as well. They both prefer the very long end format. It's so even. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how the lineups go. I know Tasmania have been using Beck Van Ash in the skipper's spot a bit today. Yeah,
they lost it the first couple of games today, and they ended up changing it up just to try something different, obviously. And Beck went to skip, and they were successful in a few games, so I dare say they'll start with that again. As the Extreme, though, they've chopped and changed a little bit. They've chopped and changed with Nick and Jack skipping.
Yeah.
Kylie starting, Kylie not starting, so It'll be interesting to see what lineup they bring to this game.
How exciting. I'll just say the players are just completing their roll-up at the moment. It's really the only stage, other than at the start of the day, that you actually get the opportunity to have a roll-up before a match in the BPL. Yep. So they're just completing the roll-ups and will be underway very shortly. But how excited, it's great to have you in commentary with Jack McShane actually in this. But how excited are you to see Jack get an opportunity here at a BPL?
It's fantastic. Look, Jack, he's obviously a fantastic player. His resume, his record for a man of his age is phenomenal. But now Jack's a good friend of mine. We play a lot together. He's earned this spot here at BPL, and it's always really exciting to play any television game. But to play your first one, I remember my first one, and I was pretty nervous. So I dare say Jack might be feeling a little bit the same, but he's done a great job so far through the first 9 rounds. He's certainly not out of place at this calibre.
Yeah. No, look, he's the sort of guy that he's so relaxed, as you say. I think his biggest concern was the shot clock. He needs to make sure he gets them away before the 30 seconds elapsed.
He was bragging to me yesterday that he hadn't got below 12 seconds.
Oh, okay.
So
he's been keeping an eye on it.
He's certainly been keeping an eye on it.
What are you looking at that for? All right, we're about to get underway, and it looks like it's going to be Nick Carl, sorry. Get that pronunciation right. No, it's not. You faked me out there, and it's actually going to be Taylor Mail to get us underway here for the Tasmania Tridents. All right. First bowl on the forehand side. And looks to have done a pretty good job. Just going to pass on the outside of the jack. And as you say, these are nerve settlers, aren't they, Twisty?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And for those who aren't at the venue here, this television rink is actually a different green to the rinks that you play most of your round games on. It's a little bit quicker as well. So
and a bit of talk about that. A couple of seconds quicker, I think.
Yeah, it's probably a good 2 seconds quicker. So you can get caught out like Taylor's first one there and be a little bit heavy if you're really not mindful. So it's the first end. I'm a massive believer in first ends, particularly in 5-end short games like this, 5-end sets. Your first end is massive. So being able to adjust to those conditions and those variables generally goes a long way towards the result of the match.
Look at that correction straight away. That's the art of the sport, is where that first one lands, making the correction. Nick Carl was very handy just in behind the jack, but Taylor coming up with a nice second bowl there. Nick right in the zone with this one, looking to either land or trail the jack, land the bowl, and has done so. Beautifully played and falls on the front of the jack.
Absolutely perfect.
Well, very comfortable sort of, it's warm, but it's not, it's just comfortable conditions for the players.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful weather here. We've had some hot days with BPLs in recent times. Last year here was pretty warm, and Pine Rivers last November was very, very humid. But today's a really good day. Nice and comfortable for the players and the crowd.
Right, well, Nick has got 2 bowls smothering the jack at the moment. Can he add another? The line looks good. Just needs to get down underneath. And he's done that nicely. Well, that's a good and bad one, isn't it, Twisty? It's a good one, but it fills up, and that's going to look pretty nice for Beck to come down.
It does, yeah. I think Beck will play the forehand with a little bit of weight here. Just try and use that bowl back to the jack. You've got Talon's bowls on the left-hand side of your screen, as you can see it. Just waiting for the jack here. So Beck on the forehand. She'll just be arriving up to land the bowl or trail the jack.
Talon's bowl at the back of the rink looks useful right now. Now, how much journey's this got for Beck?
Oh, she's awfully close.
What a shot this is. Brilliantly played by Beck Van Ash. Sits for 2. Well, he sets up a target for Jack McShane.
It does. Jack McShane, he prefers his backhand as well. His weight, loves a backhand weighted shot. So this plays right into his hands here. Well, he's just on over the draw.
The man who won an Australian Open with that weighted shot that you were talking about.
Yes.
He's in the area. He's very close. What a start this is. Well, it's just eased back off the jack, I think. So looks like it's still 1 to the Tridents. So if you're Beck now, you're looking to land that bowl, twist in, move the jack.
Yeah.
Get it to a bit of a safer sort of home.
Yeah, try and change it up. You don't want to give Jack a couple of goes at that. So she'll just try and turn Jack's bowl past the jack, and if she does happen to sneak past, which she is, she's going to get into a fantastic home.
My memory tells me the backhand in this direction just holds a little bit at times. Does that ring true?
Look, it does. The surface is a little different. I believe they've stretched the surface, so it's running slightly different to previous years. This backhand that Jack's playing at the moment used to be extremely tight. Now it's quite forgiving. It's actually quite a nice hand. So, but obviously, like all synthetic surfaces, when you play weight, it does stay fairly straight.
An important bowl for Jack to at least pass there. Now it gives him a few options with his last. Remember, the Tridents are still holding shot here, so Beck Van Ash doesn't have to change this.
So staying on the backhand.
That's a much tighter line, and I think that's going to drift away. So opportunity now for Jack, his first Bowls Premier League. Come up with a big shot and get the crowd roaring early. Tell you what, early days, the crowd has come in for this match.
Very healthy crowd.
Well, it's definitely a tighter line than his previous attempt.
Oh, he's liking this. He's chasing it.
Just needs a piece of the Tasmanian bowl or the Jack. What's he got? He's got to the Jack and touched it, but it's still going to be 1 to the Tridents. Well, entertaining first end.
It certainly was.
Don't mind.
Fantastic effort there from Jack with the last bowl, but that conversion with Beck's first bowl hangs on. 1-0.
Absolutely, and some great bowls played. So that's the beauty of us already being a few rounds in. The players have had their warm-up, and they're ready to go come night one. One passing just about 2.5 feet past the Jack. Not a bad place to land your first bowl.
It definitely is, particularly when the Jack's on the back tee as it is. If you can finish between the Jack and the respot, which is about 1 metre from the ditch, it's always a great shot there and very useful.
From our vantage point, it looks like the back tee, mate, but it's not. That's the middle. That's the medium tee. If you're new to the BPL, might I add, is that you don't actually roll the Jack. So if you wondered how they got going so quickly there, it's because you don't roll any Jacks. It's there are 3 standard designated spots where you can place the mat or the Jack at each end. But of course, we've got that new short spot. You can use that provided the mat or the Jack at the other end is on the tee, and you can play absolute minimum length, 21 metres, by placing it there. So all the choice of the team that wins the end, and a great shot there from Nick Carl. Right on the front of the Jack, just about an inch off, threatening to fall down as well and land right in front.
Yes, Nick has started red hot. First end, 3 bowls inside of a foot or thereabouts, and he's just drawn a front toucher, but Taylor's got something to say about this.
What a shot this is. Well, that is outstanding. He hasn't got the shot. He has nudged the Jack. There's touches galore to start the evening. Massive evening that we've got for you. Nick with a change of hands. Now, is he clearing the front? Might do, but underneath. Well, again, 3 bowls in the zone.
Yeah, he won't be unhappy with that last one. Obviously, he'd love to have drawn another, but he's got another bowl on the head. It's important here now for Beck to get another bowl on the head herself. If she can draw a 3rd shot, she'll be stoked. Obviously, the shot's better.
There's always that, there might be the temptation to say, oh, I can see the shot bowl, I might run at it, but there's only one Trident's bowl in there amongst those 3 of...
Absolutely.
So it's a bit early to be playing that shot. Get another one around the place first.
When you're playing at this level, you just don't want to give those opportunities to your skippers that you're playing against as well. You don't want to give Jack a chance, but...
He is playing that weighted shot. And she's very close to it, Twisty.
Played as well.
Yeah,
very well, too. Well, there you go.
2 shots, back yourself in is the message we get from
Very
that.
gutsy, but if you play it that well, good on you.
A great shot.
Great shot.
I guess you did have the advantage of the front tailored male bowl was perhaps protecting their own a little bit.
Yes, perhaps.
And she played the perfect weight to allow that to happen. I tell you what, it's a fair effort from Jack McShane, just on the outside of the shot bowl. Park's just in behind. He's showing no signs of nerves.
No, he's a pretty cool customer, Jack.
He's
Very
what I
level
noticed
head.
earlier, I had a bit of a look at one of their games earlier, is his line was so immaculate. Beck doesn't want the jack here. Wants to leave the jack now. She's done that. And she's actually dropped in behind, close to counting.
Either the same or you get up through my toucher. You like. I think you get up through my toucher.
It's at least 2 to Tasmania at the moment. Looks like we've got a third in there as well, so. Solid weight. Jack McShane looking to mix things up. No result.
Well, a good strike. He's hit the head, just didn't get the result he was after. Just promoting the Talon Mail ball another roll closer. So it is 3 Tasmania. Beck Van Ash playing a final ball of the end.
Now, what's Beck looking to do with this? Twisty, I mean, she knows they're playing aggressive. Looks like she's going to the backhand side.
Yeah, so that would suggest that she might be running to the back of the rink here, Clive. They do lie 3. I don't think the 3 can go. They are 1 down at the back. So she's just trying to sneak past this bowl. It's in a handy home.
If they choose to go again, the likelihood is that front bowl doesn't get the jack. I mean, it's still a foot short of the jack, so you have to hit it absolutely belly for it to get to the jack. Yeah. And it's a toucher.
Yeah, that's correct. I think you just try and hit the head here and reduce. If you can get a bit of jack movement, it does respot. They do lie the respot.
Needs to negotiate the front here, and hasn't. So I believe that's going to be 3 to Tasmania. And there it is. So a big start for the Tridents here.
And as expected, the Extreme have pulled their power play. You see that quite often, Clive. If you do lose the first 2 ends, most teams will play the power play.
Yeah, so the Extreme have gone with it, as you say, Twisty, and it means, for those that are tuning in for the first time, glad to have you, and it means the Extreme are looking for double shots on this end. Only the Extreme. The Tridents still have their opportunity to do that up their sleeve.
Very good bowls there from Talon, just sneaking past, finishing in a great spot. Nick Carl just going underneath the head, drawing second shot for now.
Well, Tatum with that important bowl sort of beaten Nick Carl to the jack this time.
Absolutely.
On their power play.
Yeah, it's what you dream of when opposition calls a power play and you go touch your first bowl and then...
Front toucher even better.
Yeah,
sitting off to the side of the jack sort of still leaves an opportunity, doesn't it?
It does. But
sitting right on top of the jack, you can't beat that. Now, has Nick got the run to get to the bowl here? Needs it to push all the way. He's just going to come up shy of it. All right, well, still a good setup here for the Extreme. They're 1 down, but the trail is on, and for a good, potentially 2 or 3 around the corner. Beck, I'd expect, might even try and just nudge that jack a little bit herself.
yeah, she'd
Tuck it away.
love to touch that jack around the corner and take it away from Jack.
The other option is land on the Tasmanian bowl and just sort of fall in front of the jack, cover it up.
That's what she's tried, just lacking a little bit of weight. So still here available for Jack.
Tasmania will be hoping that last bowl landing on the line just pushes Jack a little bit wide to make sure he's more looking for Jack now than the bowl. Oh, he's pointed this very well. Is he going to get down? That's exactly what we were referring to. Just pushed him that little bit wider.
What he's done though, he's got another bowl past the jack. So I think Beck's got to run for cover now. He's got to change his shot and try and get back where Taylor's had his foot there, trying to cover those 3 extreme bowls past the head.
Well, she's urging it to run. Body language is always a good thing to look at for players. Immediately she was pushing it to run a bit. That hasn't done the job that she wanted to do, and, well, Jack McShane on the extreme power play has a huge opportunity here. Trail 4-0 after 2 ends. Can he come up with a trail of the jack? He's urging it to start bending, and we can see why. It's just going to hold out. Bowl on the line, just playing in his mind just a little bit. Well, Beck really can come back to something similar to her last now, just looking to just drop in just behind.
Yeah, she can just drop inside that Nick's bowl there. We're a fantastic home. She's not a mile away.
Needs it to get all the way down. Just held off late.
Well, big chance here for Jack to make a big number.
He's going big. He's going straight through their front bowl there, that one of Nick Carl's, looking to.
They do have the 2 best backward, 2 on the respot.
Be interesting to see if he gets this bowl moving, how clean it will go. Does it go with the jack? Does it go onto their back bowl? It looks like he's wide. So it's going to be 1 more on the board to the Tridents, and they take a commanding 5 shots to 0 lead after 3 ends of the first set. Surprised me to see a power play sign go up, but realistically the power play not really going to come into it for the Tridents. They just need to lock away this first set by winning this end. There is the power play.
Yep, there it is.
There's really no need to hang on to it. What's your philosophy on power plays? Are you an early power play man? What have the Saints been doing? In fact, and don't tell me any fibs because I can have a look.
Look, we've done a bit of everything, to be fair. I think it all depends on the score. I personally like to use the power plays reasonably early in a set. I think it just sets the tone, and you see it a little bit when you get down to, say, the last end and you might be all square playing last and it doesn't actually take any
essentially wasted it a little bit, haven't you?
Yeah,
it's not a complete waste because the shots up are still handy.
Absolutely, but yeah, I like to use it on the 3rd or 4th end. I think you get a little more value out of it, but obviously it just depends on the situation that you're in.
Would you like to know the Saints stat of using power plays on the last end when you didn't, when you were still in front?
Sure.
Done that 6 times out of your 18 power plays.
Yeah, there you go.
I wanted to have a chat with Jared about that.
Having said that, like, sometimes it's a smart thing to do, but you just obviously we might have won.
Insurance aspect.
We might have won a few 4th ends. You know, if you lose those, then the power play last end is really important. So
I've made my feelings known over the years. I love an early power play.
Yeah, I see that Geelong used it in the first end a few times today.
We've had 4 power plays. We've had 4 power plays, used on the first end, and all 4 have been successful at BPL 21. As Taylor just looking to get under. He's done enough, I think. Favour that for shot.
Yep. 1 to the Tridents. Nick just looking to play over the draw. If he can just get under this bowl here.
He is very close. He's pushed it to Jack.
Oh, he's unlucky. He played it well.
So 2 shots to the Tridents as they change over. Well, it's the Tridents making all the running here. All right, back on the backhand. Simply looking to add another here. Might be just running, but won't be too worried about getting past because there's been a lot of attack from the extremes so far in this match. Which is interesting that it's developed that way, isn't it? Because Nick Carl was so good for the first couple of ends, and yet we've seen weighted shots a lot from the extreme.
Yeah, the Tasmania, when they have drawn a shot, they've drawn one right on it. So it hasn't given Jack a lot of chances to draw his way out of trouble.
We were talking in the opener, Twisty, about how BPL 20, you know, a lot of the talk was about the internationals, but it was really two Australians that stole the show, and one of them was your teammate in Dylan Heyman.
Yeah.
The other was, of course, Nathan Black. It's interesting to see how the two new Australian players, the youngsters, in Jack McShane and Kane Nelson, could take the BPL by storm. They're both in teams that are sitting a little bit lower down the table, although still close enough to challenge. But it's great to see the young Australian players getting an opportunity.
Oh, it certainly is. Great experience.
So we've got Wade coming, sorry, Twisty. Just see the outcome of this. And Jack has got one bowl out. Yeah, it's great to see them getting that opportunity.
It is, and as we said, Jack's deserved a spot, and so has Kane. They've had some fantastic results on our domestic circuit and in some of the bigger events as well, Kane being a current World Under-25 champion. So they've certainly earned their spot, and yeah, it's great to see those players gain the experience, and they're only going to get better for it.
Well done.
Done enough.
That's rolled far enough. And sits right in the line of any sort of thought of going to Jack straight into the well.
You can get the two bowls that play the weight, you can swing the Jack in too.
So what you're seeing here is the extreme trying to create a score.
Yeah, they're basically saying they don't think one's enough. They think chasing a 4 in the last set's too much. So he's looking for the both bowls. You make 3 if you can get the 2 bowls and stay. I do have a backward 2 if he can get the Jack.
This is quite wide. Now what's he getting? I think he's getting nothing. He's going right through the gap. Right, so that's going to be another 2 on the board to the Tridents, which will double to 4, courtesy of the power play. So it's a 9-0 lead, and now we'll see substitutions made. So each team must make their substitution throughout the match. Each player must play 12 bowls, as we went through at the start, and they do so at the end of the first set to give their players essentially a warm-up, given the fact the score's 9-0. We'll get that corrected on screen, and 9-0 to the Tridents.
Yeah, given the fact that this end can't alter the result of the first set, it's a great chance just to get your players on and have a bit of a roll up, and so you can get into that second set all warmed up and ready to go.
The Tridents fooled everybody here with that power play, because the scoreboard attendants just caught up with that being 9-0 as well. So, yeah, that opportunity to get an end roll up, essentially. So, Kylie Lavis has joined us for the extreme, and Rob McMullen for the Tridents. Rob McMullen, one of the characters of our game, Twisty.
He certainly is. He loves a TV game too. Always gets up and about.
He has a way, you and I have seen him a lot play for Tasmania as well at the side series. He has a way of making Tasmania a chance in any game that they're playing in, regardless of the scoreline.
Oh, absolutely.
He's just got this way of cheering them on that makes you think it's close, even when it's potentially not. He's amazing.
I don't think anyone's ever said that he's lacks any enthusiasm. But he's a very, very good player. Australian singles champion, I think a couple of times actually,
yes,
amongst obviously a lot of other results. He's a class player.
Up at Broadbeach a couple of years ago, remember that? Kylie in the area here, just needs this to pull up.
And of course, Kylie herself, a Australian champion singles winner and a world championship.
World championship
singles winner. So a couple of really good singles player here leading up, and of course the key to singles is being able to draw and get your first couple of bowls close. So
Kylie winning that World Champion of Champions at Adelaide Bowling Club alongside Lee Schreiner. They both won that title that year. A little bit of a pet event for Lee Schreiner.
Yeah, he's had a good run of it, hasn't he? Winning it again not too long ago, late last year.
Just underdone the line here. So people might be saying, why are they playing this end? You know, it's 9-0. Tasmania have won the set. We have seen BPLs come down to that last round and shots play a part. So whilst you can tend to say, oh, this is a throwaway end, come Friday, when we're working out the final standings, it might be beneficial still to win this end.
Yes, every shot counts.
Well, we said it was going to be a close one at the start. The Tridents have said, no, we don't want a close one. And they have made every post a winner here as Beck just slides past.
Just ready up.
Jack McShane now, this is an opportunity really to settle back down to a draw weight. He's had to play a lot of weighted shots throughout this match.
He has. This is a great opportunity to find his draw.
There are times in a match, Twisty, where you find yourself back on the draw and you think, oh, I haven't played a draw for about 3 or 4 ends. What's that feel like?
Yes, exactly. And it's always difficult to do that then. Of course, the tendency is to always be a little bit heavy when you've had a few run shots as well.
Well, Beck with a slightly better line here. And this looks like it's going to nestle in quite nicely. Yeah, it does so. 10th on the ladder coming in. Tasmania have found their range. Of course, you played your round 10 match prior to us going on air. Twisty, what was the result of that one?
So we played the Pirates. The Pirates beat us in a tiebreaker.
Ah, okay.
So we won the first set, they won the second set, and they managed to.
All right, so that has you sitting 8th. Just you're a win outside the top 5 at this stage. Of course, it's a top 5 system that make the finals. So first 2 days, 4 and 6. It's a reasonable start. You'd love to have probably one more on the board there to have that 50-50 sort of start. But
yeah, I find that it goes in runs.
Yeah.
It goes in runs. We won 4 in a row and then we've lost 4 in a row. That was our last 8 games. So it's you go in little runs, and sometimes things go your way and they don't go your way, or you play well, you don't play well. So it's just important to minimise those losses as much as you can and take advantage of the times when things are going in your favour. And a great shot there to finish from Jack.
yeah, it's a brilliant shot. That will... Is that done enough for shot? We're just waiting for a signal. Still 1 to Tasmania by the look. So it will be 1 to Tasmania, and they will take the first set. 10 shots to 0. Ben Twist, thank you for joining me. And we'll be back with the second set after this. Back to the Moama Bowls Club. Yes, it is set 2 time, and Tasmania dominant in that first set. They won it 10 shots to 0. A dominant performance. Can the extreme come back? We will find out in this second set. Lindsay Clark joins me. Hello, Linz.
Hello, Clive. I'm back.
You are.
Back. I'm really excited for this second set. I think it's probably one of the best things about BPL. You've just got to put a first set drubbing behind you a little bit and reset and refocus and go again. So I definitely back the Extreme to really give this one a good run for their money.
Yeah, all the stats pointed to a close match here. But as we know, the stats are one thing. What happens out in the green can be quite another. And who would have thought Trident's 10 shots to nil?
Yeah, look, they really come out all guns blazing. They played really well, very consistent, covered the danger, and played very well deserving.
And we also part of our team covering BPL 21, Carla Krasanik. Give us your thoughts of the first set, Carla.
Yeah, thanks, Clive. Wasn't it an interesting first set? Really great standards. Unfortunately for the Melbourne Extreme, they were probably on the wrong end of that. The Tassie Tridents were just on point. Beck Van Ash played really well. But look, that's the joy, isn't it, of two sets? It really doesn't matter what the scoreline was. All the Melbourne Extreme need to do is go out here and win this set by one, and then they're heading to a tiebreaker, and it's anyone's game. So I think that's why we love this sets play format, don't we, Clive?
It's certainly, that's certainly the trick, and it's an emotional roller coaster as a BPL, that's for sure, and that goes for within the game, getting ready for the second set, and from game to game, as we see Nick Carl here. He started really well, and it was interesting, Linz, because Nick seemed to be in charge early on, but what evolved was a lot of aggressive shots from the Extreme. It just shows you how well Tasmania played.
Yeah, that's right. It's not easy to play aggressive out here. The lines are a little bit trickier, and unfortunately for Jack, he was under the pump a little bit, so trying to find his draw off the back of some of those conversions can be a little bit tricky.
Come back up.
So Tasmania holding sway once again, although Nick Carl looking to get some movement on the jack here. He's very close.
Needs some of it. Oh, he's done well. Probably still one or two down. He's unlucky. He played that very well.
He just needed the jack to go the right way. Unfortunately, down the line to the back Trident's bowl.
Yeah, this first end or two of the second set, when you lose the first one, is crucially important. Need to get that confidence back and the momentum going in your favour.
Well, Beck just needs this to turn home. It's very good. It's right in the zone. I don't think it's quite counted. It's very close.
Yeah, she's been in great form, Beck. She's been working hard on her fitness, and it's paying dividends in terms of her energy and positivity, and just that ability to play a little bit freer. So going well.
Tasmanian you will not find.
What about the guy next to her? He's up there. I'd give him equal.
Yeah, okay.
I'll give him equal stars.
Nick with weight here, looking for movement. He's got the jack.
Oh, he's played it well.
Back at the rink.
The Extreme bowl has stayed up as well.
And the jack has gone out of bounds, so it will be respotted on the respot mark. Now, the respot mark is its own special tee mark, which is positioned a metre behind the tee and a metre from the ditch.
Has it gone out of bounds, or are we... Oh, yep, there we go. Can see it on screen there.
Can Beck find a way to that back tee? Certainly got the pace to make things interesting here.
Needs bowl or jack, something.
Wow, down the gap.
Played that well, yeah, played it very well.
So 1 to the Extreme. Nick Carl heads up there to play the last bowl of this, the first end of the second set.
Yeah, he'll be cheering to get on the board if he can here. Great conversion we saw, the second bowl from Nick Carl.
Really important momentum-wise to get this one in. How's the pace? Looks good.
Willing it with every bit. As far as he can. Two great shots from Nick Carl.
2 shots on the board to the Extreme, and the crowd appreciate the Extreme getting on the board. 2 shots to nil after the first end of the second set.
Yeah, I think, Clive, you like to see it. If you're not favouring one of these teams, one or the other, you want to see a tie break. Everyone wants to see more bowls when you get here, so everyone's cheering on the extreme in this set, even if you're not an extreme fan.
Absolutely. Carla, well, you talked about it. You talked about when you drop the first set, you want to make sure you get a good start in the second set, and it's exactly what the extreme's done.
Yeah, haven't they? That's really vital to get that first end. And look, Lindsay, I'm an extreme fan, so I'm hoping for a tiebreaker here tonight. And look, it's just the great thing about the second set is you can completely put the first set aside and start again. And with the substitute player, it means we've got a new team, new dynamics out there with Kylie coming onto the green, Nick Carl going up to skipping. So it really is for the extreme. Just start again, forget about the first set, and see if they can get this one and run away with the tiebreaker.
Carla, do we need to declare some allegiances here? Of course, your allegiance is to Club Sunbury's Extreme. We've got Lindsay, who rightfully owns Club Tweed. You pretty much own Club Tweed,
Yeah,
don't you, Lindsay?
I'll take it, yep.
And of course, my allegiance is to the Perth Suns. Carla, do we need to make sure we're clear on those allegiances, do you think?
Yeah, I don't think anybody's really hiding it. The fact that obviously I'm a Club Sunbury player for many years. Lindsay obviously plays at Tweed. So, look, we can't hide it through commentary here. Clearly going for Melbourne Extreme.
Great shot from Kylie Lavis there. Didn't look to take any weight off there. Actually just trailed the jack to her own and now sits with a very nice 2. Some temptation to attack that from the Tridents, but looks like Rob McMullen's just looking to reach up there.
Yeah.
He's very close, Linz.
He's a great aggressive player, Rowdy, but he can draw the shots. He needs a bit of the jack. Well played. Don't worry about attacking the target. Front toucher, if you don't mind.
He attacked with sort of one bowl of pace.
True, that's true. I was going to say as well how great this length change was for the extreme. They've gone full length, so maximum distance. Kylie had 2 right on it, but Rowdy ripped the heart out there. A little bit of the extreme right on top of it.
Both teams have liked the longer length throughout the tournament so far. We do keep an eye on all of that. Both teams' own preference has been to play the longer lengths. Kylie's just missed the line there. The weight was perfect. So the call from back there is Rob pushes his own bowl onto it. So push it in and take any chance that the extreme have got away?
Yeah, I think so. And by stating that, she's giving Rowdy the chance to be up. Don't worry, don't be scared of it. If you hit it, don't worry about it. The last thing she wants is a short ball, which I think he's just going to pull up a little bit shy, which is fair enough as well. He did the damage with his second bowl. Trident's holding shot on the changeover.
Of course, our BPL, we have proudly brought to you by Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise.
Yeah, we're going to need to see some more heroics from Nick here under the pump again.
Yes, I mean, this is very tricky. He can't really play any weight because, he is playing weight. The 2 extreme bowls will go out clean here if he gets this slightly wrong. What's he got?
Piece, no jack.
What a shot.
Yeah, played it pretty well, giving himself a little bit more room. Toucher has gone into the ditch. It does remain alive though, so we'll get an indication shortly who's holding.
Well, we've seen a couple of times here, the extreme, and in the first set it was Beck Van Ash that was willing to back herself despite not necessarily having control of the head, and a bit of danger, but being able to play through that danger and play the shot regardless, and that's what Nick Carl did there. Now, is this one going to hang on the edge? That is really well played.
This needs to drop now. Perfect from Beck. It's definitely a skill she's trained over the years, drawing to the ditch. Probably 20 years of doing it in her training. Probably doesn't train as much now. She's out of the Australian system, but...
Well, Nick was just halfway through breathing a sigh of relief that he had a bit more room to draw the shot, and Beck went, no, you don't. I'll take care of that. Now, how's the pace on this one? Tell you what.
Good angle. Needs to run in.
Super effort.
Second shot.
Second, yeah. And what he's done now is he's put a little bit of doubt in Beck's mind that doesn't want to just ease up there and just roll that in.
Yeah, he's also given himself a bit of a better target. You know, he can just pass it to get the shot with his next or give himself a couple more rolls. So pretty good. Not the shot, but definitely made it better for himself.
Okay. Beck's on a slightly tighter line than last time.
Come on, Beck.
He's holding nicely. Does she find her way past here?
Any run on that line? She's done it, I think.
That is outstanding stuff.
Well played.
We talked about it earlier. They've used her as a skipper throughout the day, and you know they have had a bit of a slowish start to the day, but they won their last match before coming out here after 6 losses, 3 losses yesterday. I guess that's what made them look at their lineup and say, well, what do we do here?
Yeah, I saw her off air, and apparently they can't do any worse, so they put her to skip.
Oh, oh really?
Apparently that's what she said. But so she, skipped the last one and had success there, and has come out burning, and she's probably playing just as well as she ever has.
Well, the word there is close for shot now.
Close for shot, but the marker indicates 1 red paddle. So I don't know if Rowdy's saying that to make Beck play a little bit more aggressive.
Take out the shot ball, 2 anyway.
Well, if Beck can get both bowls, it'll be 3 to Tasmania. She's looking big. Now, what's she got here? She's got their own. So that is now definitely 1 to the extreme.
Yeah, wasn't happy with that one. Didn't come out as she would have liked.
Got confirmation there, just the 1 to the extreme, and they lead at 3 shots to 0 after 2 ends of the second set. Well, they've done what they had to. I was about to say I was surprised to see a power play not come from the Tridents, and there it is. So the Tridents go looking right here for double shots and trying to wrest this momentum back.
Yeah, you'd like to think this is, the extreme win this end, and they're on their way to almost step into that tie-break position at a very crucial end.
Of course, if we do go to a tie-break, as we see the haze from the smoke machine there as the bowl emerges.
I love on the TV games that we get the siren, we get the smoke, so everybody knows it's a power play. A little bit trickier out there on the day rinks where we don't really know unless we see the sign. So love the effects we get here on the evening matches.
Carla, Trident's looking for 2 here, perhaps, to try and just sneak back the lead with a couple of ends to go.
Yeah, well, even if they get 1, that brings them back to 2, and at the end of this set, they only need to draw it. They don't actually need to win it. So they've won the first one, so that puts them in the box seat in set 2. Great shots by both players. That we could tell Beck was a little bit disappointed with that running shot, unfortunately taking their ball out. But Melbourne Extreme are trying to get a comeback, and they'll be trying hard.
Well, even honours with the first couple of bowls on this end. Very close for shot. And looks like that one's just going to find its way through the gap. So a chance for Kylie now to really close in on this jack. Carla, Kylie's a player you're very familiar with.
Yeah.
Just a great temperament.
Yeah, I'm sure being lucky enough to play with Kylie for many, many years. Obviously both Victorian players, so we've had the chance to come through the sort of state games together, and it's great to see her out there. She's such a steady player. She's such a calm player. You cannot read her, whether she's going great or whether she's struggling a little bit. She has that same calm demeanour about her. So that's one of her strong points. And we know how steady she is, and her first debut at BPL was absolutely phenomenal. She's such a consistent player, and I may add as well, she plays here at Moama quite frequently, so she knows these breeds really well.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think Clive and Carla, the problem with that is she set such a high standard for herself. The first BPL debut BPL, and then made the All-Stars team. So everyone expects good things from her, as she's delivered so far the last couple of events she's played.
Yeah, talking about that, Lindsay has
seen this. Sorry, Carla, you're right.
Sorry, I was just going to say, Nathan Black, how high is he set his standard for this event after his debut?
I get that. All sorts of pressure on Nathan Black.
To be fair, I tipped him again for the MVP. I've seen Blackie come through our pathway system as a jackaroo for the last few years, and the performance he delivered at Pine Rivers to earn that MVP status was not a foreign one for him. So I actually tipped that he'd go something similar this time around. They haven't quite set the field alight just yet. I think they're still building the Lions, and it is their first BPL event at Moama. So yeah, still trying to find it a little bit.
Currently 7th on the table, the Sydney Lions. Nick Carl just needs to have the journey to allow it to bend enough here. That's the trick, and he's just outside, I think. Huge couple of bowls left on this end. It's a Trident's power play. They're looking to get on the board in the second set after they were so good in the first. This looks like it wants to get away a little bit. Has it got any landing in it? I think it's finding the gap. No luck for Beck.
Yeah, we talk about, Clive, everything needs to go your way for success to happen in BPL. So you can't just be playing well, you need to play well, you need to have good luck on your side, you need the support on your side. There's so many different elements. Your combinations need to be right and consistent, and the big bowls at the right time. So lots of different factors go into success at this event.
Spot on. Speaking of spot on, Nick Carl.
Change of hand, need to lock in. Pretty close, you would think.
Close for the second, mate.
Close for the second is indication from Rowdy.
One to the extreme at the moment and close for the second. Confirmed by our marker on green.
Yeah, when the bowls are set like that as well, you generally favour the flat one. Obviously, the belly of the bowl sticks out a little bit further. Nick's bowl just on its running surface still.
This is still on the tightish line, so it's going to drop away. And I reckon we might see the tape come out to determine second shot here.
Pass a parcel with the measure, yep, from the marker to Kylie to Rowdy. Rowdy do the honours.
Of course, if they can't decide with the tape, the laser measure on hand as well. Bird's eye view of this measure confirms the 1 to start with, so it's definitely 1 to the extreme. And the second. Looks like it might be just out, so based on that measure.
Yeah, Rowdy just going back, just to double check.
From our vantage point, it's just 1, and just 1 it is to the extreme. So they negotiate the Trident's power play. With 2 ends left in the second set. We have a 4-0 advantage to the extreme. Lindsay Clark, I'll let you go for now.
Thank you, Clive. Excited to see how this match pans out.
Excellent. All right, so 4-0, and that means, of course, the Tridents only need to draw this set, and that'll be enough for them to take the match. The substitute has been made. Jack McShane comes back into the match for the extreme. Kylie Lavis goes to the bench. Jack McShane in the leader's spot for the extreme.
Well played, Jack. Bring it, mate.
And we welcome in Ellen Faulkner to join me for a couple of ends. How are you, Ellen?
I'm very good, thank you, Clive. How are you?
Very well, very well. It's been an entertaining match so far. It's been a tale of 2 halves at the moment, that's for sure. 10-0 to the Tridents in the first, and the extreme have managed to take control in the second, and Jack McShane's done it again with his first bowl there.
Yeah, we've seen that so often, haven't we, in these type of formats. With the 2 sets, it can literally change within a blink of an eye.
Isn't it amazing how it happens? You know, there's no reason for it to happen. We might get Carla's take on that as well. Carla, you talked about this. There's no reason for it to happen, but a second set just resets the mindset. It almost doesn't have to, does it?
Yeah, it's really bizarre, but it definitely does. I know personally as a player, if I've really struggled in a first set, I just try and take it as an opportunity. You've almost got nothing to lose in the second set. You could go out there with a bit of free sort of flow in your game and just go, I'm just going to have a crack. And I think we almost saw that with Nick Carl's shot early on, where you said there was a risk of him taking out his own bowls. But, you know, take a risk. It doesn't matter. You've sort of got nothing to lose in that second set, and it seems to be working well for the extreme right now.
Absolutely. You ride the wins and the losses, Els, and the Pirates have done that a bit today as well. It's been runs of wins and losses for the Pirates.
Yeah, we had a tough start to the day. We actually played pretty good, and then lost on a tie-break in the first game.
It's been a tie-break kind of day, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. And then fortunately, the tide turned in the last 3 games of the day, thank goodness. But yeah, that's the competition. That's the quality of the opposition that you play. That things can just change from bowl to bowl, and it's you never cross the line until it's finally declared. So
well, we might be heading to another tie-break here at the moment.
Can he get down here?
Right, well, it's still 1 to the extreme as we change over, and of course the wonderful canopy we play under here at Club Moama is a MacMax product, and with a range of canopy styles and high-tech membranes to choose from, when it comes to premier bowling green canopies, MacMax is in a league of their own. They do a wonderful job. The roof here is spectacular, to say the least.
It certainly is, and lots of benefits in terms of playing all weather, sun-smart conditions. And here goes Nick Cahill.
Speaking of spectacular, look at that. What a shot.
He has found his stride, hasn't he, in this second set?
So you can pop it nice before you go both.
Big weight coming here from Beck Van Ash, I think. Yes, solid weight. Needs to negotiate the front. Finds the gap. So, can Nick hide this away a little bit?
It's one of those, isn't it? He wants to do that. He just doesn't want to widen the target, but not quite at the head. It protects it a bit.
Almost the old blocker.
The old blocker.
So that'll probably change Beck's weight a little bit here. She'll ease off the big weight, but she'll still be searching here because contact on the shot bowl could send the jack over to the Tridents bowls.
Certainly could. I mean, the good thing is this forehand down here, you do tend to get a lot of turns, so it's quite kind around there. Can she hold on?
Close.
What an effort here from Beck.
She caught the bowl and a bit of the jack. The jack's rolled back and it's still 1 to the extreme. But she will still have one opportunity to make the conversion. Right. It's a tricky one here. He just needs to get another bowl in the area else.
Yeah, he's played this really well.
What a fantastic shot that is.
Really well. Perfect. What we call a count and cover. Oh, no, not quite in the count, but not far away at all.
So here's another one of these shots where Beck almost needs to throw a little bit of caution to the wind here because Tasmania must win this end. So she doesn't need to be too worried about dropping numbers. They must win this end. So I think we'll expect to see some swinging weight, looking to try and get both the extreme bowls moving here. If she gets the jack, well, we'll be relying on the bounce of a jack to see what happens.
Yeah, and there's been a few of those rebounds up the green.
I heard that. Yeah, there was one rebounded right up the green and gets respotted on the tee.
So we had
long way
one
from where it is.
Yeah, we had one where we had the measure out.
Okay.
See if it was in, and it was still in.
That's a solid weight, looking to mix things up, and no contact. So we'll just wait for confirmation. It is 1 to the extreme. They led it 5 shots to 0. We will see the extreme power play, although that will be inconsequential. Reality is the Tridents need 5 shots to win the match, otherwise we're going to a triples tiebreak. And when we're neutral observers, Els, we love a tie-break, don't we?
Oh, yeah, it's so exciting, isn't it? It really is. And there's all kinds of different tactics that have been played over the last couple of days. There's been some first bowls, jack in the ditch. There's been some fantastic draw shots. There's been some draw to the ditches. So we've had a bit of everything in tie-break so far.
Carla, how are you seeing this?
Look, Clive, I just wanted to give a bit of a shout out to Kelvin Kirko, actually, that he actually remembered to use the power play this set. I did hear a little rumour that earlier today he forgot to utilise the power play when they were ahead in the last set. So well done, Kelvin. Good to see that you're up on the ball and doing your job now.
You have that spot on. Yes, he did. He claimed that he used it a couple of ends earlier, but he's a statistician's nightmare, is Kelvin Kirko. Let me say that. Carla, well, I'll ask Els first. Els, as a coach, 5-0 last end of the second set. Any thoughts of any substitutions here or anything to give the players another look?
Yeah, it's all about that conversation with the players around how they're feeling. Some actually don't want to come on and have a go. Some rather go in fresh. So it really is down to how things are going out there on the green, but also talking to your player who's not on there. So there's no right or wrong. It's about what they're feeling at the time.
All right, well, let's get a player's perspective and ask Carla. When you were out here, Carla, do you like the opportunity to get on before the tie-break end and have a role in this sort of situation?
Yeah, my personal preference was if there was an opportunity, I'd love to have got back out there and just have a one-end sort of roll-up before the tiebreaker. But I guess, like Alan said, it really depends on the players. Some don't see any advantage in that. Yeah, I just found sometimes if you've been sitting down for a few ends, you did feel a little bit cold. So it was a nice little advantage if you could sneak in a couple bowls as a roll-up.
Just shows there's different ways of going about it at the Bowls Premier League, that is for sure. We see lots of different tactics as Jack just drops across the front there.
I guess that's the advantage as well for the teams that have been playing together for quite some time. You know, we've talked about Tweed, Osprey, how those players and Wayne Turley, they know each other so well. They've been the same team since their inclusion in the BPL. And I do really think it is an advantage to know your team really well. So they know, you know, the coaches like Alan, they know those little quirks about their players.
Couldn't agree more, Carla.
Just coming up short with the last. Carl heading up there to play his first attempt on this end. Of course, right at home. The right care, right at home. Australia's premier in-home care provider. So important for the Jackaroos. Right at home. There's Nick Carl. Weight up the middle. And he went right up the middle because he just missed the outside of the jack. Straight through the goal. Straight through the goal.
That was close. I actually think the coaches will be more worried about winning the toss.
Yeah.
Getting their tactics right for winning the toss than around putting players on.
It's an important one to win, isn't it? Because you and I guess for most of the time you want last bowl. Is that like 90% of the time you want last bowl?
Unless there's exceptional circumstances, the standard and calibre of these players are going to want last bowl.
Doesn't matter so much about the length.
You've always got a chance when you've got a last bowl in your hand, haven't you?
And of course, you've always got to watch out for the Ellen Faulkner branded rule. Of course, it can play in any order, and we have seen a couple of jacks. I saw Catherine Rednall hit one earlier on.
Yeah, she ditched two today. First bowl of the tie-break. So I didn't do my job very well as coach. I lost a couple of tosses on the tie-break, so Redders bailed me out by binning the jack. So thank you, Redders.
This is a tactic we see at a BPL. You don't see that many times across the traditional format of the sport. There are times when someone's got the audacity to try it, when it's 20-all in a singles game, or said a fair bit at a BPL as Beck Van Ash looking to make some contact here, a little tuck of the jack. Just passes by. I think we can be fairly certain we're heading to a tie-break here, although the Extreme would want this one just in behind.
I don't think we
Nick's just stepping off there at the side. He'll be having a chat with Kelvin and Kylie around, okay, what do we do if we lose the toss?
He's got a nomination of a kills end here, so Bet will try and kill the end. If she does so, we will replay the end. And that is unsuccessful. It will be, well, I'm just going to check whether it's 1 or 2. Tasmania. And 2 is confirmed to Tasmania, so they do get a score in the second set. But right now, Els, we're off to a tiebreaker end to determine our first match of the evening.
Fantastic. We love a tie-break.
Absolutely. Well, one of the, I just bring in Carla, and Carla, one of the rules they changed a few years ago in the BPL was to get all 3 players back out onto the rink. It's one of the great rule changes, in my opinion. You have a similar thought?
Yeah, I'm right with you on that one, Clive. It's probably my favourite part of the BPL is when we get all 3 of the players out there. So they only get 2 balls each now, obviously. But yeah, it brings them all back into the game. And it just makes sense, doesn't it? Because everybody's played their part already in the 2 sets. So to see them all out there in the tiebreaker makes it perfect. And it also changes that dynamics as well. It's interesting to see what different teams do as far as who's going to lead off. Is it the player that's already been out there and already got the feel of the green, or just the person from the bench come on and lead off? So yeah, it's always interesting to see what each team does.
Yes, and I can tell you, Els, having played the early days of the BPL, and when it was the APL, it was a lonely place sitting on the bench when your team was playing a tiebreak and you weren't part of it. It's much nicer to have all 3 players out there. They've all had an influence on the game. They all get an opportunity to influence the tiebreak.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. And I did say that the coaches should actually bowl 1 bowl each to determine who gets the choice. You know, get everyone involved.
I like
a 1 bowl off instead of a coin toss.
What if you have a non-bowling coach?
Well, they'd have to learn how to bowl 1 bowl.
There'd be tactics. There'd be some tactics involved in who you'd choose as coach, wouldn't you?
Yeah, potentially.
All right. So Kylie Lavis was the first to play. The ball's just gone in behind the jack, and now it's Rob McMullen. He's looking for it to reach. He's urging it to reach. It's just going to come up a little bit short, so might force a change of hand potentially. No. Kylie sticking with the backhand side. We'll need to negotiate that Tasmanian bowl now. Slightly tighter line than last time, which she needs to get underneath that Trident's bowl. Now wants to pull up. Just eases past the jack, so you can be fairly sure the winning bowl has yet to be played.
I would agree. It's one of those, isn't it, that you desperately want to nail it, but you don't want to frame it either. It's a really tricky one to try and balance.
Rob found a little bit more weight here. He needs a clear run as well now. He's crashed into his own.
I think he was good if he cleared that one.
He'll be asking who put that there, and he's he's only got 1 person to blame. That does force a change of hand for Jack McShane. Carla, Jack, a player that can handle the big moment. He's in his first night match at a BPL, and they've gone to a tiebreak.
Yeah, but don't we know what a star he already is? I mean, Australian indoor champion, AO Pairs champion. He's great with these pressure bowls. So I know he mentioned it, he's got a little bit of nerves, but he would have settled into the game now, and he's really awesome for a young guy. He's absolutely unbelievable in these big important ends. So exciting to see him out there. He's got a lot for us to see. I'm looking forward to see what he brings this week.
Good shot, Zach. Good. Oh, mate, you're 18 inches.
Still a lot of room there. I don't think we've seen the shot yet.
All right, let's see what he can come up with here. He's tried to force himself to go out to a slightly wider line, but he's still urging it to hold out. Just needs it to pull up. Now that's the issue. And that's done enough, I believe. Got applause. Didn't see a signal from anyone.
It looks like it's a good weight. What's Taylin got here for Tassie? He likes it.
He's done enough, I think. Yes, that's hung on for shot. Well played there from Taylin Mail. Set it up for Beck Van Ash to get him over the line, but Nick Carl will have something to say about that. Of course, Aero's enhanced grip that miraculously makes a bowl feel 1.5 sizes smaller. You can visit the Aero Bowls website to configure a 3D model of your Aero Bowl with your own logo. 65 colours, 12 models for every green surface, and the ability to personalise your set of bowls with your own logo. How good's that? Just misses the jack. And there's Nick Carl. We only have one more bowl to try and win this match. Beck, she's going to hide this jack away, Els.
Yep, she's going to tuck this around the corner.
Remembering these two sides, 9th and 10th. Trident's in 10th spot. And just the 3 wins. This would be gold if they don't get over the line.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of games to go. Everyone's still in it.
Well, she is right in the area here. She needs to get all the way down.
Can she get the jack?
That's really well played.
Awesome bowl there from Beck.
Prevents the trail of the jack all the way into the ditch as well, Els. Nick with weight, he's on a tight line, so he's going to need to be coming through the extreme bowls here. What's he got? He's got the extreme bowl up onto the jack. And the jack has gone back to the extreme. Not a big response there because the players do acknowledge that a little bit of a lucky result.
Yeah, players very much do acknowledge that.
Get through
that. Temptation to go big here. Bowl onto bowl. With the jack. Or do you try and draw it? That's what the Tridents are wrestling with right now.
Again, there's no right or wrong. You know, Beck's the one got to play the bowl. She's got to choose which she's most confident to get in.
Timeout call.
And also nomination of the kill.
Because they don't have the spot at the moment, so making sure that if the jack was to skew out of bounds, that they'll get another attempt. Here we go. Beck Van Ash looking for bowl or jack. She's close. She's got the bowl onto the jack. Jack goes into the ditch. It'll still be 1 to the extreme. And the extreme, well, they pulled out a miracle in that second set, really, after the first set went the way of the Tridents 10 shots to 0. They struck back and took the second set 5-2. Very impressive display to get their mindset right to come back in that second set, Els, and they've taken the tiebreak.
Yeah, that's a format, isn't it? That somebody can be absolutely dominant in the first set and the other people can fight back in the second. As soon as you get on the tie-break, it's anyone's, isn't it?
Absolutely, and that is the tale of the BPL. You've got to play the big bowls when they matter, and sometimes it can even come down to just a little bit of good fortune. Lindsay's got Nick Carl.
I do, thanks Clive. Nick, probably not the way you wanted to win it, a little bit of good fortune, but you did miss on the narrow side, which was always a chance.
Yeah, I sort of told myself to miss in the right area after my first one, missing high, so it was always going to be a chance of putting the short bowl through it, but yeah, I guess we had a little birdie on our shoulder today.
That's definitely what you need in BPL. Tell us about the game though. So a really strong set by the Tassie team. You converted the first end of the second set and then got your run on.
Yeah, I didn't feel like we played bad in the first set. Beck played a couple of amazing conversions early on. And so Kelvin wanted to switch things up in the second set. I came back on skipping and I'd said to him on the sideline, I said, put me on and skip in the next one. I promise I'll get this game for you. So worked out a treat.
Nice. Well, you played really well. Good luck to the extreme. That's going to help your chances along the way.
Awesome. Thanks, Lenny.
Back to you, Clive.
Yes, I think he put it quite nicely there, didn't it, Carl? You do need something to go your way to win BPL matches. Let's have a look at the Drinkwise moment of the match. And it is that weighted shot from Nick Carl. Yes, it was a bit fortunate. Bowl comes through onto the jack. Jack goes through and the extreme are able to hang on for the win. The first set is not always the determining factor. The extreme did it in the second. We're going to be back with the Pulse versus the Jets coming up next. BPL 21. Welcome back to the Moama Bowls Club for BPL 21. We are one game down. The Extreme got the Tridents in a tiebreak, and it's now going to be the Melbourne Pulse to take on the top of the table Geelong Jets. The Jets have been outstanding so far in BPL 21, so we look forward to what they bring. Paul Foster, Aaron Wilson and Jamie Lee Worsnop to take on the Melbourne Pulse. And as we see the Jets coming out there, Matty Flapper, their manager. And, well, we've seen so many heroics from him on this green. And, of course, the Melbourne Pulse, Ellen Fife, Barry Lester and Gary Kelly. And I think Lindsay's got Ellen Fife with her.
I do. Thank you, Clive. Ellen Fife, you're back at the BPL, mate. How great to be back with your mighty Pulse.
Yeah, it's so exciting to be back at it with these two awesome boys. So,
tell us about your mum now, little Archie and Mac in the audience. How awesome to have them here supporting you.
Yeah, little Archie's the best little dude, so chill and stuff. So 4.5 months now, and yeah, loving mum life, and yeah, it's good to have Mac here as well.
Tell us about, you had a big break. You were a bit worried about how you were going to start. You've been on fire, the Pulse going really well. You just taken it to like a duck to water?
Yeah, not too bad. I've had a couple of games here and there, but yeah, it's easy when you got two, talented blokes playing with as well. So it gives you a little bit of confidence to go into it.
Awesome. Well, we love having you back, mate. Looking forward to seeing you out there. Good luck to you on the Pulse.
Thank you. Go the Pulse.
Ellen Fife there, yes, and they had a tumultuous day, really. 3 losses in the day, so they'll be looking for something more positive to get over the line tonight. And Jamie Lee Worsnop from the Geelong Jets, she'll have plenty to talk about. They've had a great BPL 21 so far, Linz.
Yeah, she definitely has, Clive. The mighty Jets only lost 1 on your way through so far. What's been working for you, JL?
I think we've had a really good look at Pine Rivers. So I think it was a fresh team in Pine Rivers coming in, starting really good this last few days. Just trying new different things, and yeah, we're really going well together so far.
Tell us about the bromance between Paul and your partner Disco. They love each other a lot of love there.
Yeah, I'm on the sideline here. Those two are all leaving each other. I'm to the side.
Tell us about the fan club for the Jets as well. You're a new franchise. This is only your second BPL. So much love for the Jets.
Yeah, it's really good to see so many members and supporters down here at Moama Bowling Club for the Geelong Jets. There's so many Ocean Grove members here, and it's great to see them cheering in the crowd for us.
Well, we're looking forward to this match, mate. All the best. Good luck to you and the Jets.
Thanks, Lenny.
Back to you, Clive, for call this one.
Yeah, thanks, Linz. This is going to be a big one. The Jets have been so impressive. Only been to 1 tiebreak for the tournament, yet they've won 8 of their 9 matches. It's an incredible start. They did it at BPL 20. They started strongly, and then it just sort of started to fade for them. So it'll be interesting to see if they can keep it going. The victorious Extreme, Kylie Lavis, joins me. That was a very interesting match.
Yeah, it was. Probably not the way you want to win a game, but yeah, I suppose that's balls.
Yeah, a little bit of a lucky one at the finish, and we talked about that, and the players all acknowledged that. But still, a nice comeback in the second set after the first set didn't quite go your way.
Yeah, I think the boys didn't quite get the first set, and Nico was up and about in the second. So yeah, he was keen to get that second set, take it to a tiebreaker.
Well, as we talked about, the Jets have been very impressive. They've only had to go to a tiebreak once, and they won that tiebreak. And the Pulse have been to 2 tiebreaks, and they've won both of their tiebreaks as well. As we have a look at the stats so far, the Jets winning lots of ends, Kylie, 61% ends won. So they're just winning a lot of the ends. And look at that set 1 performance, 8 out of 9 first sets won. So they're getting the job done early in the match.
Yeah, from what I heard they're flying, and they're gelling really well this tournament. So yeah, I can tell that by the stats.
The big one down the bottom as well, opposition power play successfully defended. It's a big stat. What can you do when the opposition calls their power play? Well, the Jets are stopping everyone 72% of the time, so that is huge.
Yeah, that's the one you want to stop. So yeah, they're going well on that.
Going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. The both teams have favoured long ends, but I noticed that 65% ends won with last bowl for the Jets, so they're really getting the job done when it really counts. So it's we're used to seeing teams run, go on runs of wins or unfortunately losses as well at a BPL, that momentum can be a funny thing. So the Jets will be really keen to get this one and keep that momentum strong going into the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, tomorrow's sort of nearly the halfway point by the end of it, so you can be in that top half. You're giving yourself a good crack at finals, so hopefully they can keep it going.
Winds out to be a pretty good day for the Extreme, Kylie. 3 wins, 2 losses.
Yes, yeah, it was a good finish, and yeah, we rallied the last couple of games and managed to get them. So
Talk about the importance of tiebreakers. 3 tiebreak wins.
Yes, yeah, we usually don't go that well in tiebreaks, but we seem to be knuckling down and getting them this year, so it's good.
Well, of course, we talk about that tiebreak stat. It seems like it's just another stat, you know, it's a tiebreak stat, but of course you can't win a tiebreak and lose the match, so it's one of those ones that actually means a lot, because a tiebreak win correlates directly to a match win.
Yes, absolutely. And then I think Calvin's been going good with the coin tosses too, so we've had that last bowl.
Yes.
And yeah, Jack played a howler in the game against, I can't remember who it was, but I think Gold Coast, I can't remember. Anyway,
Everything blends into one with,
it does.
With the BPL.
So many lawn bowls, yeah. But yeah, no, it's been good, so hopefully we can keep it going too.
Look at that on the screen. Match number 57 of the tournament, this one.
Yeah, it's wild.
And we're not even halfway through. That's all the action happens during the day, and then, of course, we get into this wonderful night session where the stars come out to play, and we are about to get underway here. Looks like it's going to be Aaron Wilson to start for the Jets and Ellen Fife for the Pulse. Hopefully we'll get that right most of the time. It's still Ellen Ryan, isn't it, a little bit? But I mean, you can relate to that, Kylie.
Yes, I can, yeah, trying to transition into that new name.
So, and little Archie that she talked about in her interview, a very smiley little character he is.
Yes, he's gorgeous.
All right, Aaron Wilson starting off in the lead spot. Paul Foster, skipper for the Jets, and Ellen Fife now delivering her first. And Gary Kelly skippering for the Pulse. Ellen, she looks like she's done pretty well line-wise, and the weight's good too. That is a great start.
Yeah, she definitely hasn't missed a beat, having, you know, one BPL off. She's all over it again, so
You would expect nothing less, would you?
No, they'd appreciate her being back in, that's for sure.
All right, and Aaron Wilson find a way to the jack here. Looks like he's just going to pass underneath, but certainly back to a good home with the bowl sitting essentially right next to the jack. Invites that little sit or trail shot.
Yeah, finishing in good places is always important in these games.
Ellen would like to just land her own bowl or perhaps trail the jack a little bit away here. She's passed through the gap, so still set up here. Certainly wouldn't be surprised to see Aaron keeping his weight on his previous bowl, looking to land or trail. Once again, he's just going to need it to hang on a little bit here. He's very close. Well, he found the gap, but nestles in there nicely. That will be close for shot. And Ellen Fife with her final attempt here, just going to drift across the front. Carla, we've got you there. Let's just talk about the combination here. Aaron Wilson leading up for Paul Foster. A little bit different to perhaps what we've seen the Jets do. Obviously, it's only their second BPL, so they're still working out what works.
Yeah, well, they started BPL 20 off flying, exactly like they've done this, but unfortunately all sort of went downhill for them after the initial start of the tournament. So it's interesting combination, but it actually doesn't surprise me. I've had the chance, oh, what a great shot. I've had the chance to play with Disco quite a few times, and he really likes to do this. He likes to lead in the first set, and then if he's going well, jump up to skip. It really gives him that confidence, and so it doesn't surprise me that this is the way that they're playing it.
It doesn't surprise us to see Gary Kelly using weight either, after what a great shot that was from Paul Foster. So it's currently 3 shots to the Jets. Kylie, if you're Paul Foster, what are you looking to do here? You're looking to change anything? You're looking to get around the back?
Yeah, probably get something around the back near the spot. I'll cover that.
All right, well, he looks to be very much on a draw line. What's he going to do here? Paul Foster. Well, he's added another one. And this is going to be fire too from Gary Kelly.
I don't think he'll miss twice.
Fire 2 is closer, right on the money. Gary Kelly bursts the jack out to the side. It's gone out of bounds. It'll be respotted on the respot tee. And it is currently 1 to the pulse. And as we see that ball just obliterate the head there. Now, can Paul Foster find that extra bit of weight now? Well, that line was turned early on him. That's why he just pulled up, but he's not far away. Has he got the jack? He has. What a shot. You could just see a little bit of uncertainty in his stance as he watched that ball.
Yeah, it's a bit unpredictable on that hand going back that way, so yeah.
Right, Gary Kelly. Does he run down underneath looking for the jack in the ditch here? I think that's what we're seeing.
Got a chance.
Oh, he's very close, Kylie. He's very close. He's just on the outside of the jack. So that will be 2 to the Jets to get us scoring in our second match of the night. And an entertaining first end. The Jets crowded the jack. Gary Kelly bursted out into the open, but the Jets still able to grab 2 courtesy of Paul Foster.
Yeah, great start to the game.
How much are you loving BPL, Kylie? It's a wonderful format, isn't it?
It is, you know, it showcases the best of the best in our sport, so, and the format's great, quick, sharp, you know, audience loves it, so I think everyone wins.
You lose a game, get on with the next one.
That's it, yeah.
In that one.
You don't get much time to, you know, drown in your
sorrows. Everyone's got a story
sorrows.
after a BPL, haven't they? If just this went our way, or if that went our way.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's a game of inches, and yeah, anything can go and can change just like that, so keeps you on your toes, that's for sure.
Alan Fife just running past, but probably stopped in time. It's at least to be close for shot.
I think we'll see some great heads in this game, that's for sure.
I mean, really, when you think about the wonderful matchups we get at a BPL, Carla, I'll bring you in on this one. We've got Commonwealth Games singles champions leading against each other at a BPL.
I was literally about to say that, Clive. How exciting is this to see Alan Fife up against Aaron Wilson? We know, and it's already been mentioned tonight, about how, you know, singles player, their first 2 bowls are so vital. So seeing these 2 lead against each other, you know, female Commonwealth Games champion against male Commonwealth Games champion. I'm backing in Alan here. I'm a little bit biased, obviously.
Yeah, the girls.
Go the girls.
Well, Aaron's drawn the shot there, so can Ellen come up with something here with her last? Looks like she's just pushed through it a little bit to try and give it a chance to either land or trail the jack. Just going to run past, but gets into a nice home. So Aaron Wilson will claim the honours there, just.
You made a good point there, Clive. Really, it's not always about getting the shot either. Like, Alan's finished in a really good home, and these top players, they understand that. The end's not won until the last bowl is played. So if you can set your skip up with bowls in good positions, just passing around the jack, that's what the lead needs to do. They don't have to get the shot. There's no points for your team if you've got the shot when the crossover is. You just got to set your skip up as best you can.
Yeah, it's really interesting you say that, and Kylie, you'd have a good feel for that as well. Like we do stat that halfway point of the end, but it's very hard to stat position in terms of are you actually in a good position, even if you're 1 down, but you might have 3 in a really nice spot for the trail shot or something like that. It's hard to quantify, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and you know, with the player quality and, you know, types of shots these guys are playing, you always have to make sure that you're behind. You really do.
Gary not quite getting back to the shot bowl there.
Yeah, giving
it's
the
just
skips
1.
a chance.
Oh, 2. I was about to say I thought it was just 1, but Aaron Wilson says no, I think we've got 2. And he's going to ask Paul Foster to give him 1 round the back. Let's cover off anything big at the back. Currently, the Pulse holding the 3 backest bowls, as we call them. Not the best English, but that's what we call them.
Yeah, it's got some interesting lingo in bowls.
Can Gary come up with a trail here? Land or trail is the task. He's going to want it to start dropping now. Oh, and he's very close. Tell you what, this is what about the land or trail? I'll just draw the shot. Little nudge of the jack might have been enough to create 2 as well. Aaron Wilson favouring that it's just 1. I reckon if it stays that way, there'll be some checking going on, but Paul Foster's got something to say about that first. This might be struggling to get all the way back. It's close, just not quite going to get down. Well, Gary Kelly just wants something the same. If he can fall on that jack again, he can definitely bring the 3rd in, Kylie.
Absolutely, even if he gets to that front ball.
In these conditions, when a player's nailed it once, you often find they do nail it again. You know, nothing's changed, so he just needs to come up with the same bowl. Has he got the journey? He's just eased up on it. So 1 removed, and we'll go to a tape for the second, as I suspected we may. Give nothing away to BPL. 1 shot can make a huge difference.
Yes.
Well, that is close. And 2 shots is the decision.
Only 1.
1, was it? Sorry?
Yes. Yeah.
1 shot. Sorry, 1 shot to the Pulse. Yes, so a 2-1 advantage to the Jets. And the Jets have called their power play on the 3rd end of the first set. They lead at 2-1, so they've gone with the theory of as soon as you lose an end, call the power play. It is one theory.
Yeah, it's not a bad theory, and it's obviously working for them, so see if it works out here. But in the words of Michael Jackson, it's not always black and white.
Great shot.
Great
starter from Ellen. Commonwealth Games gold medal standard right there. Followed by Commonwealth Games gold standard. And not far away either. What a treat. Carla, what's your power play tactic? I don't know whether we've ever discussed your power play tactic. Which way do you lean on power plays?
Look, I'm a little bit with you actually on this, Clive. I like to see it used earlier. I hate when you're playing and it gets wasted. So I do like to see it used a little bit earlier and know where you stand in the game, sort of by the 2nd, 3rd end. Maybe not the 1st end. I'm not quite jumping on board with that one completely, but earlier in the game, in the set, you know where you stand. But I don't know, nobody seems to have really found the answer to it, and I don't know if anyone ever will find the ultimate answer of when to play the power play.
Try and split these 2.
Well, Kylie, the Extreme haven't been shy. They've used some early power plays. We've had 3 early power plays.
Yeah, Calvin's not afraid to go in the 1st end, but he didn't even use it in the 2nd set on one of our games.
We
You go wasn't happy
earlier.
about that. So
yeah, Carla was all over that. She didn't miss that, that's for sure. Just passing underneath there for Ellen. But no, a 1st end power play that was successful. A couple of 2nd end power plays, 50-50 on those. So
we're going a little bit better this time around on them.
yeah. Aaron Wilson with weight here. Change this up a little bit. Well, finds a Jets bowl and leaves the Pulse holding 3 as they change over here. Remembering it is a Jets power play, so a nice setup for the Pulse.
Carly, I've got a question for
40K.
you while we're on the power play talk. As a lead, does your mindset change when the power play sign gets put up? I know I sort of used to sort of think, oh, I've got to concentrate more, or do you just go on with your game as usual?
Me personally, I usually have no idea what's going on, so I just get on with it. But
Thanks for the
I'm
honesty.
sure most players probably, you know, yeah, no worries. Most players probably think, oh yeah, got to knuckle down either if you're defending or attacking, so yeah, adds that little bit more pressure.
I like the theory. It can't affect you if you don't pay attention. I love it. Yeah.
It's just how I play bowls, really.
2 shots still to the Pulse here. Gary Kelly did count with his last round the back. I think he was looking for the tee, and he's done a pretty good job with that. With the bowl sitting right on the back of the jack. You can pretty much be sure if there's weight used it would kill. That will do enough to jump back into the count for 3. Paul Foster.
Not far away here.
Not far away at all, Kylie.
Oh, wow.
What's
No
he got?
way.
Oh, he's got to the shot bowl and turned it out.
Right.
Still 1 to the pulse, but what a great shot.
Absolutely.
Yes, that was with the two other counting bowls far enough away. The draw and getting second shot was a really important
Yes.
option.
Yeah, didn't have much else on there, so it was a great bowl.
Okay, Gary Kelly. Can you find another one in here? It looks like it's just carrying on the outside. Suddenly, there's an opportunity for the Jets. How much do they roll the dice here? They've still only really got the 1 bowl in there. I think this is a draw shot. And Paul Foster has the ability to cold draw this. It's worth 2 if he can do it.
This guy's interested.
He's on a great line. Paul Foster. Has he got all the way back?
Got a fold.
Needs it to drop in.
Yep. This guy's bowling it.
Well, Aaron Wilson says so. Does Ellen Fife agree? Ellen Fife agrees. That will be... Yeah, that was 1-2. The Jets doubled up to 2. That will be a 4-shot-to-1 lead to the Jets after 3 ends there. What a huge shot, but the pulse strikes straight back. I'd like stats. I'd say I like stats. I compile a lot of the stats, but I'd like stats on power plays in a row. I reckon you lose 1 power play, you fire off a power play straight away, don't you? And you strike back.
Yeah, it seems to be that way a lot of the time. I think, you know, tactically it makes sense.
Yeah.
Particularly if you're a few down.
Well, that first one's just found its way well past, so opportunity for Ellen Fife now to capitalise, get right on the jack. Both players finding their way past. Ellen just dropping in the ditch with her first attempt there. Who can find the correction now? Well, Aaron Wilson has done. What a shot that is.
Great ball.
In an almost perfect position just to make it difficult for Ellen Fife on that forehand to get the shot.
Yeah, I think in, you know, Elle's case, she just has to get another close, try and build it up a bit. Give Gaz a chance to play a shot.
Well, she's not far away. She's not quite going to get all the way back, but the weight was perfect. And you would expect Aaron Wilson will not be far away with this. Turn his own bowl slightly. He has. He's turned it right onto the front of the jack. That's beautifully played from Aaron Wilson. Just perfect weight to give himself all sorts of chances there.
Yeah, all class.
Final say for the leaders on this 4th end of the first set goes to Ellen Fife. She's catching an edge. She does and gets second shot. So
well played there, Bales.
very handy. Very, very handy. Max Australia, this wonderful complex with a range of canopy styles and high-tech membranes to choose from. When it comes to premier bowling green canopies, Max is in a league of their own. Paul Foster. Where's he putting the jack here? Well, he stayed on it. He would have been worried for a second that it was going to drop across and just give it a little chip to the pulse bowl, but right on top of the jack. Touch her right in the front of the jack is not a bad place to be.
No, particularly when you're defending a power play.
Yeah, defending that power play with a 4-1 lead, it is a nice place to be. points that Gary Kelly got off that bowl. He was almost getting back to the jack if the pulse bowl hadn't have been in the way there. There's another one around the place. Gives the pulse something to work with. Paul Foster needs to find another one close. Because I think Gary Kelly will be hunting with his next.
Yeah, if anyone's going to get them out of this, it's Gary Kelly.
Just held out, so it's going to mean that the Pulse have still got 2 seconds. The bowl will go clean if he wants to play that shot. Looks like he's lining up forehand, so that indicates more sort of a reaching, sort of just overweighted type shot. That's exactly what we're seeing.
More swinging weight.
Oh, he's found his way right through the gap. Incredible. And clipped out the Pulse back bowl. Any edge there was going to be interesting. Even the edge of the Pulse, the front Pulse bowl might have put him onto jack. Still, the Pulse will be happy if they can work a 1 out of this. They don't have to get a multiple. So they get a 1, we would double that, and it'll get them within reach of the first set, Colin.
Yes, yeah.
Don't always have to score big on the power plays. It's if you can get the win.
Particularly in a low-scoring set.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul Foster looks to be drifting across. Now, any contact here? No. Little edge on the pulse bowl, but nothing that changed. It's going to come down to the hand that he feels most comfortable with here, and that can happen on the synthetic surfaces where one hand feels more comfortable than the other, and he's got a shot there on the backhand to set the bowl out clean.
Yes.
But he's favoured the forehand side, and that's where he's looking again. So, similar shot to the last. Looking for contact. Doesn't want the gap again. He's got contact and down to the jack. And that will be 1-2 the Pulse, which doubles to 2, as we talked about, and gets them within reach of the first set. It's a 4-3 lead to the Jets. They've won 8 out of 9 first sets. Can they get over the line and get this one done? They lead it by 1. The Pulse looking to snatch the first set. Huge bowl in the scheme of things there.
Yes, makes it interesting now for this last end. And for a thriller here.
Carla, a multitude of options there for Gary Kelly. He was always going to be reaching. It was just a matter of whether he played forehand or backhand, and he did perfectly.
Yeah, and look, he really only just missed with his second ball on that forehand. He went through that gap, so I wasn't surprised to see him back himself in and play the same shot. He basically had to play exactly the same bowl, you know, a little touch wider, and he managed to get the ultimate result. So, yeah, brilliant shot. And that's why we love this BPL, isn't it? It always comes down to the last bowl. These players, they're so amazing. They've got that confidence in themselves that they can play the big shots when they need them. And they're right back in the game now, the Pulse, aren't they?
Certainly are. Barry Lester and Ben Twist having some fun down there on the bench. How are you on the bench, Kylie? Are you a nervous one on the bench? Are you you quiet? You like a bit of a chat?
Probably similar to my last sort of, comment in that I'm pretty blasé. Just chilling, waiting for Calvin to call me on. Cheering a good bowl. Just sitting back, relaxing. The chairs this year are very comfortable, I will say.
They do look comfy. I was looking at those chairs earlier on. They're a bit of a lounge chair type. Yes.
Absolutely, yeah. Yep. No, very lucky.
Yes, it looks like they've gone all out on the bench chairs. Very impressed.
Yeah, they're giving the Pine Rivers couches a run for their money, that's for sure.
Yes, yep.
Just goes close here.
shots. And right at home, the Right Care Right at Home, Australia's premier in-home care provider. And of course, a bit later on, we'll have the Right at Home Challenge, where someone from the crowd will have the opportunity to roll a bowl and try and land it on the target. Normally get a little bit of assistance at times, we've seen from one Val Febo that gets the handy footwork out and makes sure that someone wins a prize. But no, it's great. A great activation where you can get the crowd involved as Gary Kelly comes up with another stunning bowl. Lands right on the front of the jack. He says, I was 2 down. Don't care, I'll just draw the shot.
Just like that.
Paul Foster not far away either here. Looking for a bit of contact, he's just on the outside. He's turned the pulse bowl out further, so plenty of Jets bowls around the jack there, but the most important one is the pulse bowl sitting right in the front of the jack at the moment. That draw shot when you're a couple down, Kylie, it's all about eliminating the fact you're a couple down and just drawing to the jack, isn't it? It's the same shot, whether you're 3 up or you're 2 down, it's the same shot, just trying to draw the jack.
Yeah, and you know, if you can nail that jack too, it makes it even harder. So just being in the area and getting as close as you can.
Funny how often when people call heads, the first thing they call is that how many you're down. So, well, it doesn't change the fact that I just need to draw to the jack.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
Paul Foster. Oh, he's edged the jack and it's gone nowhere. Wow. You've got to understand, on a carpet surface, to edge the jack and have it move an inch or 2, it's almost impossible to do.
Yes.
The jack wants to roll on the pristine carpet surface.
It does, yeah, that's pretty wild that that didn't move.
So, Gary Kelly, can he find another bowl in here, another counter, potentially hold the set? Well, that is close. And confirmed by our marker out on the rink to be 1 and a measure.
Yeah, it's a big shot here for Paul. Really, it just has to get any contact with that front bowl and it's going back to theirs.
So, set on the line, perhaps. Is it a drawn set on the line? We're not sure.
They're watching.
Can Paul Foster make us sure? He's close. He's got something. He's got the jack. Bowl onto jack, and they pinballed around, and I believe it's going to be 1 to the Jets. Aaron Wilson thinks so. He's taken off to congratulate Paul Foster. Ellen's still having a look and wants to check it. A great shot from Paul Foster onto the bowl, onto the jack, and it ricocheted around there. A little bit of pinball. The pulse bowl did fall in.
Yeah, umpire's job.
And 1 to the Jets it is. So it is confirmed, and the Jets get the set courtesy of Paul Foster. He converts, takes a 5-3 lead to the Jets. We'll be back with the second set here at BPL 21 very shortly.
My favourite things playing at Moama is just the whole atmosphere of the club. Very friendly environment.
Yeah, nice, lovely down here, Moama, Echuca, lovely greens, great hospitality.
I love coming here for the atmosphere, the great experience and sharing the green with world-class players.
The weather's usually pretty good too, so we're very lucky to play here.
It's just such an amazing club, amazing facilities. I definitely love the free cool. If you haven't tried that, it's like this really cool ice cream joint they have here.
And also the food. Yeah, the food's fantastic here.
Members are fantastic here, great bunch of people. I've been coming here for quite a number of years now, and it's a great place to play bowls.
The Jets have won 8 of their 9 first sets coming into this match. They just made it 9 out of 10, and they won the first set 5 shots to 3. The Geelong Jets over the Melbourne Pulse. We're into the second set. Aaron Wilson is still out there for the Jets. Barry Lester has joined us for the Melbourne Pulse, and joining me, Taylor Mail from the Tassie Tridents. How are you, mate?
Good, thanks, Clive. How are you? Thanks for having me up here.
Yeah, very well, mate, very well. It was an interesting first round clash, and it just didn't quite go your way at the end there. I think Nick was almost apologetic with the little bit of luck that he got there, but that's the game, isn't it? That's the way it's played.
Unfortunately, it is. Look, we felt like we had a pretty good game and we were competitive, and those tiebreakers can come down to those sort of results. And, he still had a decent head-to-head, and he got it. So, those results can happen, and unfortunately we weren't able to get it back. So
Barry Lester finding the ditch with his first, and here's where the substitutions are interesting, isn't it? Because Aaron's been out there, he's nailed it with his first, he's going to nail it again, doesn't really want to pop it. Well, he's popped it with his second, so he won't be over the moon with that, and gives Barry a little bit of a chance. But there might have even been a temptation for a power play here with Barry coming on fresh against Aaron that's been out there.
yeah, and that's happened a couple of times. I know they did that against us, Geelong, and it worked in our favour. And there was another game where we got off to a good start and we tried it, and it also worked in our favour. So it can happen, and it's actually a pretty good tactic, I find.
It'd be nice if you knew what was going to happen before you have to play power play.
Wow, well, wouldn't it ever? Every end.
All right, Aaron Wilson, find his way down to this jack, or has he just overdone it? Just be going a little bit too far there. So Barry now continues to correct Aaron Wilson's ball, just finding the ditch there. Barry very much a stalwart of the BPL, played his 200th for the Pulse yesterday.
That's just for the Pulse. Has he played many more before that as well?
Yeah, he certainly has. He's plenty of games under his belt, that is for sure.
He's going to find the edge of the ditch here, I reckon, Barry.
Yeah, it looks like he's just balanced up. Very close. Aero, over 65 colours, 12 models, half sizes, any logo you desire. Half sizes are the key to the perfect grip. Paul Foster looking to add another one in here. Been very good so far, has Paul Foster. He's played the big shots for the Jets when he's been needed. Oh, he's quite close in there.
He's been fantastic all competition so far from what I see. I know when we played him, he was unbelievable, and talking to anyone else who's been playing this week, he's pretty much all had the same story. So he's having a very, very good week, and Disco's been pretty good leading up for him as well.
We've marvelled over the years at Alex Marshall being part of the BPL for so many years. Paul Foster is a star of the World Bowls Tour, and we've watched him for years as well. It's so great to have some of these big names as part of our tournament. You know, Catherine Rednall, multiple world champion, Nicky Brett, the Titanic bowl man.
Yeah, everyone remembers that bowl. I think everyone's seen that viral one. So you nearly put lawn bowls on the map single-handedly in Britain there. But you can't forget Jamie Walker as well down there for the Saints. So
yes.
He's been a fantastic inclusion to the event.
Well, he's crashed into the front, but that'll do. He had 3 bowls coming in there to give himself a chance, so weighted it accordingly and has picked up the result.
Yeah,
the Jets.
Bit of danger here for Gary, whatever he plays. If he tries to play the forehand, there's a bit of traffic there, or he's got probably a harder draw shot on on the other hand, but looks like that's what he's going for.
We'll see the outcome of this bowl from Gary Kelly. He's looking for a land or just a way through to the jack. He's very close. What a great shot.
Perfect weight. Great shot from Gary.
Brilliantly played from Gary Kelly. I think we've landed at a nice place, Talon, in terms of the international players and still being space for the young Australian stars to shine as well.
Yeah, and I think that inclusion of 2 new teams to the event in the last 2 editions has really facilitated that. I think there is a good mix of Australians, and I'm pretty fortunate as well, being a Tasmanian and being able to get out here and strut my stuff a little bit. So
absolutely, you've done it well over your opportunities at the BPLs. That is for sure. As Paul Foster found the narrowest of gaps there, and Gary Kelly will try and add another here.
Any movement of the jack here is really big for Gary.
Just on the outside of where he wanted to be. So it'll be 1 to the Pulse to get us scoring in the second set. Substitutions are being made for the Jets, and it'll be Jamie Lee Worsnott to come in, and I think Aaron Wilson has headed to the bench. Given the fact that Paul Foster's still walking up there, that would be the case.
I think so. Yeah. But there has been a recent rule change that makes players play probably 12 bowls.
12 bowls.
9 bowls. So that, otherwise I'd probably imagine in previous editions that Disco would have stayed out there for another end.
Yeah, well, he's been very good. That is for sure. He's been able to smother that jack early on. But Jamie Lee just as capable of coming up with the big bowls as Barry Lester looks to put some pressure on early, and he's done pretty well with that.
Great shot from Barry.
About a foot or so short of the jack, so still some room there for Jamie Lee. We'll see how she can settle onto the rink.
Yeah, those bowls are, I find, probably the perfect starting bowl. Like, something too close almost gives these players of these abilities just an easier shot, almost.
Yeah, absolutely. Carla, what do you see the key here? So the Jets have got the first set in the bag. What's the key here for the Pulse? Next 2 ends, crucial?
Yeah, you always want to get off to a great start, don't you, if you've lost that first set. Oh, Barry Lester coming on, of course, always brings a bit of a fun dynamic to the rink as well. So we know he would have been, unlike Kylie, who sits way too relaxed on the side of the green. He's the opposite. He's there, pumped up, ready to go. So I think that plays to the advantage of the Pulse. Him coming on in the second set is that he's always up and about and ready to go. So I think that's maybe one of the reasons that they do have him coming on the second set.
Jamie Lee gets the crowd up and about there with a fantastic draw shot. Nudges the jack. Sits it out a little bit, so Barry will still like his chances here.
Yeah, just look to play with a metre of weight, land the bowl, try the jack to your own.
Make it sound very easy, don't you, Talon?
Well, he's slightly disappointed not to have another couple of feet on that. He had the line for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, another metre on that, and would have been right on top of the jack, I reckon.
Barry does bring with him an energy, as Carla alluded to. Jamie Lee on a very nice line again. Looks like it's just carrying a little around the outside. Wants it to stay up at the back now, and it has.
Yeah, it's pretty good lead bowls from both there. You know, Barry had good weight with both his bowls, got trailed off, but Jamie having one on the jack and 2 behind, very, very good in this competition, especially the way Gary Kelly can convert heads. So.
Titanium caravans go off-road and off-grid in total luxury with your Titanium caravans. Gary Kelly. He's on a tight enough line, or is it still not quite going to make it back down? He's close. He's just on the outside of the jack. So Paul Foster just wants to either land in the way or just get a little bit of a nudge on the jack round the corner. Now, a front touch sitting right on it would be nice enough.
That would be the ideal here. Just falling off Jamie's and get that front touch, which
close,
is very
what's
close
he doing
to
with the jack, Talon? How far is this going? And we talked about that jack movement
Probably have to drop.
in the first set, and that's rolled all the way to the pulse bowl. It's hard to hold a jack on these pristine carpet surfaces where the jack just scoots away.
Yeah, you can find if you don't absolutely middle it with good weight, you can actually find yourself being a foot, even sometimes more away from the jack, and it can be real difficult grasp to get a hold of. So you've either got to play more weight to get that jack moving, or just have that dead draw.
Gary Kelly right in the zone. Look at this.
It's unbelievable.
Beautifully played. It's set up. They would love that ball just to fall down.
Yeah, it just gives Paul a little bit of a chance, but he's still got to play a good shot. Still not an easy shot to get.
Has to be perfectly judged, Paul Foster. He's done it so far throughout the match. Is he holding on here? Well, the Jets bowl's going up. Well, I don't know. That is close. Okay, one down is the signal from Barry Lester. So the Jets have made shot. Look, those two bowls from Paul Foster probably shows you what can happen. I mean, he played a very nice shot and trailed the jack, and then perhaps wasn't quite on the line that he was looking for and gets the result.
Yeah, it's the beauty of the BPL. Sometimes it gives, and then other times it takes. And it's going to happen the whole competition. So you just got to struggle off. And
you're going with they even out?
Oh, sometimes.
Sometimes.
I think more likely than not it does even out. But
what do you reckon, Carla? They even out?
Isn't it one of these things in bowls? You've got to be aware there's a little bit of luck sometimes in this game, and I think that's part of being key to a really consistent player, is to believe it's going to even out at it. And yeah, it does. I think it evens out. So that's my theory. I'm optimistic.
All right, can Paul Foster find a way in here? It's still one to the Jets, as that last bowl of Gary Kelly just turned the Jets bowl onto the jack, but can Paul find a perfect line and weight here? Looks like he's been a little bit careful with it, and it'll be one to the Jets.
Yeah, I think Paul's happy to kind of take one and run away with that one.
Square us away at one shot apiece. No movement from the benches in terms of a power play, so it might have been a temptation for Jeremy Henry to fire off the pulse power play, but sometimes that, once you get to end three, if you lose that second end, it can be a nice time to whack the power play in.
I think it depends a little bit on how that set's going. If the set's still close, you kind of want to hold on to it for as long as possible. But if you find yourself you've lost the first two ends, then often on that third end, I think people tend to jump on to try to get themselves back into the set.
There's a slight pressure on it when you've lost the first set as well, and that power play suddenly feels so much more important.
Well, it makes the game, makes the set, essentially.
Nice opener there from Jamie Lee.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, it just feels like there's that extra little bit of pressure holding on to that sign. Do I call it or do I not?
Yeah, and I think in this situation it's a smart move to hold off. Like, you know, another end of toing and throwing, it can often, you do want to always give yourself a chance to win the game or win the set. So saving it to the end can often be a good little bit of peace of mind.
Barry perfectly weighted with that bowl. It just drifted across the front. So Jamie Lee now with the opportunity to pair it up. Get another one on the jack and really put some pressure on for the Jets. Just needs it to hold late now. Little piece of the jack perhaps. Yeah, that's perfectly played. Well, the key when you come in as a sub is you know, not to miss a beat. And Jamie Lee,
it's been fantastic.
Not missed a beat.
No. No, she came on and absolutely delivered and set Paul up with some great opportunities. So.
Barry Lester in the zone here. Well, that's a very well played bowl. Well, it wanted to fall, it didn't.
Hey, touch the ball.
Still one to the Jets.
It's a good bowl from Barry. It still just broadens that head a little bit for himself with his next one, and not Gary towards the end of the game, the end of the end. So.
Jamie keen to reach with that last bowl.
Just to see the pitch.
Barry will be playing a little bit more weight here to look to land in amongst this or move the jack. Needs it to hold on, just wanting to get across, so no result there. He's now urging it to stay on.
I think it has stayed on, just stayed at the back of the rink there, so that's in a pretty good spot, because I think the jack is likely to move towards that bowl. So.
Yeah, the angle's good, isn't it? So drink wise, you won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Paul Foster. Well, he's just going to be on the outside. He's outside enough. He didn't really want to get to the pulse bowl in the end with the angle he was coming in at.
No, he's just made Gary's mind up that he's probably going to play a fraction more weight on that, because the inside of the last bowl is going to be a decent result for Gary, I imagine. So,
well, there's a result off that last bowl, isn't there? It's finished just in front, so there's a result, and here we go.
Decent.
Solid weight from Gary Kelly.
Very close.
He's right in the area. What's he got? Well, that's about the worst result he could have got.
Yeah, I didn't really see that happening.
Just caught the edge of the shot bowl and ran through, and his own bowl's come through with it. So 3 to the Jets right now. It's millimetres, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Unfortunately for Gary, he's actually probably made it harder for himself. Just added a few gaps.
Yeah.
And
so the easier sort of weight straight up the middle is not so much the case. Now, he did show earlier that he knows the draw line here on the forehand in this direction.
Yeah, I found the rig a little bit different this time around, and that forehand's coming back this way. It's actually been a lot kinder, and I've actually preferred it and committed to it. So
we talked about he knew where it was, and he's found it again. Gary Kelly draws the shot.
Barry tips the hat.
Absolutely, what a shot.
Shot.
He's put it in an awkward spot as well, in a sense that the Jets can't really go for that, because they go for that, there's every chance they get all of theirs with it. So this will be looking to nudge the jack round the corner for Paul Foster here.
Give himself a chance just to try to
land
it out.
Yep.
He's not too far away from this.
Well, where's it going?
Very close.
Needs it clean.
Wow.
He's got it clean. What a shot. Paul Foster comes up with the goods again. He is having a wonderful night. He's come up with so many crucial bowls in this match.
No, he couldn't have played it any better.
Now, does Gary Kelly hold his nerve and draw again, or does he get tempted to hit this hard?
It's a tough one, because he's either got to get a jack or a shot bowl. No other bowl's going to give him a good result here, so he's going for it, backing himself in. He's very close.
And he find his way to the jack. He needs the jack, and he's got the jack.
Good shot.
Where has it gone? Well, it's a huge result regardless. He's looking disappointed, but he's essentially cut 4 back to what I believe is 1. Yep, 1 to the Jets. The power play for the Pulse has been fired off. And really, whilst Gary looked a little bit upset with that, he scored 3 with that bowl.
Yeah, and that really keeps the Pulse on the set. So Jeremy has called a power play this end. So 2-1. Any score for the Pulse this end, we'll see him hit the front and put pressure back on Matty Flapper.
Carla, we saw just another example of the millimetres that are involved in this sport. So many different angles.
Yeah, that was an outstanding end. I don't know why Gary's so disappointed. That was a phenomenal shot. He was under so much pressure with his last 2 bowls, and you know, to get away with that, only dropping 1, it keeps them in the game. So he should be really happy with that shot.
Yeah, completely agree. I think sometimes you're so centred on you have to get shot, but you know, 4 down to 1 down still scores you 3 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and the short format kind of attributes to that. Like, you've only got 5 ends, so you need to be scoring shots in that. So you never want to lose the end. But at the end of the day, anything but jack movement there for Gary was going to be 2 or 3 down.
Yeah, and almost game.
Yeah, and he has got the jack movement for one down. The only spot he probably could have gone one down, but it's still a fantastic bow and a fantastic shot. Yeah.
Jamie Lee, holding shot after the first 2 bowls have been played once again. I'm impressed with what I've seen from Jamie Lee tonight. Been very, very impressed. Coming off the bench isn't the easiest task, Talon.
No, and particularly coming in after a man like Disco as well, who, you know, he's never far away, and Jamie comes in and just keeps it going.
What have the Tridents been doing with that? I noticed that you've used Beck in the skipper's role a little bit more today.
Yep.
How have you been? Have you been starting, or have you been coming off the bench?
I've mostly been starting. I don't think I've come off the bench yet. I was skipping for a bit, and it was going well. We just couldn't buy the win in the end. Like, we've lost a couple of tie breaks, and at the end of the day, like, even though you can be going good, you just want to change something up to, you know, see if that can. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is the win. And so we thought we'd change a few things, and Beck's been going really, really good, and we put her in skip, and
she played great again tonight.
She played good all day, so
superstar.
Yeah, so I imagine we'll probably give her a bit more of a chance in that spot moving forward.
Barry's just searching for a line here. He's just narrowed that one up, so just drops across the front, so no change there. Crucial end for the Pulse here. Must find at least one. Audica, keep hearing, and being with Audica, proud hearing partner of Bowls Australia. A fantastic partner of Bowls Australia, Audica. Looks to be a little unders. Perhaps it's weight. Yeah, just a little bit unders for weight.
Not something we're used to seeing with Paul so far, so
he's been very good.
Opens door for Gaz. Should be pretty confident he should be able to draw this shot.
Anything the Pulse gets, we will double here.
I know we've been talking about, you know, how good Paul Foster's been in this competition so far, but from what I've seen, Gary Kelly has been up there as well. He's been tremendous for the Pulse. He's almost hit anything that he's gone for, and he's able to go back on the draw and just you know, add shots and convert heads with a wide variety of shots. So he's been pretty lethal for the Pulse.
And he certainly has been in very good form.
Just missing that bowl, chance to get a counter.
In fact, I can tell you that in terms of the skipper's performances in conversions, and we measure if you cross over down and you end up, that's a successful conversion. Now, that, of course, things can go either way at times. As Gary Kelly tries to get another one in here. He's looking to drop back. He's been able to come up with a good often in this one.
I reckon he's done enough.
Well, I think Jamie still thinks the Jets have got it, Jamie Lee. But we're looking at the two most successful skippers in terms of conversions here. Paul Foster's going at 45% conversions and Gary Kelly at 42%. Now, you've got to remember that anywhere around 50% is very, very, very good.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I'm not surprised by it from what I've seen so far. They have been two dominant players.
Paul Foster, that is definitely the shot, and it is 2 at the moment to the Jets. Oh. Gary Kelly with last bowl. This is why you call the power play when you've got last bowl. It's because you want this unanswerable moment. Can Gary come up with something special? He's going to need this to hold on, Taylor. It's dropping.
Unfortunately, he's going to the front or two right ones, so
we believe that will be 2.
Yep.
2 it is to the Jets, and they now lead it 4 shots to 1. With 1 end to play in the second set, it will be a Jets power play. That will not matter. And the Pulse need 4 shots to get it to a tiebreak.
Yeah, it's it's a big ask, particularly with Paul Foster at the helm at the moment. It's a big ask.
They just haven't been able to get away with anything, the Pulse. Paul Foster's had all the answers, and that's, in fact, it's been all three of the Jets. They have been absolutely on fire tonight.
Yep, and if they can hold on to this, we're going to...
Let's get down to Lindsay Clark, who has some very special guests with her.
I do. Thank you, Clive. I've got two amazing Pulse fans here. So we've got Hunter and young Jackson. Tell us about your relationship with the Pulse and a bit of a Barry Lester fan.
Well, firstly, he's my auntie's best friend. And I met him at the bowls club a bit ago and I just fell in love.
Oh, that's beautiful. And tell us about your bowl story. How did you find bowls?
Last year we were on holiday and there was like a bowls rink. I started playing and I just fell in love.
What do you love about bowls? So you're a bit of a fighter. We hear you've gone through a bit of a mission yourself in your own personal life, but what do you love about bowls? What can you do with it?
Get far in life, I reckon.
And can you see yourself being out here playing bowls one day?
Yeah, I hope.
And what about you? So twins? We are twins. Who's the better bowler out of the two of you?
Me.
You think Jackson?
Yes.
What do you think's the best thing about Jackson's bowls game? What's good about it?
He has beaten Barry Lester.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Have you let him know the Pulse is struggling out there? Any advice for him?
Keep on going.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Well, I'll let you go and support. Are you here all week to watch your team?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, well, keep up your bowls. We want to see you out here one day.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jackson. Thanks, Clive. #1 supporters out here for the Pulse. It's awesome.
That is great, Lynn's. Great work. And, keep on pushing. Keep giving it a go. That is it. And wonderful, wonderful young players that have discovered our sport, which is fantastic. Carla, I could almost hear the mum in you enjoying that interview.
Yeah, I couldn't stop smiling. It's great to see the young kids out there and enjoying our game, and I think that's what's great about this BPL format is that it's so fast and interesting and interactive, and it really gives young kids a chance to see, you know, what you can do in our sport and these opportunities to play on this big stage under the lights, all the cameras, you know, all the people cheering. It really is a great sport for everyone. So if you've got young kids at home, get them down to a bowls club, give them a chance. You know, most of us players here started when we were younger, and, you know, we've learnt so much through playing sport, not just about playing good bowls, but about life, and sport brings so much to people. So get your kids down to the club and get them going.
Absolutely, very well said. Could not have said it better myself, Carla. BPL wouldn't be the same without Max Australia. They provide this wonderful canopy with a range of canopy styles and high-tech membranes to choose from. When it comes to Premier Bowling Greens canopies, Max is in a league of their own. Many of these players are in a league of their own as well, as Paul Foster has shown so much throughout this match.
And he's pretty close to this one as well.
Well, he got the jack. He shouted at the jack to get it. Bounced sideways. I think the Jets have got shot out of that.
I think they have. It's just made it a fair bit harder for Gary, particularly with the toucher being in the ditch as well. So,
well, remembering the Pulse need 4 here. Nothing short of 4 will get us to a tie break. Paul Foster very happy with his work here, having moved it, and really moving the jack was key there.
Yeah, I think Gary will take a chance to try to
go the 2 bowls.
No, I think he'll try to trail the jack. No, here we go.
I think he's looking for both the Jets' bowls.
Get some sort of movement. Hasn't got both of them.
Not the key bowls he was looking for. That is almost going to make. Now he still has a kill at the end up his sleeve.
Yeah.
Must remember that. I think we might see that nominated next bowl, because that's going to be their only chance to get 4, you would think. Paul Foster really just needs to land another one in the area here.
Yeah, you can trail the jack in the ditch and just take it away from Gary. Yep. He's falling out, and that helps protect the jack a little bit from the big weight we're about to see again from Gary.
You only get one opportunity to nominate the kill.
Get some bowls out of the way, make it easy with your next, or...
That's what the thought process is. You only get one chance.
Clean them out first.
So if you call it and you miss, you can't call it again. So I think he's looking more for the bowls with this one.
Yep.
Not happy with the way that came out of his hand, so there's no doubt we'll see a kill nominated. We might see a blocker here.
Yeah, I think that's probably Paul's best bet here, is just put one in the way, put one in the eye. I mean, there's quite a few bowls that Gary can utilise to get the kill, and I think he's going to have to utilise some of these bowls short of the jack to get the kill, because the jack's so close to the ditch.
Yeah, so Paul will just try and drop one in the way here. There's no reason, you know, they can't drop. The Jets can't drop 4. There's not 4 bowls on the green for the Pulse.
One of the other options, he tries
trailed himself.
So he's pretty close
Has
to
he?
this. Just going to hang wide.
Yeah, outside. Okay, I suppose that's better than a blocker.
Yeah, I mean, that gets rid of any option that they can replay this end. So
here we go. Dead end is the only result the Pulse need here.
This is the game, yeah.
And no contact there. So didn't miss by much, but it is the Jets that will take it. We will check how many this is, because it was a Jets power play. It's 3 doubling to 6, and they take a 10-1 win in the second set. 5-3, 10-1 to the Jets. I mean, that second set scoreline, of course, blows out that little bit, which can happen, Taylor, in these matches when you're looking to try and win the match at the end.
Yeah, and the Jets are looking scary.
They are looking scary.
They are looking almost unbeatable here at the moment. They've lost 1 game, and that's not easy to do in this event. Like, we know how close they can be, and they're just...
They've only been to 1 tie-break, Taylor.
Well,
it's an amazing performance so far from the Jets. They are going to go to bed very happy tonight and turn up and continue their dominance tomorrow. Lindsay has got the star, Paul Foster.
Dude, what a star indeed. Paul Foster, first off, an amazing personal performance, but the mighty Jets flying high, top of the table.
Yeah, we're going really good. We've won nothing yet, so we just take one game at a time. But performances over the last 2 days have been pretty decent from Aaron and Jamie Lee and myself, so we're very happy and in a good position at the moment.
Tell us about the BPL format. What do you love about it? That was an amazing match that you're probably going to watch over and over again, all the supporters out there. What's special about the BPL?
The BPL, it's fantastic. It's just sharp, fast, and anything can happen in the game. And it's two sets of 5 ends, 1 end tie break, and it keeps everybody on their toes, and it's brilliant to watch and be involved in.
Tell us about what happens now for you guys. Do you hang around and watch a bit, or you go home? It's been a long day.
I've got to commentate now in the next game, so no, we've just been chilling out, to be honest, and we'll do more of the same later on tonight, and then regroup and go again tomorrow.
Fantastic. Well done. Great performance. Keep going, the Jets.
Thank you.
Back to you, Clive.
What an outstanding performance from the Geelong Jets. They moved to 9 wins out of 10 matches so far at BPL 21. Our drink-wise moment of the match, and it is the outstanding performance of Paul Foster. He was just brilliant. He came up with bowl after bowl throughout this match, and there it was to sit for 4. Gary Kelly had something to say about that, but it couldn't change the result of the match. We'll be back with the Hawks versus the Ospreys after this at BPL 21. We're back here at the Moama Bowls Club for BPL 21 action. We've had two fantastic matches, and now we've got the Hawks taking on the Ospreys. The Gold Coast Hawks and the Tweed Ospreys, third and second respectively on the table. So this is going to be a huge one to determine who stays at the top of the table and who perhaps slips back into the clutches of those chasing sides here at BPL 21. It's all about momentum, so you need to keep that momentum flowing as much as you can, and these two sides have been in very, very good form. The Hawks, amazing tiebreak record, 4 out of 5 tiebreaks they've won, and that just has a huge influence on where you stand on that table. Make that 2 out of 5 and they'd be, maybe sitting outside the top 5. The Ospreys, they've won 2 out of 2 of their tiebreaks as well. Carla, those tiebreak stats, and these two teams have shown that they can produce the goods when it counts, and those tiebreak stats are a good measure of that.
Yeah, they sure are. We talk about it so much during the BPL that the key moments are playing the right bowls at the right times. We saw that in the grand final at the BPL 20, didn't we, where maybe Tweed Heads was probably maybe not necessarily the best on the rink, but they played the key bowls when they need them. And tie breaks is when you want to play those big shots with your last bowl, and it really comes down at the end of this tournament to really who has been the most successful in tie breaks, because so many of these games, they're going to go to tie breaks with the calibre of bowlers out there that we see.
Certainly, Lindsay Clark's got Kelsey Cottrell.
I do, thanks Clive. The lady of the moment, Kelso, word on the street is you're playing amazing, and the Mighty Hawks sitting pretty high up on the ladder.
Some of that's true, yeah. Look, we started really well. We're really happy with the way things are going. We've found in some really good rhythm and having a good time.
Tell us about the support you got for the Hawks around here. We saw you walk out with your junior BPL team. That must feel pretty special.
Yeah, amazing. I think Snapchat's going to be going crazy tonight when the kids all, watch the footage back. But yeah, I'm very excited to have our junior team travel with us and come out here and watch. They're going to be great support tonight.
Tell us about the addition to Nicky Brett. We saw him for the first time at the BPL in Pine Rivers, but he's found his feet a little bit better this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the same as probably all the international players coming over here. I think he's found the surface really friendly here at Moama, and playing some great bowls. And I think we've all found a bit more form, which is great for the Gold Coast Hawks.
Wonderful. I'll let you go get ready. Look, good luck to you and the Hawks tonight.
Thank you, and hello to everyone at Club Helensville watching. They're all tuning in from the Bowlers Lounge.
You can't miss out on a shout out, that is for sure. And look, good form is what's needed in a BPL, that is for sure. And the Gold Coast Hawks come in with plenty of confidence. The Tweed Heads Ospreys, you know what you're going to get from the Tweed Ospreys. They are an outstanding combination, such a settled combination. Aaron Tees, Chloe Stewart, and Corey Wedlock. And Corey Wedlock is with Lindsay Clark.
Clive, yes, definitely one of the most consistent team combinations we got out there. Corey, a huge game in terms of the ladder, this one.
Yeah, 100%. I think we're equal on wins with the Hawks, so huge game, and obviously a big crowd here for the first night, so pretty excited.
Tell us about the combination and how difficult is it to back up a title win? We saw you guys on form in Pine Rivers, but the target's on your back now as defending champions.
Yeah, 100%. It's an emotional roller coaster, as me and Teasy call it, but you just got to get out there and have fun. Sometimes you're the better team and you lose, and sometimes you're not the best team and you win. So just got to get out there and have fun. And obviously we've all got a good bond. So yeah.
Love it. Well, good luck to you in the Ospreys. We hope to see you on the winner's side of the ledger.
Yeah, thank you. Go the Ospreys.
Back to you there, Clive.
Oh, that Aaron Tees is a shy bloke, isn't he? Hey, Ellen Ryan, how are you? Ellen Fife, even. I knew I'd do that.
I know, that's okay.
I didn't do it during the game.
Good.
How are you, Els?
Yeah, good, thank you, Clive.
Yes, that Aaron T is always a bit shy around a camera, but what a fantastic match this is going to be. Third versus second, as we said on the table. Their tiebreak stats are almost impeccable, these two, so it's going to make for a wonderful encounter, and we're just about ready to get going, and Kelsey Cottrell's going to get us started.
Yeah, we were unlucky, I guess, to play both of these teams today, and they were both on fire, so I'm sure they're going to have a cracking game tonight.
Do you still respond okay to both Ellen Ryan and Ellen Fife? You okay with that?
Yeah, I'll respond to both. Not
you.
many people know me as Ellen Fife, so there you go.
How's little Archie going? Did you catch up with him after the game? Or?
Yeah, just a quick g'day. Max got the reins. He's going really well, but yeah, he was having a quick bottle.
Such a cute little fella.
He was pretty happy.
I got smiles from him yesterday.
Oh, good.
All right, well, this is going to be a really interesting matchup, this one. The Ospreys have done something that's hard to do. They've actually been winning a lot of ends when they're controlling the length. They're 60% success when they've got first bowl. It's not something we see a lot of at BPLs because the standard that people come home with that last bowl.
Yeah, the boys do seem to pick a length that suits them, and it's obviously quite working for them. And you know, when you got Corey on the mat leading up for Teasy, they're very hard to beat.
It's handy, isn't it? Speaking of handy, the Jets, how good are they going? I mean, you just saw it first.
Yeah, that's right. I
three of them were outstanding.
I said to Jez before we went out, I said, I haven't played these guys yet because obviously I wasn't here for Pine. And yeah, on paper they're very good and on the green they're very good. So they're definitely a team to watch out for.
So were you a keen watcher of BPL 20? Did you watch the lot?
I watched a few when I could, but yeah, obviously hands are a little bit full.
Corey Wedlock, as we're so used to seeing Carla Krasanik, no surprise to see Corey Wedlock on the jack early.
No surprise at all. Corey Wedlock, he's an absolutely unbelievable lead, and we all know that. We love watching him as he puts down a short bowl. Sorry, Corey, we talked into that, didn't we?
Cursed him at the last. Yep.
But no, he's outstanding to watch, isn't he? And I think you know when you're leading up against Corey, you've got to be on form or you're going to absolutely get buried. So, yeah, he's too consistent. Gets a bit boring, doesn't it?
Well, I don't think so. I hear you, but I don't think so. Now, Nick Brett just on the outside there, so looking to land. He plays such a crucial role as Corey Wedlock in setting things up for this man.
Teasy was unbelievable this morning when we played him out on the live streamery.
He's done enough to count with that. That'll be 3. See if Nick Brett, one of the international stars of the BPL. He's narrowed this up. This is an opportunity looming already for the Ospreys.
Just going back to that length again, like this is sort of an uncommon length for most teams, so it might have caught the Hawks a little bit off guard as well. Most teams are more sort of mat up, jack in the middle or on the tee, but as you can see we're playing mat middle, jack short.
Yeah, so this has been, the short ends have been the favour of the Ospreys. This one would probably fall into the very short type category. As Nick just crashes into the front, they've had 67% success rate of winning this sort of length end, the Ospreys, so they're going well with this length. And the Hawks, on the other hand, they've been okay on the shorter lengths as well. So
yeah, I guess I'm just finding their groove, and this green's obviously a little bit quicker than the green that we play on all day and this time of the night as well. So I'm sure they'll settle into it soon.
Aaron T's just find his way through here, not quite going to make it. So we'll just check how many this is. Is it just the one, or is there more for the Ospreys here? We're getting the tape nice and early here.
How great's the crowd for night one?
It's been fantastic.
Amazing.
Yeah, they were in early too. They were in very early. Of course, we've still got 2 more matches after this to come. Steamers and the Pioneers, and the Suns and the Lions to wrap things up. So you'd expect they'll certainly be their loudest for the Steamers. This might even be, you might even need to get an umpire involved here. Lots of measuring going on.
Yeah, I tried last game, but
I think that's 3,
it was
isn't it?
more to just scare the boys.
It is 3 to the Ospreys, so a perfect start for the Tweed Ospreys as they look to defend, of course, their BPL 20 title. Such a settled lineup. We talk about the communication between players, and again we see another short end. In fact,
This is
as short as it gets.
Short. Wow.
This is as short as it gets. This is absolute minimum length. It was the new rule change that was brought in for BPL 20. Is you can have a minimum length spot. And this is a little bit of a shock to the system. This might be for the international players because they don't play 21 metres, Els.
Yeah.
Of course, the international rule is 23 metres is the minimum length, but in Australia, 21. I'm not entirely sure why we do it differently in Australia, but maybe it's just because we're Australian.
Go Aussies. Not a bad start there by Kelso, sort of in that zone.
How much fun was that matchup with Aaron Wilson out there for you? Commonwealth Games champions leading up against each other. Yeah. That is awesome.
He's a little buggy, kept changing the length. I was like, you trying to trick me here? Because I hope you trick yourself, but it didn't work.
Carla, you enjoyed that battle?
I did. I loved that battle. I was backing in the girls, Alan. You did an awesome job out there. Yeah, it was exciting to see. Yeah, the two Commonwealth Games singles gold medalists up against each other, and yeah, I don't think anyone could trick you by swapping lengths, Alan. I think you're way too experienced for that.
I was waiting for the shirt off.
Oh yeah, that might put you off. Yeah.
No. maybe finals night. Yeah, that would.
All right, what can Kelsey come up with here? One short and one long so far for her. Needs to find that middle ground with this one. She's certainly given this one a little push. Looking to land, or a little trail perhaps.
Chance.
Just going to run through. Certainly gave it every chance, as you say.
Yeah, there's options down there still for Nikki. You can land the bowl, trail the jack.
Titanium Caravan. Service your caravan with the industry leaders. Titanium Caravans, a valued partner of BPL 21.
And Corey's just favouring his backhand here, so you're just trying to sneak past, or if he nails it, he'll be happy with that.
He's close to the jack. He's got a little piece of it. That's perfect. Just tucks it away, makes it all a little bit of a straight line.
So Nikki will be poking up at that now, trying to squeeze that jack.
He's close too. Is he going to hold on for the jack? Just going to pass underneath. Gave it a super look.
Teesy's pointing to get the tee early.
It's an interesting one with the minimum spot. The tee's a long way, Helen.
It is. It's a big difference too, going minimum and then going tee to tee. So he's just trying to split these back ones here.
I haven't measured it, but it would have to be around about 15 metres from the minimum spot to that tee spot. It'd have to be somewhere in that region. Well, Nick Brett with a little bit more weight here.
Close.
He's just going to drop again, I think. Just under.
Great effort.
I think that's where Aaron Tees needs a bowl. There's 4 bowls that he needs to split there. Those 4 yellow bowls. Needs to find one that lands right in the middle of those. And he's not far off doing it. Will he find a gap? Well, he's helped. Still a big shot on here for Nick Brett. He's out on a slightly wider line. Now, will it get back is the question. Might have corrected a little bit of both here. That's what it was, just a little bit of both. And 2 shots it is to the Ospreys. They lead it 5-0 after 2 ends of the first set against the Hawks. And it's substitutions already. Aiken Rice coming in. Kelsey Cottrell will go to the bench for now. We will see Kelsey Cottrell back in this match because every player has to play at least 12 bowls. She perhaps hasn't quite found it, so they've gone with a bit of a switch. And again, we see minimum length.
Yeah, it's a smart tactic because Kels can sort of sit there and reset now, and she might come out firing when she does.
Absolutely, should just struggle to find that range weight-wise. We've seen Nathan Rice, you know, for so long. We knew Nathan Rice as an attacking, big driving player, but he's got every shot in the book.
Yeah, he's a very touch bowler. Like, he plays with really good weight.
Carla, the early sub, just one of those things you have to do in a BPL. You've got to think about these things, and if you think about it, sometimes the option is to do it rather than just think about it.
Yeah, well, we don't often we hardly ever really see a substitute on the third ends of a game, but I like that idea. You know, they've lost the first two. If you lose a third end, then you're probably out of the set completely, so make the change early and, you know, see what happens. I think it's a really good tactic, and you know, we'll see if it works for them or not, but you've got to give it a try because these games, they go so damn quick. So if you don't change something early, you've run out of time.
Nathan Rice played up there on the forehand. In the end, he would have loved to have perhaps two more feet on that just to sit that bowl right out. Yeah. But it's still a nice setup, an inviting setup.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, in the zone there, easy for Nikki to land the bowl, trail that jack, or, you know, pump Lurchie up.
Corey with a disciplined bowl with his last there. Needed to pass, knowing that Nathan is very unlikely to be short with this bowl. All sorts of chances here just to get in that funnel. He's on the outside of it. Well,
bit of a change up.
A little bit more room there for Nick. There's still a target there. We celebrate more of our partners. So all of those wonderful partners on the big screen there here at the venue. As Aaron Tees puts another one in there, does form a line of bowls, but that front Hawks bowl sits there as a bit of a guard. Certainly expect Nick Brett to reach here and land on those bowls or trail the jack. Just needs to land. Beautifully played.
Great shot, Nicky.
Gee, the weight, as you said, great weight. The weight that he played there was just perfect. Suddenly the opportunity goes to Aaron Tees to try and turn the jack round the corner or sit the Hawks bowl out. How much is he getting? Well, he's done it well. He's done it well. 2 shots to the Ospreys. Well, he's missed the jack, and here's where this back bowl comes in handy, Ellen.
This is good. Option.
What are we saying that is? About 12 metres past the jack?
Looks like it. Yes. Need some binoculars to get down there.
And Aaron Tees is going to try and beat it to the tee.
Yeah, a smart option to play there.
Sometimes it's not all about being close to the jack.
No, it's not. Especially when you do have a 5-0 lead as well. Sometimes playing a little bit more defensive is good.
Has he done enough to get to that back tee? I think so. Nick Brett. He could get both Ospreys bowl here. Now, he's getting an edge. Well, he's cut it down. It'll only be 1 to the Ospreys, I think, now. Yep, 1 to the Ospreys. So, cuts it down and they concede 1. A 6-0 advantage to the Ospreys, and the power play for the Hawks is out and about. So, they'll be looking for at least 2 shots. They'd love a 3 here and tie it up on their power play. No change in tactics from the Ospreys. Minimum length it is once more.
When we played the Hawkies today, they saved their power play to the last end on both sets, and they got us on the last bowl. So
wow, both sets?
Yeah, both sets.
Wow, great start from Corey Wedlock there. We're so used to seeing that first bowl of Corey Wedlock being so good. Now, I've actually run some stats on that, saving the power play to the last. As Nathan Rice replies with some brilliance of his own. I have run some stats on that, saving that last power play. BPL 20, when you save the power play to the last end, needing it to win, you were successful 38% of the time.
Okay. Yep.
Now that doesn't take into account if you won the power play but didn't get enough to actually win the set. So it's about a 38% success rate. I don't know, I feel like you'd want that to be a little bit higher by saving it till then, but that's a really handy bowl for Nathan Rice. Just gets right in line with where that jack might get popped to. Aaron Tees might have been tempted to get Corey to have a look at that, but he said it's their power play. Let's be a little bit more disciplined than that.
Yeah, even just to build the head up a little bit, and Teesy can play that nice weight to try land it up and over, move that jack.
So if you're the Ospreys right now, 1 down, which will double to 2, really doesn't bother you, does it?
No, it doesn't, no.
You'd feel comfortable defending a 4-shot lead going into the last end. Nathan Rice, because what about, oh, did he move the jack, and is it only 1? The jack moved. We will check here.
It's two good bowls. You can, Nicky's got a chance there to land the Ospreys bowl for 3. See what Teesy comes up with.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Valued partner, BPL 21. Aaron T's just on the outside, so I wonder whether there's a temptation to forehand. Yeah, Nick Brett is going to look on the forehand. He's got that reference bowl out there to get down inside.
I think he's all in his weight here.
Gave it every chance. Line-wise, just didn't quite reach. There's a shot looming here. The Ospreys need another bowl close here, because there is a land of that jack high bowl looming for Nick Brett that will be worth a lot. Does he miss the front? He does. So they're not sure whether it's 1 or 2 at the moment. Of course, that really is 2 or 4 with the Hawks power play in vogue here. Can you find another way into the head here, Nick Brett?
Just struggling to find a weight there.
The Ospreys still need another bowl close, because those 2 Ospreys bowls can go clean as a whistle for a lot for the Hawks. And Aaron T's come up with something special here. He is the man to deliver. He's just on the outside. Well, will the Hawks go looking for all 3 bowls?
All 3 go.
That will depend on whether they think they're holding 2. Those 3 bowls of the Ospreys all line up. Yeah, there's no doubt Nathan Rice was going to see that shot on. All 3 of them can go here. Nick Brett. He's on the backhand. Well, what's he doing with the front? Nothing. I reckon the tape's coming out here, and this is going to be a crucial measure, because it's really worth 2 more for the Hawks. That's what we're measuring for. Pushed out 1. Thought Nick might have gone a little bit more weight at those.
Macy didn't play a little bit more to that.
We've got a great view of this measure. And it is 2 doubling to 4. So it is game on as we enter the final end of the first set. It's a 6-4 lead to the Ospreys. The Ospreys activate their power play. That won't matter in terms of this one. It's the Hawks looking for 2 shots to draw the set or 3 to take the win. Carla, those millimetres feature again. Huge difference between 1 and 2 shots there in terms of the power play.
Yeah, Clive, it's a massive difference, isn't it? Chasing a 4 in this format is extremely challenging, and now instead they're just chasing a 2 to draw off the set. Managed to sneak a 3, they win it, but yeah, it's made a massive difference to the play of this last end for the Gold Coast Hawks. They're still right in it, but of course, Tweed heads, I mean. it's hard to get any multiples against them. So we'll have to see what happens here.
Yeah, well, there is that theory that there's always a chance to get 2, isn't there? As long as your bowls aren't all short of the jack, you can generally always create a 2.
Yeah, well, even just a tie set, like, that's good.
Yeah, so that's a 2 required for that.
Yeah.
So
I think when you come in from behind as well, if you manage to tie the set, it almost feels like a bit of a win because you were almost down and out. So if the Hawks can tie this set, then they kind of go in with the momentum in the second set rather than the Tweed Ospreys.
isn't that a funny one in sport? Any draw, there always still feels like there's a winner and a loser. Absolutely. It depends who was in front and didn't quite get over the line. Yeah. Yep. In terms of set performances, Nathan Rice grabs the jack and gives the Hawks a chance. In terms of set 1 performance, 6 set 1 wins to the Hawks out of their 9 and 4.5 to the Ospreys. So the Hawks have been good in first sets. Second sets haven't been quite so successful for them. So this set might be very important for the Hawks' chances as Corey Wedlock replies brilliantly. Sits with shot as the players change ends. For your hearing needs, Audica. Keep hearing and being you with Audica. Proud hearing partner of Bowls Australia in the BPL. Nick Brett almost needs to play the same sort of shot as both Corey Wedlock and Nathan Rice played. Just going to drop under.
It's a great way he played.
He wouldn't have destroyed things, would he? It's a little nudge of the jack. There is value on that trail. He's going to get 2 more shots at it potentially. What can Aaron Tees do to shut down that danger? He'd love to just run past the jack. He's actually going to sit alongside. Anything that gives Nick a little shave to grab if he was just dropping under. So he can play this quite confidently, and he's looking for any jack movement. Nick Brett, he's in the area. What's he got? He's got the jack movement. Made at least 2. His bowl will run on a little bit. 3 is the signal. Corey Wedlock. Aaron Tees is on the attack straight away. Looking for the jack. He's got the jack. It's gone out of bounds. It'll be re-spotted. Oh, has it gone out of bounds?
I think it's stayed in.
No, it is still in bounds. So I looked at the angle it was going on. I thought it was finding its way out, but it has just stayed in. And now suddenly...
Just trying to pump one of his own through and run and stay.
And they have to somehow find 2. Well, here's a chance. Well, is that ball going to stay on? I don't think so. It's gone in the ditch. Now, Aaron Tees will still play his bowl here. Corey Wedlock says he's not sure.
Yeah, he said they're too far.
Yeah, he said they're too far, just draw it anyway. And I think Aaron Tees has done that. He has. So, do we go to a measure? I think we might have an extremely long measure required here. We know that the Ospreys are going to win the first set, but we need a measure to determine how many shots it is, and we need the long measure, else. So they're bringing out the string measure. Don't see the string measure too often.
It's a bit of an art, isn't it, to using this string measure, I reckon.
Yeah, and of course with the jack in the ditch, it just takes out the laser measure as an option as well. Whether or not they would use the laser measure for such a long measure, I'm not sure, but with the jack in the ditch, you can't do that because it just can't be set up. So string measure here just to determine whether it's 1 or 2 to the Ospreys. Of course, we will double that 1 or 2 because it was an Ospreys power play. Round they go, and I'll tell you what, there's not an awful lot in there, in that. Looks like it's the Ospreys bowl.
Oh, sorry, Bob.
Well, they are just checking it again to make sure, and I think that they will want to go back and make sure that that measure hasn't moved. Maybe you're measuring over these longer distances. They have confirmed that it is the Ospreys that get 2 shots. We double that to 4, courtesy of the power play, and they win the first set, 10 shots to 4, the Ospreys. Alan Fife, thank you for joining me.
Thank you, Clive.
And we will head off and take a break, and we'll be back with the second set between the Ospreys and the Hawks on the other side of this. You're watching BPL 21. It's BPL 21 at the Moama Bowls Club, and we are halfway through the match between the Tweed Ospreys and the Gold Coast Hawks. It's a 10-4 first set victory to the Ospreys, and we are into the second set. Chloe Stewart is on the rink for the Ospreys. Aaron Tees has gone to the bench, and we've still got Nathan Rice and Nick Brett out there for the Hawks. Nice time to have Lindsay Clark come back up and join me.
It's a nice time out here today, Clive. Look, the sun's setting. It's a beautiful energy out there. It's not often we see Teesy on the bench, so yeah, just taking it easy for a little while. He's done his job.
How good was that little interview with the 2 Pulse fans down there? Fantastic.
Yeah, beautiful. I was talking to the parents of Jackson and young Hunter off screen. So Jackson just recently recovered from leukemia, which is a pretty cool story in itself. But then he found bowls was the only sport he could really play with the amount of sort of pressure on his joints and things like that. Found Barry Lester, and the next thing is history, and he's here and he's loving bowls and he's loving Barry even more.
Doesn't surprise us that Barry Lester is involved there, does it? He's a wonderful man.
He is. He gives a lot back to the sport, and the young kids love him, and he really supports everybody involved in our great game.
And as the sun sets, it sets over the Max Australia canopy, and we are going to enjoy a wonderful night of bowls courtesy of that roof, with a range of canopy styles and high-tech membranes to choose from. When it comes to premier bowling green canopies, Max is in a league of their own.
It's an iconic structure here at Moama. Beautiful to play underneath, and the surface is, second to none.
Oh, Corey Wedlock has done it again. Switches to the skipper's role. They've changed the length a little bit, so they've gone for a slightly longer length with Chloe coming into the match. It's still not exactly long. They've been playing absolute bare minimum throughout that first set, though.
Yeah, the boys love that, the real tiny length. They like the shorter length anyway, but when the 21-metre length was introduced at Pine Rivers at the last event for the first time, I think they're rubbing their hands together, the Ospreys, so they play it a lot and they play it very well.
Corey Wedlock in the zone again. Needs to land a little. He's just going to find his way through the gap. And, of course, Chloe Stewart, recent retiree from the Australian Jackaroos. I'm sure we'll get Carla's thoughts in a sec, Linz, but probably brought a tear to the eye, I'm sure.
Oh, it did. Luckily for me, I'm an Osprey team member alongside Chloe, so I'll still get to have a game with Chloe and playing for Queensland, obviously, as well. So, yeah, sad for Australia that she's... hung up the Australian boots, but she's a big GM now at Farms and doing big things in her career, and bowls is just a bit of a fun luxury for her now instead.
Carla, for you, I'm sure plenty of happy memories on the green with Chloe.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to be playing with Chloe since she was, I think it was 12 or 13. I remember the first time she rocked up to a state training day, and she's just this young, keen, enthusiastic girl. So she's just grown into an outstanding woman, outstanding player. And as much as, like Lindsay said, it's disappointing for Australian bowls that she's hung up the boots, but she's got so many exciting things happening in her life. And, I guess there's more to life than bowls. So it's great to see her exceeding in her job and doing really something that she loves doing. It's great that she's really found her place, and we know we're still going to see her out here at BPL. We're still going to see her on the green at Tweed, so it's not the end of bowls for her, it's just a different direction. And yeah, congratulations Chloe, and yeah, we look forward to seeing what comes for her next in life.
Well, now we see the battle between Chloe Stewart and Kelsey Cottrell, because Kelsey back into the match. We knew she'd be back because they did make an unusual sub, the Hawks. And we see Nathan go and join his son Levi on the bench.
Oh, it's so good to see his carbon copy of Lurchie, his young Levi. He loves the sport, loves bowls, he's a fanatic.
It's funny you say that, because I said to Nathan earlier on, he said, I might have Levi sitting on the bench with me. I said, well, I know he's yours. He said yes.
Yeah, you can't get mistaken. And unfortunately for Levi, everyone knows he's Nathan Rice's child. So he's got big expectations on his shoulder. But he loves the game. Only just took it up about a year or so ago. He didn't really have too much interest in it when Dad was probably at his peak of his Australian career. But it's pretty cool he's found his way.
The junior BPL, of course, that'll be on later in the week. And Levi will be part of that. Nate Keepy.
Yes.
Anthony Keepy, of course, a former Jackaroo as well, so they'll be in action. So really looking forward to what they bring.
Yeah, I love the addition of the BPL Junior Cup. We saw it for the first time last year. It's now expanded with every franchise, having a junior side connected with them, and it's great to see their families have all come down as well. So know Anthony and Kelly Keepy really well, and they're just so proud of their boy. And Chucky, he's played for Australia before, Anthony, the dad, so he's, Nate, you've got to do this and got to do that. And Kel would not know at all what bowls really does too much. He just wants Nate to have a good time. So nice little balance there.
Absolutely. And Carla, close to your heart as well.
Well, I just wanted to ask Lindsay, I know there's a carbon copy of her back here at her house up on the Gold Coast. So Lindsay, any chance that we're going to see your carbon copy and Kenzie out on the green anytime soon?
Look, oh gee, yes, you are right. She is my mini twinny, Liddy. But yeah, she, not really. She said bowls was a bit boring. Although on the weekend we did go and support the mighty Ospreys in the Premier League, and she had a game with Kaylee and Ruby Turley on the indoor, and she come down and was proud to let me know she got 2 of hers on the white ball. So she was pretty proud of that moment. But yeah, for now, probably not, but you never know. You never know.
Fantastic to see the kids getting involved, that is for sure. As Kelsey, well, they subbed her in the first set because she hadn't quite found the range, and it gave her a rest, and she's come out and delivered, which is what it's all about, the BPL. Of course, Aero the world and Australian champions, Sheriff, Wedlock, Tees, Sammy Atkinson and State Junior, we're talking about the youngsters, Lily Vardy, all agree it's the same line every time that is the key to their success.
Yeah, young Lily Vardy from Tweed Heads, a sponsored aero player, but she's a young girl going places, 16 years of age. She's played in 2 state pennant finals with us to be crowned champion, and really great junior, so hope to see her in action over the next couple of days as well.
Nick Brett. Can he do here? Currently 1 shot to the Hawks. Corey wasn't far away again. He just continues to deliver on the BPL stage, doesn't he?
He's got to be the best weight player in the game. I think his touch is phenomenal. I think
we got him again.
What if we put the mockers on him? Oh no. Got a direct line down there, but generally 9 times out of 10 he's got the best weight.
Got him twice so far in this match, so yeah. I think Carla and I got him in the first time.
Sorry about that, Corey, but yes,
Sorry, Corey.
traditionally is an amazing weight player. Definitely sets things up generally when he's leading, so interesting. When he's skipping, he's got to play a little bit more attacking at times.
That last bowl of Nick Brett, it's locked on the front, but it's just narrowed the angle down now. It's difficult for Corey to get around that and get back to the jack, so
yeah, at this stage.
Well, I went down and had a look.
Yeah, yep, I like that. Go down and see the angles. He's one of the quickest on the mat, so probably doesn't need a timeout with 7 seconds to go. But probably 1 down at this stage isn't too bad.
Delivered with 4 to spare. There you go. No trouble at all. Does he clear the front? No, he's going to run into that exact bowl that we were talking about. Just change the angles. It's amazing how a bowl that is essentially, 1.5 meters from the jack can change the shots that are on offer.
Yeah, just Kelso's giving some tactical advice here. A bit of aggression.
Looking for the bowl. Looking to clip that bowl right out of there. Oh, any angle there might have done it.
Yeah, it's not like Kelso, that aggressive style of play. I like to see it though.
Hawks take one shot apiece after 2 ends of the second set. We love to see a few different shots played at the BPL. That is the way. I think we've seen that throughout the night, though. There's been a couple of times where perhaps me sitting up here in the commentary box has been concerned maybe that they can't take this risk or they can't take that risk, but they backed themselves in and got the result.
Yeah, throw caution to the wind a little bit. I think, those kind of aggressive shots has paid dividends. So if anyone was watching, perhaps the TV rink might be running a little bit easier to play those aggressive shots and get the results go your way. So you do make your own luck in this game, and credit to them if it comes off.
Absolutely. So Kels going to close in on this jack, just finishes on the outside.
Yeah, both these girls did battle for Australia just a couple of weeks ago. Australian teammates headed over to New Zealand to play in the annual Trans-Tasman Series, Chloe's last event in the Australian colours, which we didn't know at the time. So a pretty good way to finish off, the Australian girls winning their shield and the Australian team as a whole winning 4 of the 5 trophies.
Very successful campaign, wasn't it?
Really good, really strong performance team we've got behind them with the coaching headed by Gary Willis. So.
Change of hand for Kelsey Cottrell. Looks to be a little bit on the tight side. It's looking to hang on and try and get to the jack, but not quite. Yeah, brilliant performance. We're so used to seeing that from the Jackaroos. Almost put pressure on themselves by the wonderful performances.
Yeah, I think most of the squad are used to it now. There was a bit of a new look side there. Lee Schreiner making his re-debut after his one cap for Australia. Did really well with the boys to fit on in there. Chloe Stewart came in for Ellen Fife, who took a break while she had a baby Archie, so found her way into the 5 and did exceptionally well as well. So much depth in our country for this sport that's great to see.
Right, slightly wider line here for Kelsey. She's right in the area this time. Very, very close to this jack. Where's it going? Well, it just goes to the Ospreys bowl and stays alongside. Had every chance for that to end up in a nest of Hawks bowls.
Yeah, she's group 3 good ones there now, so doesn't have shot, but give some chances for a skip.
Nest supply well, actually, in this match, don't they? The Hawks versus the Ospreys.
If you don't say so yourself, Clive,
Yeah,
yes.
just give myself a little bit of credit. That's all right. Noticed that you and Carla were just holding back there, so give yourself some credit. That's all right.
Nice, Clive. Very nice.
I was too absorbed in the game, what was actually happening, to let the words sink in, so apologies there.
So Nick Brett maybe chooses the backhand here, look to come down and try and sit that bowl. Not sure whether that'll get back from that line, Linz.
Yeah, he's on a little bit of a high line with that speed. Another hockey in, another one in that kind of pocket of yellow.
You were very cautious not to say nest then, Lindsay.
Yeah.
I'm not quite as well thought as Clive with my comments, so whatever comes out, guys.
That's a really valuable bowl from Corey Wedlock right there. He's managed to just land one in the middle of those Hawks bowls. But there's still a shot on here for Nick Brett. He'll want to get down on a good line now and try and land that bowl. He's taken a bit of weight off. So he's just going to drop under it, I think. Basically back to a draw shot.
Yeah, any more weight on that, it probably was holding nicely to sit out the Ospreys. The Hawks do look like they've got a couple of seconds. Corey just wanting it to slow slightly.
He's played it brilliantly. Just tucks in behind. That'll count. So that's 2.
I wonder if we'll see some aggression for both bowls here. Kelsey wanted it, yeah.
The value's there again. It's solid weight. Needs it to hang on a bit.
Need some luck now.
Well, that's not going to be a good result for the Hawks. Expect that's 2 at the moment to the Ospreys.
And Corey's got about 3 or 4 metres there, you'd think. So.
No, he's not missing drawing this, that is for sure. It'll just be decided whether or not it is currently 2. It does look like it from our vantage point.
Nicely done there from Corey Wedlock.
Yeah, 3 shots it will be to the Ospreys. Lindsay Clark, I'll let you get back down to ringside.
Thanks, Clive. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you. So the Ospreys lead it 4 shots to 1 after 3. No siren from the coaches with any power plays. Still okay, so they've gone back to the minimum length. No power play called yet, as I welcome in the star for the Jets, Paul Foster. Hello, Paul.
Hi, Clive. How are you?
Very well, mate. You were outstanding tonight. In fact, all 3 of you were outstanding tonight for the Jets.
Yeah, to be honest, Clive, over the past 2 days, both Jamie Lee and Disco have been playing great, so, and I'm just putting the odd ball here and there, so very happy with their performances.
Did a bit more than the odd ball here and there tonight, but that's you being modest, but that's all right. 9 out of 10 wins so far, and you've only gone to 1 tie-break. It's an incredible record so far.
Yeah, we can't ask for any more than that, to be honest. Every game you play is going to be so difficult, but to have 1 tie-break so far is very hard to believe, but we'll just regroup again tomorrow and go again.
Absolutely. Who got you? Who's the one that got you?
It was the Sydney Saints.
Sydney Saints. Okay, well, that's interesting, isn't it? The 2 new teams.
Yeah, they got us pretty easily.
Okay. Chloe Stewart just looking to get round her own bowl and fall in for shots. Just rolled a little bit too far, perhaps. How'd it feel out there? It looked good. I mean, everyone's handling the rink quite well. It's a little. We're hearing it's a little bit quicker than the daytime green.
Yeah, the TV rink is probably about 1.5 seconds quicker.
Yep.
You can play all the shots on it. Yeah, it's lovely. It's a lovely pace.
Kelsey Cottrell, 2 of the absolute stars of Australian bowls here, going head-to-head against each other. Paul Stewart and Kelsey Cottrell. It's one of the things I love about the BPL, Paul. We added the international stardom of a BPL 20. Of course, we've had Alex here for some time, but adding yourself and the host of players that have come over. But we've still had room for the Australian stars to shine as well, and we've got 2 new ones again here with Jack McShane and Kane Nelson that have come into the tournament. It's fantastic to see the wonderful blend of talent we've got at the BPL.
Oh, absolutely. It's Jack and Kane, that's the future of your sport. I played against Jack at the UBC, and he's such a talent.
Shot, yeah.
I played Kelsey. And obviously Kane, he won the World Under 25s in Hong Kong,
yes.
I think it was. So another fantastic talent, and obviously played against him yesterday, and his drawing and driving is just second to none, to be honest. But that's great for our sport.
Big weight here, and this is right on target. Could not have hit that any cleaner. Jack goes back to the tee, and look at the difference here. We were playing to the minimum spot. Just change your draw by 14 metres and draw to the tee.
I fancy Nick to draw this just now. That's Nathan, actually.
It's Nathan, yeah. Yeah, Nick's on the bench. He's not drawing it from there. Although, you know, Nick can do anything, but he's played it brilliantly. Needs it to run a little bit. Well, that'll do for now. Actually thought he was running a bit further than that, but just pulled up.
He's slow enough being touched now, but Corey's never far away with his draws. Certainly looking interested. Looks pretty good.
You've done well, Paul. You've done well. I'll tell you why, because every time we've said Corey's Corey's been all over it. We've cursed him a couple of times during this match, so I was saying nothing. But you called it and you got it right, so well done.
I've played against Corey quite a few times now, and he's just so consistent.
Absolutely.
Unbelievable player.
Now, has Nathan found something himself? He's very close.
He's in the area.
Sit the shot bowl.
Yes,
brilliant shot, Nathan Rice.
Great shot. Corey will just play similar to his last one for the shot.
Corey will be basically looking for the action replay of that shot and play it himself. Now, has he got the pace to hold that line? He's very close.
What a ball, Corey.
Oh,
what
wow.
a ball. Ball for goal.
I mean, the weight control of that shot. That's just absolutely brilliant. It's trickled up, barely weight to spare, and just lands on the shot bowl.
Fraction high here, so they won't get back.
There is a consolation prize potentially, not quite.
So that's a great end from Corey.
What a brilliant end of bowls. Corey with the big hit, gets the jack to the back spot, and then delivers with perfection to take a 5-1 lead. And I think we've got a double power play happening. We certainly do. A double power play. Of course, that power play really is a big one for the Hawks. They must find 3 shots here on their power play to take us to a tie-break. And that is not going to be an easy task.
Not the way Chloe and Corey are playing. But you never know. Bowls is a funny old game.
You've mixed it up a little bit this time around, Paul. You've done a little bit more skippering than perhaps you did at BPL 20. That's just the advantage of having the flexibility between yourself and particularly yourself and Aaron in terms of skippering. I think Jamie Lee knows her role in the team.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, the BPL 20 at Pine Rivers, it was my first event, and I was just letting Disco do his own thing and vice versa. But we've been more tactical this time round, and Disco's happy leading to me, and if we need to change it up, then we swap it about. And Jamie Lee she's playing great at the front.
She was outstanding again tonight.
Oh, she was, yeah.
You know, when you have Aaron Wilson go off the rink having played so well, sometimes that substitute, you know, you don't want to substitute anybody in a sense at that point, but you have to. They're the rules. As you see, Kelsey just nudged the jack in behind Chloe's bowl there. You don't necessarily want to make the change, but you have to, so you hope they don't miss a beat. And Jamie Lee did not miss a beat. She was outstanding.
Well, she was. To come on in the second set and then to play the way she played, it certainly made my job a lot easier. And there's a lot of pressure out there, also on the TV ring. The crowd have been fantastic. And it's, yeah, we've all enjoyed it so far.
If anyone wondered why you won 9 out of 10, I think it's pretty clear. I saw the display today.
Yeah, well, we did 7 out of 10 last year, then collapsed.
Yeah,
so.
I wasn't going to mention that. think Carla and I had agreed we weren't going to mention that, Carla, that the Jets started BPL 20 very strongly. I think we'd agreed we weren't going to touch that, didn't we?
Well, we had agreed we weren't going to talk about it while Paul was here, that's for sure. But yeah, unfortunately for you guys, BPL 20 didn't go to plan after a phenomenal start. But I guess you learn from that, don't you, Paul?
Yeah, of course you do. It's like nothing's a given. As I say, you're just trying to keep yourself in the event first couple of days, and you regroup again. And as I say, every game you play is hard, but we've certainly learned from BPL 20.
Of course, we saw some youth as part of the World Bowls Tour this time around, didn't we? Alex's niece, I watched a match that you played against her.
Yeah, what a future Beth has, Beth Reaver. She was absolutely fantastic. And both.
Great to see. It's just great to see youth coming through, whether it's the BPL, whether it's on the World Bowls Tour, you know, that we're so familiar with here and have enjoyed for so long, watching yourself and Alex and Nick and all the stars and Catherine, you know. To see some youth coming through there is just wonderful. And of course, combined with a young men's winner in Jason Banks as well. The unbelievable performance.
Jason was absolutely brilliant, to be honest, in both pairs and the singles. And yeah, he's a great guy off the green as well. And nobody will take away what he's done. He made history, winning the three titles. Will it be done again? Who knows?
Effort, that's for sure. All right, Nathan Rice needs to catch a little edge here, just on the outside.
Still got a chance though.
Yeah, well, again, we see those bowls just looming at the back. The Hawks have had a few setups like this, and of course they need that three-shot collect to get this one to a tie-break.
I think Corey will just try and slide past Jack.
He's under the line to do that. Doesn't really want the Jack edged. He's got enough of it. Still just one.
Still a slight chance here.
What are you thinking here, Paul? What's the shot?
I think Nathan might come through in the backhand through the gap to try and lift his own up and follow through.
Trickle in himself?
Yeah, he can't go too quick. Any movement on his own balls will give him a chance with his last one.
He's out deep.
I'll get back. Disappointed with that. I think it's too quick as well.
And the back of the rink's not really any use to the Hawks. They can't create three there.
I think we'll see Corey play the forehand here, maybe, and just try and lift his own.
There is a potential chance to create three at the back of the rink by ploughing through. Jack out of bounds on the tee. So the Ospreys consider the back of the rink. They haven't.
Just putting the shot aside.
Well, this is interesting. Corey's going to find his way through. Well, he's got to the back of the rink anyway. I don't think that was the plan, but it actually...
Yeah, it worked out actually okay, but I think Nathan's just got the same shot again. He had to try and get the port, lift his own up and follow through.
The two Ospreys bowls are unlikely to go clean, aren't they? So that's unlikely.
I think, to be honest, you're relying on a lot of luck if you go for the two bowls.
There's one bowl left. They've called a timeout. Not going to be able to spend too much time here. That timeout only gives you another 30 seconds. So 30 seconds is on the clock now.
I just don't see any contact on the two Osprey balls. They must come through.
If you could get thin contact, there's a chance, I suppose. Thin contact so they go out the side that doesn't have to get to the Jack. So we are going to see Wade.
Just gone back. Didn't run at the kill.
Oh, he's just clipped the front. If he got past, there was chances, but he didn't quite slide past. It's going to be one to the Hawks, which we double to two, courtesy of their power play. And they take, well, the Ospreys, I should say, take the set 5 shots to 3. They defend as they needed to. A 10-4, 5-3 win to the Ospreys. Paul Foster, thank you so much for your time and good luck for the rest of the tournament. Made the first 2 days successful. Keep it going from now.
Thank you very much, Clive.
Yeah, good on you, mate. Thank you, Paul. And there it is, the Ospreys 10-4, 5-3. They hang on with that drive just skewing off the front. The Hawks needed 3. They could only get 1. And the Ospreys take a valuable win in that match. It was 2nd versus 3rd, and the Ospreys have done it. Chloe Stewart is with Lindsay Clark.
She is. Thank you, Clive. Chloe, did you hold your breath on that last one of Lurchies?
Yeah, 100%. Looked very close, so yeah, you just never know in those moments, and yeah, luckily we held on.
A really good day, a really successful day for the Ospreys, and how important is that one for the ladder?
Yeah, super important. Every game's always important, but yeah, an awesome way to finish off the night, and yeah, come out again tomorrow.
You're retired from international duties, still playing as good as ever, so what's taking you away from the game?
Yeah, I've got some work commitments and yeah, a few other things happening in life, but yeah, I'll still be out on the green, still playing with the mighty Ospreys, so yeah, time to do some other things and yeah, hopefully yeah, do some great things in my career.
Love it. Well, all the best to you and the team at Farms, and good luck for the Ospreys for the rest of the event.
Thanks, Letty.
Go the Ospreys.
The Ospreys get home in a close one, particularly in the second set. They won the first set 10-4, second set 5-3. Our drink-wise moment of the match, and it is the battle that we saw in the closing stages of that second set, and Corey Wedlock came up with a beauty. Nathan Rice in response sat that shot bowl out of there, and Corey Wedlock with ultimately perfect weight just came down there and said, I'll have that back, thank you very much, and sat on that shot bowl. Beautifully played by the Ospreys. We've got 2 more matches to come. It's going to be the Moama Steamers against the Adelaide Pioneers next, BPL 21. And as the sun starts to settle here at the Moama Bowls Club, we welcome the home team, the Moama Steamers, out onto the rink as they take on the Adelaide Pioneers in our next match here at BPL 21. It's been a wonderful night so far. We've seen some amazing performances. And if you ever want to see a performance at a BPL, well, you want to be around when Aaron Sheriff is on the rink. So we are going in for another cracking match. These two teams they've had some different form over the competition so far. The Steamers come in 11th place and the Pioneers in 4th place. The Pioneers have had a lot work for them at the BPL. If you look at that, you see the Pioneers on 40% ends won, but they've still got the set performances there. 6 out of 9 and 5 out of 9, so nice positive set performances, and they've won the big moments on their own power play, 61% of their own power play. For the Steamers, 51% ends won, that's a good stat. They're winning more than half of their ends. But just that second set is the one that's been a little bit shaky there. 2 out of 9. Second set performance tells us why they're probably down the ladder just a little bit. Lindsay Clark is on the rink.
Thank you, Clive. Yes, I'm down here with our debutant in the BPL, Kane Nelson. Kane, not the best start to the Moama Steamers for the event, but how are you enjoying the BPL so far?
Yeah, it's been so much fun. The guys have been great to play with. Kevy as coach has been keeping the vibes high, even though we haven't quite been going our best, but we haven't been that far off the mark, to be honest. It's just been sort of 1 or 2 bowls that have just not quite gone our way, unfortunately, but that's the format, I guess. It's a bit of a love-hate relationship at times, but yeah, just got to have fun and hopefully it changes around. There's still plenty of time.
Tell us about, you've watched a lot of BPLs, we heard you commentate all last season. What do you think it takes to turn that around and how are you going to win this match tonight?
Oh, well, hopefully Cass and Omar will carry the boat. We just got to go out there, play our best, encourage each other and have fun, and yeah, hopefully it goes good. As I said, we've only been 1 or 2 bowls out at the other games. We just need to, hopefully things can go our way, and this might be the night, which would be good.
Awesome. Well, good luck. I know a lot of the home crowd want you to get over the line, so all the best to you and the Steamers.
Thank you very much, Lenny.
One of the young stars of BPL 21, Kane Nelson there for the Moama Steamers. Is he right? They have, that things haven't quite gone their way, so they'll be looking for something special here. The Pioneers, though, they're sitting 4th. Caitlin Inch is back for the Pioneers, and
they are, Clive. Yep, sitting 4th. And Caitlin, not debutante, but you had a season off. How nice to be back with the Pioneers.
It's so nice to be back. I watched them the whole event last time on the live stream on the TV, and I was missing out big time. So it's great to be back and great to be competing with friends as well.
Tell us, you had the season off doing some kind of work as paramedic. How are you enjoying that?
Loving it. I'm so grateful I managed to get a job. Absolutely loving it. It's a dream come true, and I couldn't see myself doing anything else.
And how much time have you got left for bowls in the sport that you love as well?
I've got a little bit of time here and there. I'd had to sort out the priorities, but yeah, when I can, I'm trying to target those high-level competitions. So I'm glad that I can be back and amongst these world-class players.
Awesome. Well, you're very world-class yourself, so we're looking forward to seeing that tonight. Good luck to you and the Pioneers.
Thank you. Looking forward to it.
Thank you. Here we go, Clive. Ready for another one?
Yes, another very, very important one with the Steamers, as we say, down the table. The Pioneers looking to consolidate that place in the top 5. Carla, Caitlin Inch, a wonderful addition back into this team. Of course, we saw Lady McGorman at BPL 20, and she did a fine job. But Caitlin Inch is just that another level. Her international experience brings another level to this team.
Yeah, definitely does, Clive. Caitlin's got a lot of experience on the international bowl stage, playing for New Zealand for a number of years now. Worked her way, into the team as a front-end player, now a formidable back-end player for the New Zealand team. So she's got a great amount of experience. She's played also alongside Scotty and Wayne in quite a few of these events. So they seem to get along really well, the three of them. So I think it really is great to see her back in amongst it. And I'm sure Laney's at home cheering them on as well, of course. But yeah, it is exciting to see Caitlin back and looking forward to see what she can do tonight.
All right, we've got the Right at Home Challenge happening at the moment out in the rink. If you do come along to the BPL, you might get selected out of the crowd and get the opportunity to try and land a bowl right at home on the target. We've got Aaron out there at the moment. His first bowl, just a little wide, fairly well weighted. He's gone the barefoot option.
That's a pretty impressive
We love to see a bit of barefoot out there. Yes. And he's not far away with his next one. How's the weight? Needs it to push. I'll tell you what, he's got some help out in the rink. He's got Scotty Thelborn looking to give him a hand if need. We've got one more chance. You get three opportunities here at the Right at Home Challenge. All right, he's got it away on a pretty good line again. I don't know, this might need some footwork. This might.
Oh, a Matt move.
Thelborn's looking at Scotty. Oh, Scotty's done his best. I think from that Right at Home Challenge, there's one conclusion we can make, that Scotty Thelborn bites his fingernails because he could not get that mat off the rink, Carla.
Yes, no, that's an occupational hazard, isn't it? Biting your fingernails during bowls games.
That is one of the fun times you can have here at the BPL. So if you are in the area, we always encourage you to get along to the Moama Bowls Club. We'll be here all week, of course, and you might be the one that gets out there and gets the opportunity to have a go at the Right at Home Challenge. All right, it's going to be the Steamers to take on the Pioneers here. It's going to be Cass Millerick to start, Kane Nelson skippering, Aaron Sheriff starting on the bench, which is a little unusual for what we've seen from the Steamers, but we've had an indication from the bench that it's actually going to be the Pioneers to start. So
bit of early confusion.
Cass was pretty keen there, but
yeah.
Yes. Right, so Wayne Rudiger for the Pioneers to get us underway as I welcome in Chloe Stewart into the commentary. How are you, Chloe?
I'm good, thanks, Clive. Much better after that little win.
Yes, it was a tight finish. That last drive wasn't far away, was it?
Oh, yeah, he's so close. Like, Lurchy's always deadly on the runners, and, yeah, luckily we managed to hold on.
Good start by Wayne Rudiger. You'd be happy that they were playing first after that start, that's for sure. No, it was an interesting matchup, that's for sure. We saw a little bit of a different tactic with the Hawks with their substitution early, with Kelsey going off and then coming on late and finding her range when she came back on. So a little bit different from the Hawks.
Yeah, 100%. You know, Kelso, yeah, just started off a little bit slow, but that little break, she came out firing.
That was a big one for the Ospreys, wasn't it? You were sitting second coming into this round, and they were third, so it was an important match to keep that momentum going at the top of the table. Yeah, no,
100%. Like, every win is so important, and, you know, if you can get as many wins as you possibly can early, it certainly helps heading into the latter part of the week.
Cass Millerick here, a player that's really grown in her time in the BPL. She's really been able to produce the goods for this Steamers team when she's had those opportunities, and just seems to get better and better at each BPL.
Yeah, 100%. Like, Cass is just such a relaxed character, and she just loves being out there and playing, and she's not, you know, too fast if she plays a bad one here or there, but yeah, she's always so consistent, always roundabout, and yeah, being on her home turf, you know, she certainly takes full advantage of that.
Great shots from Wayne Rudiger. Carlo, you, I guess, being down in this same sort of region as Cass, you would come across her a little bit in a few games down here?
Yeah, Cass obviously moved down to, well, I know Moama's New South Wales, but we claim them as Victoria because they play in the Victorian League. So Cass has been down here a few years now, and I can't lie, it was very exciting to have her move down to Victoria. Most Victorians, outstanding shot, just adding there. Most Victorians move away, don't they, Chloe? But we managed to get one come down this way. So great to have Cass here, and yeah, she's really fallen into life in Victorian bowls really well, and stepped into the Victorian squad and been just an outstanding player for us. So yeah, glad we get some people move south.
Timed that well as Cass came up with an absolute cracker there to sit in that shot. Ari's not shy with the drive-bys there, Chloe. Didn't miss you there.
Yeah, no, she didn't miss me there, but I guess, you know, sometimes you lose some, sometimes you gain some, so yeah, it's all fun and games.
Happy to have you back at any time you like, Chloe.
Thanks, Carla. I'll keep that in mind.
So Kane Nelson, another one of these that he saw in the lead, an opportunity to make his mark on BPL 21. He's right in the area. Look at that. What a great shot. Nestles in there beautifully for a couple.
No signs of any nerves from Caden Nelson.
No, look, the two new ones, Jack McShane and Kane Nelson, Chloe, they come in, they're such experienced players, even though they're younger. Well, great contact there, great shot from Scotty Thalborn. Popped the jack out in the open, and a little bit of a draw-off now to see who can come up with the shot. But yeah, they're such experienced players already at such a young age that the nerves almost don't come into it, do they?
Yeah, it's just a real, you know, they can go out and they're just fearless, you know, they just play bowls and they enjoy it, and they play every bowl like it's, you know, their last bowl or the bowl to win a championship. So, yeah, no, they're great guys, and, yeah, they've definitely got the ability, that's for sure.
Kane skipped it for Queensland in the last side series, and Jack's won an Australian Open with his last bowl. I mean, you don't have to do much more to prove that you can play in the big moments. Scotty just looking to draw the shot, and he's done enough to grab that one, so it'll be one to the Pioneers at the moment. Kane Nelson for the Moama Steamers. Interesting to see Aaron Sheriff on the bench.
Yeah, you don't see that too often. Yeah, that's a rare sight to see, I guess. But, you know, Omar's such a great player, and I'm sure when he does come on, he'll definitely make a difference as well. He's been an integral part of this Moama team for a couple of years now, and yeah, it's cool to see Kano out here being able to shine as well.
Kane was urging this to reach. He's just going to drop across, and I don't think he's going to do enough. No, it's going to be one to the Pioneers. So the Pioneers first on the board in the match with just the one shot. Ospreys with some good performances throughout the day. I saw some big scores in some of your matches. It's one of those ones where if the Ospreys get in front, you put the foot down, don't you?
Yeah, we try to.
A couple of big power play scores?
Yeah, a couple of power play scores, and yeah, I feel like all the games that we play just blur into one for me. I'm just so focused on one game at a time, and then I'm like, okay, that's it, forget about it. So, yeah, the boys are doing awesome, and yeah, really feeling like we're settling in well, and yeah, all going good.
Another nice opener there from, excuse me, from Wayne Rudiger. Cass with the jack high bowl to play to. So plenty to play to here to make sure that she reaches close to the jack.
Very close.
What a shot. Brilliant. Maybe a bit of local knowledge there, just down on a tightish line, but picked up the jack perfectly. Of course, the announcement of your retirement, Chloe?
Yeah, yes.
Were the tears? were the tears?
There were a couple. I got a couple of messages that, yeah, hit home a little bit. But yeah, it's always a tough decision, and yeah, really considered everything, and I've actually got a really supportive work team, and you know, they wanted me to keep going, and yeah, at the end of the day, I just want to really give this a really good crack as general manager of Sparms, and yeah, there's some exciting things in the works, and yeah, it's definitely a good time to be focusing on my career and yeah, doing some things outside of bowls.
Of course, the international bowls it's been a little bit challenging with the uncertainty around Commonwealth Games and things like that, and not knowing exactly how many we're going to get a shot and things like that. It has made it tricky for some of the athletes, hasn't it, to decide exactly, you know, plan for the future.
Yeah, 100%, and that was, you know, part of my thought process as well. Just, you know, the consideration that it could be 2, maybe 3 girls that will end up being picked for the Com Games, and you know, it's already such a tough squad.
It's a pretty tough squad to break into, that is for sure.
So, yeah.
Great shot here from Cass.
Brilliant.
Nudges our own. How's this going to sit? Well, it's not too bad, but it'll be inviting to Scotty Thalborn to be chasing up there for the jack.
100%. Does help that Cass has got a toucher, but yeah, I don't think that Scotty will be short with this one.
So great partner, Aero. Visit the Aerobowls website. You can configure a 3D model of your Aerobowl with your own logo. Aero have over 65 colours, 12 models for every green surface. The ability to personalise your own set of bowls with your own logo.
One shot from Scotty T. Gets the jack.
We knew it was inviting.
Oh yeah, only a couple now, I think.
Now, I wonder if they'll have a look at that toucher, Chloe. What they can potentially do with that. They might not need to worry, because that's a great shot. Melbourne attempting his draw to the ditch, but I think that's going to just trickle in. As Kane produce some more brilliant drawing to the ditch. Looks to be a little tighter. And he too will just trickle in. Players have actually handled drawing to the ditch quite well so far tonight. When we've seen the jacks ending up in the ditch, they've been handling that draw to the edge quite well. Closer.
He's just falling short there.
Just out, yep. So an opportunity now for Kane. And then we'll cast an eye to the benches and see if any power plays fire off here. Back out to a better line.
He likes it. It's pretty close too.
He is very close.
Great shot.
What a shot. So confirming that is 2 shots to the Steamers, and they now lead it 2 shots to 1 after 2 ends of the first set. No power play movement on the benches as Kane shows his class and draws 2 excellent bowls to the edge of the ditch. Tell us about that minimum length that we saw in the first set. We didn't see it so much in the second set, but we did see it very much in the first set.
Yeah, I think,
bare minimum.
Yeah, it hasn't come out too often, I must say. That's the first time we've done it during the event.
Pretty hard to argue it didn't work.
Yeah, I think the boys, might have just changed tact after they saw, the Helensvale crew were just struggling a little bit for the weight, and they decided to pull it out and go for it. So it seemed to work really well, and we also tried it again towards the end of that second set as well.
Is that something that maybe the tactics change on the TV rink to the daytime green, perhaps, with the slightly quicker surface here?
Yeah, 100%. It's just that slightly freer. Can catch you out a little bit after playing so many games on the other green. But once you...
Cass with another great shot there.
Once you, get all over it, then, it's easy.
Okay. We'll keep an eye on that. We love to see slightly different tactics. Of course, that minimum length's only been in for... This is only the second time that's been an option at a BPL, to go the extreme minimum length.
Yeah, I think it's really good, just to have something else to sort of mix it up. But I haven't seen it out in play too much this event. But teams were definitely having a crack up in Pine Rivers.
What's the general feel here, Chloe? 2 bowls. Cass has got 2 bowls close. Does she just go for another 3rd bowl close, or does she look for more position? She's on the draw, so she's gone for another. Do you have any rules in your team about maybe getting a bowl past or anything like that?
I just listen to the boys, whatever they want. I try to do. But usually if you've got 1 on it or 2 on it, you want to try and get something past or something in position, just in case something changes, and you're always trying to be a bit more tactical with it, I guess.
Well, a wonderful setup here by Cass Millerick. Kane Nelson strides down with the intention of a forehand draw to trail the jack, I think, looking at the way he was signalling. Any sort of movement of the jack is likely 4 shots. He's already urging it to push up. It doesn't look far away.
Just gotta keep turning it there.
Played it really well. I think this is going to be big weight. All of the Ospreys bowls might find themselves moving here. Okay. The original call from Wayne Rudiger was to attack, I think, but Scotty's preferring the more moderately weighted shot. This is going to drop across the front. Bit of breeze coming through that might be getting into the player's heads just a little bit. Of course, we are under a roof, but we're not indoors per se.
Yeah, it was a little bit breezy, especially down that end. I feel like there's a bit of a wind channel that you can feel when you're out there. And yeah, it's probably just affecting it slightly going that way.
This is definitely a little on the tight side for Kane, so that'll drop away. Now, you see the same shot from Scotty Thalborn. Either draw or go to bowls is the call again. And this time he's going to bowls and he's going big. What's he got? His own. Looks like he hasn't really done too much damage. Still 1-2 the Steamers. And still a trail available.
Yep, it's on.
There's sort of a couple of shots there, isn't there? There's the jack-eye bowl or the trail of the jack with perhaps slightly different weights required for that shot. But needs it to hold that line a little now. It's close. It's just going to drift under. Does it land and count? Not quite. Oh, that's an inviting target.
Give Scotty 2 goes at this. He's going to be a chance, I reckon.
He's offered the same 2 options as he offered last time. The lure of belting these bowls all over the place. He's got the jack to the back. It's bounced out and it's rolled up the green. It's gone out of bounds. Back on the tee. 2 shots to the Pioneers.
That is 2 to the Pioneers. They take the lead again.
Power play being called by the Steamers. Just too big an opportunity there for, in the end, too big a target for Scotty. He had plenty to hit there and it was all coming up trumps for him. Steamers power play, double shots on offer here, and really a crucial end for the Steamers to win.
Not a bad opener from Rudy, roundabout.
Carla, not unusual to see Scotty Thalborn accurate with the big hits.
Yeah, of course, we know how good he is with his big hits, and especially if he's going to have 2 runs at it. I was backing him in. I know Rudy gave him 2 options, but I really wanted to see him run at it again. We don't very often see him miss, let alone twice. So, yeah, chances were he was going to get that. And, yeah, the jack did rebound, but went out of bounds. That's how hard he hit it.
Actually saw Scotty hit one during the Australian Sides Championships. He hit one. Jack went into the ditch, bounced back out, and it was 8 shots down with the jack bouncing out of the ditch.
Ouch. Ouch.
It was WA that got the 8 shots, so
that's why you remember it, Clive.
felt for him a bit, but not that much.
Yeah, oh, that hurts. But I suppose bowls is an unpredictable game, isn't it?
It certainly is. Wayne Rudiger started well again here. They're choosing the tee-to-tee length more often than not, the Pioneers. That's what they've done throughout the tournament. Both sides have actually favoured the very long length. A little nudge of the jack. Gets it back into a little bit slightly safer. Try that again. Slightly safer place. Here's both sides opting for the very long ends when they've got the choice. Tie breaks haven't been kind to these two teams, which is interesting with the Pioneers in 4th place. They've only won 1 of 3 tie breaks, so certainly not getting out of hand, but the Steamers, on the other hand, 0 from 3 tie breaks, and it explains why they're down the table a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, those tie breaks are just so cutthroat. Like, if they take out those 3, things are completely different and 3 wins on the board, but yeah, you just never know in BPL format, and you know, if things are going away, it's awesome, but if it's not, it's a bit heartbreaking, right?
If there's a tactic in the BPL, it's win your power plays, defend your opposition power plays, and win the tiebreakers, isn't it? It's almost that simple.
Yeah.
You can tick those 3 boxes, you're probably going to be somewhere near the top of the table, and you'd know about that, Chloe. Well, it's 4 shots all in a bit of a line here. So no real target to attack. Kane looking to get down and draw a close bowl. He's just stayed on the outside, a little bit short, a couple of feet. Still 3 to the Pioneers is the signal from Wayne Rudiger.
Just under.
Well, Scotty's getting amongst the Pioneers bowls here. That'll work. That's made 5. Does that encourage Kane to plough through those 3 bowls?
Yeah, it's going to be hard to draw that. Just get it out.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, looking with a lot of weight here.
He does have a big runner on him, does Kane Nelson.
Come on, Kane.
Well, he's blasted some out of there. He's one of those players, when he hits them, they stay hit. There's no doubt about that. He hits hard.
He does. He definitely gets some speed on his runners, that's for sure.
It's one of those things in sport. Sometimes people manage to have momentum. It's the same in cricket. They talk about bowling with a heavy ball and things like that. I think Kane's one of those that drives with a heavy drive. It seems to hit harder than some others. Great shot from Scotty Thalborn.
Yeah, he just seems to have great timing as well.
I think you try and, give it a chance down there. You land one of them's good, get the jack. Yeah, land the back one, get second.
Are we going again?
Don't think so. A little less weight here.
This is going to need to hang on. Now, can he get a little bit of second prize? Not quite. So that is going to be 4 shots to the Pioneers. And that is a huge result on the Steamers power play. It's 4 shots to the Pioneers. They lead at 7 shots to 2. They call their own power play. That won't be required to win the set, and I think we'll see some substitutions. We have Aaron Sheriff comes on to skip over the rink for the Steamers. Kane Nelson comes down to lead. The Pioneers stick with their starting combination of Scotty Thalborn and Wayne Rudiger. So that would tell us the Pioneers are probably going to stick with that combination for the first end of the second set as well.
Yeah, I think so. Hopefully this will just sort of change things for the Steamers, and yeah, if they can win this end, it sort of gives them a little bit of confidence going into that second set.
Great to see some of the junior BPL players joining the teams on the bench. I think that was Ander that we saw down there with Caitlin.
Yeah, no, it's so good. I think yeah, it's definitely an exciting part of the BPL now, having the Junior BPL Cup, and yeah, it's an awesome opportunity for those junior bowlers to come down and, you know, talk to all the BPL players and get to go out and actually play on the greens as well that we get to play on.
It's what it allows them to dream. That's what it's about. It's about creating the dream. So that could be me one day out there doing this. You know, they're watching, you know, your Aaron Sheriffs and your Alex Marshalls and, you know, the superstars of the game. You know, your Catherine Rednall's world champion, your Chloe Stewart, your Karen Murphy, you know, and it just allows them to dream.
Yeah, 100%, and it's something that we're really fortunate to have in bowls, that it's so inclusive, and you know, I don't think you would see it too often at a cricket game where they've got the junior stars, you know, sitting alongside, you know, your world champions.
Having such
bowls.
access to them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we're definitely lucky. And here's just another awesome shot from Kane Nelson.
Closes right in on it, too, right on the front of the jack there. No real target for Scotty to aim at, and it doesn't necessarily stop him. So just a reminder, it is a 7-2 lead, so Steamers would need to somehow create 5 here to draw the set. Last end of the first set.
Well, they've definitely given themselves an opportunity with 2 on it from Kane. Omar's definitely the player that could draw 3.
Certainly.
But then you need nothing from Scotty.
He can get this in the area, which he has. Just a little bit of pressure starts to build. Has that done enough?
Yeah, I think so. The call from Kane, it's 3.
We might see some weight now, I think.
Yeah.
Really only has to hit one bowl off the rink and it starts getting more difficult.
Exactly right.
He's got the front and he's got enough.
Yeah.
That is suddenly going to be very difficult to make 5. There is still the potential for a kill if they want to have 2 goes at it.
They got 3 closer than that.
There's a little bit of a tactic in the kill with Omar having just come on and give him another end practice, essentially.
Yeah, true.
When we say Omar, we're referring to Aaron Sheriff, of course, for those that are unaware of the nicknames.
Could just open it up here. Yeah.
Does Scotty take the bait and go for this? I don't think he can, because if he gets 2 of his own, suddenly he creates an opportunity. I think he just needs to just reach up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing massive. Tell you what, he's on a decent line. Is it going to hang on? Well, he just caught an edge. They're nominating the kill.
Yeah.
So the kill has been nominated. They look for a second chance at 5 and have missed that opportunity. So it will be 1 shot to the Steamers. And it is a 7-3 win in the first set to the Adelaide Pioneers. As we head off to a break, we'll be back after this with the second set. The Pioneers take the first.
I'd be lying if I said there wasn't some nerves heading into my debut. The last 12 months have been amazing, so hoping to continue it. It's actually my first time ever here at Moama Bowls. To be able to come down for the BPL is just such an amazing opportunity.
It's my first time here. I've never played here before. Definitely a bit nervous, but a lot of excitement. It's obviously an event that I've watched a lot on TV, and it's one of the premier events. So yeah, can't wait to get out there and have a go.
Pretty nervous, I won't lie, heading into my first BPL tournament. I know if I just give 100% and try my best, whatever happens out there happens. Got a really good team with me, a few absolute superstars, and I'm just going to go out there, try and be a really good teammate and give it my all.
Yes, that is the tactic. Give it your all. That is what the BPL is all about. Fantastic to have 3 new players there. Kane Nelson, Warren Holt, and of course Jack McShane featuring at BPL 21. Kane Nelson on the rink right now. Lindsay Clark is rinkside.
I'm down here in the exciting action bit. I'm here actually with David King from Crown Technology. So, David, you're responsible for building the score system around Moama here, I hear.
Yeah, the score system, we built one up at Club Charlestown, and Kev come up and had a look at it and was interested in something down here, and this is the first big event that we've tested it at, so yeah.
There's a lot of good comments around the place about how wonderful the scoreboard is and the scoring system. You know, you must be pretty proud of that.
Yeah, no, we aim to build something that was simple to use, that the older generation of bowlers can use, and so they're pretty simple and clear to see, easy to use.
Yes, very user-friendly, I do hear that. But tell us about your bowls background. So you're very familiar with the Moama TV rink, playing the BPL Cup here. How many years ago are we talking now?
2022, BPL, the one during COVID, and we played down here with the boys from Charlestown, and yeah, we made it to the final, but yeah, got beat by the Warrnambool boys in a extra end.
I hear it on good authority that Dan is to blame for this one. The loss, the toss of the coin, lost the mat.
Yeah, we had a pack to to take the mat up, sink the ditch, and I think also at the time Matt Flapper was up there with Ali Forsyth, and I heard them talking about it at the time, and yeah, they give the mat away, and yeah, that's history.
Tell us about your love of bowls, though. I mean, your scoring system here now, one of the best clubs in the world. Proud bowler yourself, just so passionate about it.
Yeah, I love bowls. My father played bowls and mum played bowls and grandparents, so it was a natural progression, and yeah, I just love playing it. And, yeah, it's back at home in Newcastle, and yeah, it's a good zone to play in, and yeah, really enjoy it.
Wonderful. Well, it's great to bring the clubs into the next century with technology and nice, easy to use for everyone. So all the best and good luck for the rest of your adventures.
Yeah, thanks, Lindsay, and I hope we can get the steamers up.
Yeah, good luck with that. They need your help. Back to you, Clive.
Yes, it's been brilliant. The electronics around the club, the big screen to keep you informed of all the scores throughout all the matches, and scoreboards allocated to each rink with big, bright scores on to show all. It's been fantastic. Good side-on views, the whole lot. So it's been fantastic to be able to keep track when, especially in such a fast-moving format as the BPL, you want to know what's going on in each and every match, and those scoreboards are a wonderful addition. It's great to see people that love the sport invest in the sport and make improvements. Carlo, that just another example of the wonderful people in our sport that throw themselves at it and do great things to improve it.
Yeah, we're so lucky in bowls, aren't we, that people sort of come to the sport, fall in love with their sport, and it's a sport for life, bowls, isn't it? You can start when you're young, like many of us did, and you continue on playing, and you see so many people giving back, whether it's in volunteer roles at clubs, whether it's designing scoreboards to benefit the game. You know, we see people heavily involved in coaching, we see people involved in umpiring, officiating, and it's just an amazing sport that even if you're not out there playing bowls, you can still contribute and be a part of it, and that's what really makes this sport special, where we start young and we get addicted to it, and we continue on in the sport for our whole lives.
Absolutely. Very close for shot at the moment, so welcome Lindsay Clark back in. Raced up here.
I did. I'm here, there and everywhere, but it's such a good viewing platform up here, Clive. I love it. And what an exciting start to this next set. I think there's a little bit of a hush around the crowd, you know, the home team losing that first set, and they'll be willing their team on and hoping to force this one to a tiebreak.
I noticed there was a little smile from Kane Nelson as he got a little ride off the front there, and the crowd went, yeah, we'll clap that. We're willing to clap that. No trouble at all.
I think they'll take anything at this point, the Steamers. They just want to get the wins on the board and get their campaign going.
Scotty looking to climb around the front, just going to catch an edge. And that's going to make things trickier for Aaron Sheriff to get another one in there. Looks like we're favouring the Steamers bowl at the moment, but it's very close.
Potentially 2. Yeah, that meets the front.
Lindsay and Clyde, I get the feeling that it's only going to take one big ball by Aaron Sheriff to sort of bring the crowd back into it. And if there's anyone you ever want to be able to play a big bowl, it's probably Omar.
Yeah, spot on. And it's, yeah, absolutely. It's like the basketballer that just has to hit one shot and suddenly they're on fire. And Aaron Sheriff's exactly like that.
Yeah, look, I'd love to know how many times Aaron Sheriff has started a game on the bench. I don't think it'd be too many, so you know, it's probably a nice little breather for him, and he'll be wanting to make an impact now in this second set.
So we are measuring for shot here. Doesn't look like there's a lot in it. Caitlin being very careful with the hands there. And it is 1-2 the Steamers, as we suspected. So they are on the board in the second set. First, they lead at 1-0, but we did talk about their second sets haven't been great. They've only won 2 of 9 across the tournament, so they need to break that drought a little bit in this one, because the second set's very important after you drop the first.
Yeah, definitely, Clive. And I mean, they probably get on this TV rink and want to start their campaign again now. So I spoke to Cass off green and Kane as well, and they just want things to go their way a little bit. I think they've got to win 10 of the next 11 or 12 games they've got left, which is a mission.
That's a challenge.
It is a challenge, but I mean, it starts with this one right here. So see what they can do to make this happen for them in the second set.
There is a pensive hush across the crowd at the moment. It's certainly packed in. There's plenty of people here. Look at...
Yeah, jovial Kevy. He's not so jovial at the moment. It is a tough place to be, the coach's bench.
It's rare for him not to have a smile on his face. I'm sure it won't be long.
It's the most serious I've ever seen him looking.
Yeah, look, it's tough times for the Steamers, but he'll be willing everything on this match, wanting these boys to take it to a tie-break, give themselves a chance to get back in the hunt for the competition.
Great
top
shot
5
from Kane Nelson. Last passes around the outside of the jack, but beautifully positioned bowl.
Yeah, it's good to see him leading up Kane. He was probably spent about 3.5 hours on the rink at the side while the other few games were happening in the first TV rounds. He spent a lot of time practicing, puts a lot of time into his game, just wants to get it to feel right coming out of the hand. And
Did you say 3.5 hours?
About that. Is that how long it was between this match and that one starting?
And he was rolling up the whole time?
Yes.
Wow.
So he's
dedication.
Very dedicated. He's doing his absolute best to make sure he's on form and giving it all he can to this team.
Of course, the only issue with that is it runs a little bit different over there than it does out here, but gee, you can't fault that, can you?
Yeah, I think he's someone, I've worked with him a fair bit, obviously up in Queensland as one of our jackaroos coming through the ranks, but he likes to be able to know it's coming out right. So he wants his technique to be right, he wants to know he's stepping through properly, and once he knows that, then he's got confidence from that.
I'm going to say I don't think we've ever seen anyone put in that much time waiting for their game to come up in the evening session. Most get out there sort of a game prior, have a bit of a roll.
Yeah, 4 o'clock he was out there. What's the time now?
Feel a bit of a rhythm. Wow, that's impressive. But it's the Pioneers that are on the jack at the moment, thanks to Caitlin Inch. Aaron Sheriff. Perhaps a little bit of weight, look to just try and slice that bowl off the jack or move the jack back to the Steamers bowl.
Yeah, Kane's got a good one there in a nice place. Any movement, bowl onto jack is good for the Steamers.
forehand is certainly willing to turn. There is no doubt about that. We've seen that throughout the night. I haven't seen too many hold. It's been more just dropping in underneath.
Yeah, good for Omar to get his draw in there. Try and get another couple around the head. He might be able to attack a little bit more aggressively. We've got a couple of seconds.
Now Scotty right in the zone here. Just needs it to climb under. Not quite. It's another ball on the head. Solid weight, I think we're going to see up on the back end. It's going to be huge, yeah, it's just solid. Oh, he's very close. He is very close. What's he getting here?
Oh.
Yes, he's played it perfectly.
Works.
What a shot. Kane actually called that exact result off the edge of that bowl, moved the jack sideways.
He gets a hat off from the young fella. Kane very happy with that one.
That was perfect. That's exactly the shot that Kane called.
Yes, this is what they need, you know. Kane calling some shots, Omar playing them, a little bit of confidence. I think Kevy cracking a bit of a smile on the bench.
Scotty staying on the forehand side, looking to get down onto his own bowl or just underneath it to the jack. He's in the area, Linz.
Just needs to get under the front. He's holding off. Oh,
the bowl up on the jack.
Good
That's
shot.
the result. Beautifully played.
Yeah, lots of chances there. Two seconds is a call from Kane Nelson.
So again, it'll be swinging weight. It won't be huge weight. It'll just be swinging weight to try and get that bowl out of there. So he can't just destroy his own two bowls. Oh, Linz, he's all over this, isn't he? He's all over it. What a shot from Aaron Sheriff. We said it only takes one.
Fist pumps galore, high fives everywhere.
Look at the change in energy. The change in energy with one big shot. Scotty Thalborn still has something to say about this. Never looked like missing.
Smiles between the boys. One ball left to come.
So, Scotty with a very trusting line out wide. Here it comes. Is it going to get all the way back? It hasn't got all the way back for shot. It's definitely one to the Steamers. One.
Back-to-back ends.
Back-to-back ends and two big shots from Aaron Sheriff.
This is what BPL is all about, you know. We saw a game earlier, a very one-sided first set. A team that lost it, bounced back, fought their way into a tie-break. It can all happen.
Carla, we talked about that one shot of Aaron Sheriff. We got two in that end, but some Aaron Sheriff brilliance there.
Yeah, we got two great shots by Omar, and it is, we talk so often about how this is such a momentum game, and we finally saw a little smile crack on both of the boys. So, you know, and also Kane was really quick to grab that mat and get it down and get this end started. So hopefully for the Steamers, this is just a little bit of a turn in the momentum that they've needed so far.
Carla, it feels like perhaps they're a team that's wrestling with the emotion of a BPL at the moment, where things haven't quite gone your way, and you need some big moments to go with you, and it feels like the team's just wrestling with that emotion at the moment.
Yeah, it can be a frustrating event because there can just be some games that just, you know, you can feel like you're in the hunt and unfortunately just don't get over the line, and it can get on top of you. And unfortunately for the Steamers, it hasn't been a good start for them, and that's something they're not used to. We generally see them up and about in sort of the top half of the ladder, so this is a new position for them to be in. But, you know, even if they don't get themselves back into the finals position, which is going to be a challenge from here, but to get a little bit of momentum and start enjoying themselves back out on the green, I think is really important to take something away from this event.
Caitlin, opportunities to land either of the bowls. Now hang on and get one of them. Certainly has. Just the one in favour of the home team at the moment.
just off the back of that conversation, but Kane pre-game, he said it's a love-hate relationship with the BPL at the moment. So it can be a lot of fun, it can be joyful, it can be shot play and success, and it can be hard luck stories, it can be pain, and it can be losses. So
it is a roller coaster, there is no doubt about it.
100%.
And you know, during the day, the games come thick and fast. You're 15 minutes between games, so you might lose on a last bowl thriller. You've got to be up for that next game straight away. You can't take that loss straight into the next match. This is right in the zone from Caitlin Inch.
There's really
absolutely brilliant.
There's really no other event that we play like this where you're that quickly out onto the next game. You know, most of the time you play a game in the morning and you sort of stop, have lunch, have a break, recalibrate, and then go back out. Whereas, like you said, Clive, BPL, you're lucky to have 15 minutes before you're on the green for the next game and trying to, you know, get back in the zone and try and win the next one if you've had just a heartbreak. It's challenging.
Well, you say that, Carla, and with that time comes time to chat about what's happened, as Aaron Sheriff is all over this again. Looks like he's just warming up here.
It's danger signs.
You know, normally you get a chance to reassess, have a look at how a game's gone. Here you get about 2 or 3 sentences discussion, you know, and you're back into the next game.
Yeah, look, I think it's why you see the momentum play. Like, it's when it's going well, it's great because it's just this nice little, like, you know, roller coaster of winning and success and a roll on. And on the flip side of that, if you're losing matches, it's like an avalanche of disaster, and sometimes you feel like you can't stop it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a crazy experience, and for Kane to be doing this for the first time on the maybe not so good end, hopefully he can get some positive results going their way too.
The Pioneers bowl is getting rolled backwards and forwards at the moment. I think it's currently back and shot because it got turned back in again. But it's been rolled out and rolled back in again.
Yeah, I think Caitlin held up one there for the Pioneers, so wanting to get another one in the zone here. Scotty T.
He just wants to ease off a little bit on his previous weight. He's done that. Has he eased off a little too much? Now, it's more line, I suppose. So, still an inviting shot here for BPL's multi-MVP in Aaron Sheriff. This looks like it's dropping away.
Yeah, not the easiest weight to play out here. We've seen it time and time again, just trying to time the curve. It's a lot harder than going a little bit firmer.
He sort of looked at that with a bit of disbelief, didn't he, Aaron Sheriff?
Yeah, sometimes
that much?
You got to see what you believe what you see is what they say, I think. So yeah, not as typical successful execution, but that can happen on times.
Oh, this is very close.
Right up to the jack, Scotty T, nicely done.
I believe that's done the job. That looks like 2 to me. We've got a very early power play being called. We'll just work out.
Heavy, he's running it.
We'll work out the result of this. Thank you, Lindsay.
No worries, Clive. No worries, anytime.
2 shots it was to the Pioneers, and they square it away at 2 shots apiece. And it is a Steamers power play called very early by Kevy Anderson to make sure he put his foot down on that one. As I welcome in the Gold Coast Hawks, Nick Brett, how are you, mate?
Very good, you?
Very well, mate, very well. We've been treated to some classic matches so far, and yours against the Ospreys was another one of those. That last drive of Nathan Rice was so close to getting a result.
Yeah, he wasn't far away. Overall, Ospreys probably played better pace earlier on in the game than we did. But, you know, still managed to make it competitive. Just a couple of drives from Teasy got the jack in the first set to put us away there, and Nath missed the last one just.
You enjoying your time back in Australia, mate? It's you know, another opportunity to be part of the BPL. I know your first one was a bit of a it was a bit tough to get your mind around that first time. I remember you saying that to me, and this time a little bit more familiar with what to expect.
Yeah, for sure. First time was a tough learning curve. You know, played some good bowls and bad bowls. Got punished for most of the bad ones, but yeah, we've got a bit of better rhythm going this time. So
Absolutely.
We're going okay at the moment.
Tie breaks have been going your way, haven't they?
Yeah, we've learned how to win some rather than lose some this time round.
All right. Well, Caitlin Inch right in the zone again here. Come up with some great bowls in this second set, that is for sure. Crucial end where you join me, Nick, with the Steamers playing their power play. It's 2 shots apiece at the moment after 3. Of course, the Steamers need to get this one to get it to a tie-break.
Yeah, not been much in it, so but just need to find a good one to get that tie-break to make a difference.
I was talking to Lindsay about how the BPL's all about flow. You know, you get momentum, and it sounds like that's what you're saying, that the Hawks have found a little bit more of that this time around. You know, you can just as easily flow the other way, but when things are going well, that momentum drives you along nicely, doesn't it?
Yeah, certainly. One good bowl can win you a set plus a match, and then the momentum changes, doesn't it? You know, you get on a bit of a roll as opposed to playing a bad bowl and then losing 2 games on their own.
A match earlier in the day where you won 3 ends and won the match. I think you did.
Yeah, we won. We played our power plays last end of both sets and got a 2 both times.
Incredible.
You know, one to obviously draw the first set and then win the second set.
Yeah, it's 3 ends out of the 10, and that's enough to win the match. Incredible.
Yeah, and like I said, back in the last one in November, we were doing the other way round, losing power plays and losing those games. So yes, we'd like to say we've learned a lesson, but we'll find out tomorrow and the next day
whether that counts for anything.
Very true.
Absolutely. Pioneers holding shot as we change. Couple there to the Pioneers. Aaron Sheriff just feels like he's warming up a little bit in this match. Nick, he's had a couple of big shots in this second set so far.
Yeah, under lights with the cameras going, with people watching. Probably probably knows where he wants to be.
Scotty Thorburn, he's fighting the line a little bit here. This is going to just drop across about 2 feet to a metre short with that one. And Sheriff with an inviting reason to reach and land. Put it out to a whitish line. Here it comes.
Yeah, I find his are a little bit wider than most.
Okay.
And
just on the outside of the shot.
Yeah, not far away though, was he? You know, you're talking fractions.
Perfectly weighted. How often have you been to Moama, Nick?
First time for me.
I thought it might have been.
Yeah.
It's an amazing complex, isn't it?
Well, they're all pretty good, aren't they? There's not too many bad ones, you know. Every time I turn a corner, there's something that I haven't seen.
Yeah, it's a brilliant complex here at Moama. They do a fantastic job. As Aaron Sheriff deciding to go with bigger weight at the 2 bowls. Needs it to get down. He's just on the outside. That's a bit of a look. No doubt he'll be thinking about a similar shot again. So can Scotty find another counter that doesn't line up with those 2 bowls?
He doesn't want to make it any wider.
Well, he's back to this tightish line.
Can he get
a little slide?
Can he get onto the short ones and flop out, which makes it kind of...
He's called that well, Nick. He's covered it up a little bit.
Could be 3.
Question is it 3? And the call from Kane is it could be 3. Steamers power play.
Delicate little shot for a little tuck for 2 or 3, but obviously the degree of difficulty isn't easy.
This is on a tight line. This is going to get away. Just going to be on the tight side. What's he doing with that bowl? Well, that's made it definitely 3, I think. Yes.
Certainly looks like that.
That will be 3 to the Pioneers. So they take a 5-2 advantage now into the final end of the second set. It is a Pioneers power play. That's inconsequential in terms of the match. But the key being now, the Steamers must get 4 shots to get us to a tie-break. And 4s are hard to come by in the BPL, Nick.
Yeah, because people are covering them as well. I mean, I'm not saying they're fluke results when you get one, but people are covering early doors. Hope, you know, they'll be plan A will be Caitlin get one really close, and then they dodge them for spots.
And the most opportunities you get is 2, because you can potentially kill it and have another go, but you can't kill it forever. You can't have 5 goes. You know. So it's really got to be really thought through.
Doesn't happen very often.
It's got to be thought through, hasn't it? Because you can't afford a short bowl, really, in the first couple of bowls.
Very true. Well, the door is open a little bit with the first bowl, but...
Carla, the Pioneers will just be looking for... They don't have to win the end, they just need to play smart bowls here.
Yeah, that's what it's all about when you're defending the number, is just making sure you got balls close to the jack and just passing then. So these Adelaide Pioneers, they'll know exactly what they need to do to defend a four. Caitlin will just be looking just to add another yard on her first bowl. Just finished a touch on the short side, but she can get this second one close, then they're already going to be trying to just cover the back. So they're in a good position.
And yeah, and as you say, that she's done fairly well with that. It's finished jack high, so it gives her something to work with her next. Perhaps work to that, turn it, or just pass it.
Yeah, and I think for the Steamers, it's important to place mark, give yourself a chance to make four. There's never a chance if you've got short bowls. So Kane's first one was just passed, so maybe even playing a similar weight, trying to group some bowls and yeah, have an option. And this has done pretty well.
Absolutely, two at the back there. So again, we'll see Caitlin Nick will just be looking to push her own bowl now or just pass it.
Yeah, 100% she'll be looking to get Neil in between the two Steamers bowls for sure.
The line's a little tighter than what she's been on. Can still do the job at the back of the rink. Yeah, that's a good bowl. It almost a little bit of both. Almost managed to stay in the count and covers those back bowls.
Yeah.
Forehand trail now, the option.
Forehand, yeah. You try and keep it on, but just, you know, hopefully get a touch of the jack.
Nick, give us an indication of the surfaces that you play on indoors. Are they similar to these surfaces, or are there other differences?
Yeah, slight differences. Ours would probably have more bend in them.
Right, okay.
So
is that because of the wide bowls, or?
Well, probably.
Tend to use the wider bowls on them.
Yeah, for sure. It would. If we played wider bowls on here, they'd probably be too wide because we'd be out on it and no one would play those lines, so you'd be out on the track and up come back.
Yeah.
So wider bowls would probably have something to do with it, but the base must have quite a bit as well.
Yeah, okay. Slide off the front here for Scotty and trickles down next to the jack. I'm not sure he necessarily wanted that. I think he wanted to squeeze past there to get past the jack and cover this trail of Aaron Sheriff. He's going to be on the wideish line here. Just needs a clear run now. Does he stay up in doing that?
Very good.
Yep. Just stays up at the back, so still a chance.
He's got the four best backs.
Even out here is okay.
Is there something special here?
I mean, his pace is perfect. If he can get the... it's hard to get that at that pace. So... But if he does, there's a massive reward.
There is. Scotty Thalborn's not far off the jack himself. He's just missed it, and that's going to put him in a perfect spot.
Yeah, I would have said that's as good as it gets.
Could have been able to place one.
Yeah.
Wanted to put it there. So maybe the first job with this bowl is get the jack?
Get the jack and then see whether you can get the bowl with the next one. He's certainly still looking.
Well, he's got the jack through to the back. Well.
Wow.
So you're saying there's a chance? Oh, I don't know. Maybe there's not. Maybe that Adelaide front bowl.
Yeah.
That angle that jack's gone at has probably made it too difficult. And of course, the kill is now out of the question.
Kill's out of the question. To kill it really off. Oh,
knocked his own.
Yeah.
His own back bowl in as well. So.
Within a metre with this one, and it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah.
Looks like he's got plenty on it, though.
He's done very well, I think. Certainly has.
You need forward. Backhand, try and land the two bowls in and stay.
Okay. So it has to get both bowls and stay.
Sounded easy, didn't it?
The way it was described. So it's on its way. Aaron Sheriff, can he find any contact? He is going to slide under. and he's got the shot bowl in, but that is not going to be enough. It was appreciated by the crowd, but I think it's 2 shots. And we're just waiting for confirmation as to how many this is. Looks like we're going to have to measure to find out how many it is. So it will be a win in the match to the Pioneers, but we'll just see exactly how many shots it is. They are coming out with the measure. The return of the string measure.
Yeah, somebody did. I did hear a shout of 2, but whether that was fact or fiction.
Yeah. So we'll just hold fire. We still have one more match for you to come. That is going to be between the Perth Suns and the Sydney Lions. Going to be a crucial match for the Perth Suns. That one. The Sydney Lions currently sitting in the top 5, Nick.
Yeah, well, I'd say every match is crucial for everybody. I mean, because there's still enough rounds for literally everybody to get in the top 5.
All right. Well, while we try and figure out how many this is, let's get down to Linz.
I'm here with Scotty T, the man of the moment. A nice win for the Pioneers.
Look, yeah, every game's important, and that was pretty well important just to stay ahead of 50% on the table. And you know, we've been working hard, and yeah, it's a big result for us against a really, really good team.
Yeah, look, the Moama Steamers haven't gone so well. They're down the bottom of the table, but they're still dangerous side to play against.
Yeah, they're the ones that normally win games for you. Like they could very well still be in finals tonight. So still a long way to go. We're not even halfway yet, and yeah, look, always just pleased with every win.
Always nice to get this TV rink win under the belt as well. You know, come finals night, it's pretty important to have the confidence out here.
Yeah, Green's running good, and you know, the front end tonight, Caitlin and Rudy were awesome, and sort of got them in the area, gave me sort of good shots to play to, and yeah, very enjoyable win. And we don't beat Aaron Sheriff too often, so we enjoy it. We'll have a Coke and we'll talk about it.
Nice, well done, Scotty. You all did your bit, so well done to you and the Pioneers. Good luck for the rest of the event.
Thanks, Captain.
Back to you there, Clive.
Yes, Pioneers will be very happy with that one, Linz. You don't beat Aaron Sheriff very often, correct. Drink-wise, moment of the match. Well, it does feature some great shots here. Scotty Thalborn pushed the ball up onto the jack, and that was good enough for shot, but was it? Well, no, it wasn't, because Aaron Sheriff came up with the goods himself. Pushed that ball through, beautifully played by Aaron Sheriff. And it was smiles all round, a bit of a smile for the Steamers. It was 2 shots at the end of the Steamers. It was a 7-3, 5-4 victory to the Pioneers. We got the Suns and the Lions to wrap up the night on the other side of this. One more match to go. A big night here at night one at BPL 21 at the Moama Bowls Club. And it'll be the Perth Suns to take on the Sydney Lions. The Perth Suns in 12th place on the table. The Sydney Lions currently sitting in 4th. As we came into this round, things might have shuffled around with all the other results that we've seen tonight. But a big one for the Perth Suns if they're going to push for any finals involvement. They really can't afford another blemish. And it's a big ask, but we'll see whether they can get anything started tonight. For the Sydney Lions, there's not much in it between these two in terms of how they line up in terms of stats. So it shows you how there can be such a minor difference. Probably the set ones for the Suns only having won 2, the Lions have won 4. Set 2 also falling the way of the Lions. The power plays haven't been huge for either of these teams. Their own power plays perhaps have just lacked that punch, but they've done fairly well on the defence, particularly Perth with 56% defended there. But as you can see, not a lot of difference between being in the top 5 and finding yourself just a little bit lower down the table in the BPL. It comes down to those big moments, and you need to win those big moments. So what a night we've seen so far. We've seen so many quality performances, and we should see plenty from these two teams. Warren Holt making his debut at the BPL, so this is his first televised match of a BPL, alongside Christina Christic and Carl Healy for the Perth Suns. And for the Sydney Lions, we get to see Nathan Black again. He was the talk of BPL 20. He was outstanding throughout BPL 20 as the players are completing their practice ends right now. Brett Spur back with the smile on his face that he's carried through from BPL 20. And Karen Murphy, the legend of bowls, legend of Australian bowls, and the legend of the Sydney Lions. Carla, this is going to be a wonderful way to complete the night with such an important game for both teams for different reasons.
Yeah, super important game, so really vital for both of these teams to win this game. I know the Perth Suns almost feeling like they've got to put a couple wins together in a row to get back in amongst it, so really important for them to go well. And I'm excited particularly to see Warren Holt out there. I haven't seen him play before, so I'm really looking forward to seeing him have his first go out on the TV rink. And I don't know, I just enjoyed watching Nathan Black so much last year, so it'll be good to see if he can continue on that performance again, won't it?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Warren for the last 5 or 6 years in WA has been right at the top, particularly in singles competition. Very, very good singles player. He's got all the shots. So it'll be interesting to see how they use Warren. I know they've tinkered with him skippering throughout the day as well. Carl Healy, willing to switch around and find a combination that works. And of course, you know what you're going to get from Christina Christic, always very consistent, Commonwealth Games champion in her own right. So, there's plenty that the Suns can offer here. And looks like Warren Holt is down there with Lindsay right now.
He is, thank you, Clive. The debutant, Warren, been a bit of a slow start for the Suns, but how amazing to be playing your first BPL.
Oh, it's incredible. What an experience. So much fun and excitement. It's, incredible.
Tell us, for those that don't know you out there in the bowls world, what's your experience? You play state level for WA. How does this rank up there with that?
Oh, this is another level again. State's incredible, but this is just, you're playing against the world's best, the internationals, and completely different format. So it's, something completely different.
Tell us about your lineup. Have you settled on a combination? Do we see you leading or skipping? Have you changed it up a bit? What's been your go-to formula?
Yeah, that's right. We've done a bit of everything. I've skipped. I've started off leading. I've come on leading second, but we've settled at this stage. Me coming off first, Chrissy second, Carl skipping.
And any nerves in there? Are you right for tonight?
A little bit of nerves, but see how we go.
Awesome. Good luck. I'll let you go get ready.
Thank
Good
you.
luck to the Suns.
Yes.
A little bit of nerves don't do any harm. It's a big moment, and certainly we'll see what the Suns can provide. For the Sydney Lions, of course, Carla, we can't wait to see what they present. You've got all the experience of Karen Murphy, and then the two newer ones to BPL format, Nathan Black and Brett Spur.
Yeah, talking to Brett Spur, isn't he a fun character to watch out in the green? He's always smiling, always a bit of banter, having a bit of fun, and there's an interesting dynamic with the seriousness of Karen Murphy and the young Nathan Black. I really like this team. It's really exciting.
Well, Lindsay has recruited Nathan Black to have a chat. Let's get down there.
I have, Clive. Look, it was hard work to get him off the mat, having a practice. Blackie, our reigning MVP, mate. Bit of a slow start for the Lions standard, but hoping you can get the win tonight.
Yeah, it hasn't been the start. Obviously, we would have really liked to have, but we know the ups and downs and the roller coaster of this format, so hopefully we can get a win tonight and get the momentum happening.
Tell us about your performance at Pine Rivers was phenomenal. How nice is it to be playing for this franchise again and feel like you're at home with these guys now?
Yeah, this franchise is awesome. Like the supporters we get over in the corner over there, they're awesome. So, just really loving representing them.
Wonderful. Well, I'll let you get on with your business. Good luck to you in the Lions tonight. Hope you get the win.
Thank you. Go the Lions.
Go the Lions, Clive. Can't wait for this one. Last game of the night.
Yes, absolutely, Lynn. It's going to be a cracker, that is for sure. The Suns and the Lions. And there's a social media post that's been doing the rounds, the many faces of Nathan Black, and they're pretty much the same face, regardless of whether things are going well or things aren't quite going well, or it's somewhere in between, Carla. The face is the same.
Yeah, he's a man of not too many emotions, is he? Which has given us all a good laugh to watch him and to see if we can manage to get him to crack a smile. It's quite funny when you put him next to Brett Spur, who's always got, full of sharing his emotions to the public. So, it's interesting dynamics. But it's great to see. It's great when we see a little smile of Blackie. You know when he's done a really good one, there's a slight little smirk there.
And yes, we've absolutely, and you never know what to expect, and we didn't know what to expect from him at BPL 20, and he came out there and absolutely tore the house down, so we expect something similar. I've got Kane Nelson joining me. We've just talked to Warren Holt as a debutant at BPL 21, and Kane, how have you enjoyed the time so far?
Yeah, it's been good fun. It's not quite going how we've planned it to be, but we're giving it a whirl, having a good time.
The roller coaster that is the BPL, mate, that's what it's, you can play so, you come off thinking you've played you played some great shots and you just don't quite get over the line. It's an emotional roller coaster, isn't it?
Definitely is. It's a love-hate relationship, the format, but one or two bowls can completely change a game, so that's the quick, fast format that we all love, so it's been good fun though.
How'd you find the show rink tonight? Did you enjoy your time out there?
Yeah, no, it was good. The atmosphere is fantastic. It's a fair bit quicker, this green, compared to the other one, which probably throws everyone off a little bit.
Now, did we hear you spent 3.5 hours practicing in the game?
Oh, maybe not quite 3.5 hours. Well, probably was. They weren't quite coming out how I wanted them to, so I was like, I'll put in a good amount of roll-up before the TV game. Not that helped, unfortunately. I should have gone and had a sleep.
You can't question that performance, that preparation, that's for sure. And that's all you can do is prepare as the best as you can. As Brett Spur gets us underway here for the Sydney Lions, Warren Holt on the mat for the Perth Suns. You had a chance to talk much with say Warren and Jack about what their thoughts have been on their first BPL experience, Kane?
Not so much with Warren, but Jack and I are really good mates, so we've sort of shared the roller coaster a little bit at times. It was pretty funny because they sort of got off to a bit of a rough start, and we've obviously been going pretty rough the whole time, so we were having a good laugh about it and keeping it light, just having a good time. They're going pretty good now though. But,
And obviously you weren't completely new to the BPL because you spent some time doing the live streaming at BPL 20, so you'd had a good look at what was on offer. So was it wonderful to get the call up to get this opportunity?
Yeah, it's a dream come true to play in the BPL. It's something I've always loved since I was a young kid. Like I remember when I was 5, 6, 7 years old, the BPL was just such an awesome event. It was like everyone was like famous people to me, and I thought it was awesome. One of my mates, Dylan Fisher, played in it, so he was sort of one of my heroes.
Starting to make me feel old as well, quietly.
But,
Carla played pretty early on as well, didn't you, Carla?
That just made me feel so old, thanks, Kane. You were 5 or 6 when this started. That is really scary.
Yeah. I used to back for the Melbourne boys, if that makes you feel any better.
Yes, thank you very much, Kate. The good old days.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what Warren Holt can come up with here. In the backhand, Brett Spur on the back of the jack. Looks like it just needs to hold on for him. It's trying to.
I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, well played.
Yeah, great shot.
Give us a bit of an indication of the rink as Warren Holt nails that. Right on undo for shot as they change over. Forehand looks like it's turning quite nicely.
Yeah, so
this direction.
The forehand going this way is significantly quicker than the backhand
Right, okay.
by a really, really long way. The first end that I played, the jack was out on the boundary peg area, and I threw 2 bowls out on a really high line, and they turned almost back to the centre line. So,
yes.
that forehand
Nathan
can
Black,
turn
right in the zone. Have a look at that. Has he got shot out of that? Don't think so, but still one to the sun. Sorry, Kane. Yeah, but yes, it's a matter of believing what it's doing, isn't it?
Yep, I threw 1 bowl on the backhand this way that fell probably maybe just under 2 foot short, and then switched to the forehand, and I was like, I want to play the exact same weight. Threw it with what felt like the same weight, and it went through by a foot, so I reckon it's 2 or 3 foot quicker.
Okay. Nathan Black is not far away with the first. He's probably encouraged to play just a little bit more weight now and see if he can just nudge that Perth bowl off the front of the jack. He's asking it to hold.
Just underneath.
You can actually nudge it off the front or even onto the jack would do the job as well.
Fair effort. It's great speed.
Carl Healy needs to get one just past here. Just into that spot where that jack can get pushed into. He's going to get under, so big early opportunity here now for Nathan Black.
Yeah, this is a big chance. If you can turn the bowl over the jack, you can make a big number.
The big bowls at a BPL, it's just, it doesn't compare, does it, to the traditional format of the game. The big shots, you just have to take those opportunities.
100%. Literally one bowl is what can win you and lose you a game. So those big moments are crucial.
Now Nathan's gone a bit more weight here. He's going to want this to start turning. He's close. He's got the edge of his own. No, just missed it.
Just high.
Wow.
It's that little bit more weight just held off.
So the dilemma, how hard do you try for Carl Healy here?
I would not be trying very hard, and he's throwing it.
I wouldn't be trying at all.
I guess we got the answer to that question pretty quick. Yeah. So that'll be 1 to the Suns, courtesy of Warren Holt's great starter, and they take the first end of the first set here in the last match of tonight's play.
Who's your tip, Clive? Perth or Sydney?
See, we declared our allegiances at the start of the night. You know where I'm from. I've played for the Suns. I have to tip the Suns.
Got to go for the Suns, surely.
Silly question, Kane.
Yeah.
What about your tip? That's probably more pertinent.
I think we're sitting second last on the table. I think Perth might be just behind us.
You're going for the line.
So maybe Sydney to just keep us off the bottom.
I thought there might have been some sympathy for the Suns there, but no, okay.
No, it should be. I hope it goes a tiebreaker either way.
I think that's what we all, as a neutral observer, we always hope for a tiebreak.
Yeah, makes it a bit more exciting.
Brett Spur looking to climb round the front, and he's done that, but now he needs to pull up. A little bit of shared honours with the first couple, both of them looking for a correction now. The art of the sport, make the correction. It's cooled down a little bit here now, hasn't it? Just as we get into the evening.
Yeah, it's quite nice now, actually, I reckon. It was getting a little bit warm through the day, I felt, so I was happy we got the nighttime game where it cooled down.
We've had some...
Fair shot there.
Absolutely. We've had some very warm BPLs of late. A couple up at Pine Rivers that have been quite warm, and a couple here where we've nudged 40 degrees at times. So we've not got any of that due this week, which is nice. Great shot there from Brett Spur. Brett, another one of those players that's been on the scene for a number of years and has finally got the opportunity at this level. Another one that perhaps has benefited from the expansion of the competition that's allowed more players to get involved in the event.
Yeah, I think he's such a good player, Brett Spur, to be honest. He's been around for a long time, and it's his sort of atmosphere, I feel, the BPL as well.
Carly, you would have spent a bit of time around Brett Spur as well in his Vic days.
Yeah, Brett was one of these sort of state players when I was coming through as a junior that we always looked up to. He was always an exciting player to watch and a funny player on the green. And yeah, it's great to see him having the opportunities now to be on this big stage. He's always been such a good player. And you're probably right, Kane, that this sort of format, fast-paced sort of game that the BPL is really suits him and his style of play. So it's worked out really well for Brett. And I think it just shows that bowls isn't a career you can have for 5 years, but you can also have it for 20 or 30 or 40 or more years. That you go through phases in your bowling career where you're playing, up at the highest standard, and you can have a break and come back. And Brett's definitely done that. It's great to see him out there with the best players because he's been such a good player for such a long time.
Carla's talking about a break and having coming back. Do you think she's pitching her own case there a little bit to come back and
trying to find
what's
a team
going on there, Carla?
Yeah,
I reckon you should get amongst it.
Trying to find a team to pick me.
Bring back the Melbourne Roys.
All right. Nathan is holding one right on the front of the jack, courtesy of Brett Spur. Just trying to find a way through here, but he's going to crash on the way in. And now Carl Healy on the other hand. Just a little nudge on the shot bowls, all it'll take, Kane. Get that jack moving just a little bit.
He's pretty close, I think, here.
He's very close. Just on the outside of it.
Oh, yeah. It's really good weight.
Yeah, and another one that's sort of gone to a nice home.
Yeah, it's a smart bowl by Carl. He's played a great weight, so he's got a much better chance with his next bowl now. Lucky he's chasing it.
Does he have a clear run? Oh, he does. What a shot. That is outstanding from Nathan Black.
Great shot there from Blackie.
And he's cut down that angle that Carl was looking to work with springing the jack.
You only just missed it.
Still perhaps goes to the Perth bowl if it's nudged.
Yeah,
what a
perfect weight.
precisely long shot bowl. Brilliant.
It's not too bad for Carl. I reckon if he does just get to the shot bowl now and turn it through the jack, I reckon it could angle towards the Perth Suns back ball there. Chasing it.
Yeah, he's going to drop a little under. What's he going to do with the front? Nothing. Okay.
He's not really nice weight.
So Kane, who have been the people that you've sort of looked up to? As you've talked about watching, 5, 6, 7 years old. Who are the people that you've looked up to, and perhaps now that you find yourself playing against?
Yeah, it's so many. Probably Brett Wilkie would probably be one for me. He's I always loved his demeanour that he played with on the green. Obviously being from Queensland, and I had a little bit to do with him when I was a young kid, and he helped me a fair bit coaching.
Absolutely, and 2 shots it is to the Lions. They lead it 2 shots to 1 after the first 2 ends of the first set.
Yeah, Dylan Fisher was one that I loved.
Yep.
I'm lucky enough to play with him in the Melbourne club that I played as well. Yeah, he was just sort of... I was a young kid and he was the top of juniors, I guess, when I was really young, and I just always looked up to him. And yeah, no.
Still plays a very, very good bowl as well, does Dylan Fisher. Brett Spur nails it again. Brilliant from Brett Spur.
Started the game off fantastic so far.
It's been quite a rise for you over the last 2 or 3 years, hasn't it? Skippering for Queensland as well. I think I got to see that firsthand.
Yeah, we had a good game against each other, Clive.
We did, yeah. Warren Holt not far away from just turning this a little. That's a great shot.
It's a fantastic shot there from Warren.
That's interesting, isn't it? That turn of that bowl just can't be undervalued. It completely changes the look of that.
Yeah, makes the head look a whole lot easier from the other end, especially when you can see the jack and there's a bit of a target to hit.
Brett Spur looking to clean it up straight away, isn't he?
He's played another cracking shot here.
Outstanding stuff from these two.
He's been phenomenal to start this game with Brett Spur.
Cuts down that angle again, and this is going to force a change of hand for Warren.
So this one will be tricky for Warren. This side here is definitely quicker. So see if he can adjust.
See whether there's an awareness of that. I don't know that he's quite going to get back to the jack. It's a super effort. Well, this is a brilliant display from these two. We'll do enough for second shot.
3-5 pass, mate. Get to there.
So you've had the opportunity to skipper here. I noticed you've been skippering throughout the day. Aaron starting on the bench is a little unusual for us to see, I've got to say that, but it's great that, you know, you're trying to find the combinations. That's what you have to do in this format.
Yeah, we've been battling a bit, to be fair, so we've tried everything possible. Not much has worked so far.
A slightly better line here, and you might have added a little bit of weight.
Me skipping's probably a show of it, that it hasn't been going real good.
But you might be underselling yourself a little bit, but having said that, you are playing with Aaron Sheriff, so yeah, I hear you. But
hopefully, we're still not even halfway through, I don't think. So there's a small glimmer of hope.
Correct. 10 rounds will be completed once this game has been decided. Still more than half the competition. So if the first half doesn't go your way, perhaps the second half can, and that does happen at BPLs. Nathan Black, I tell you what.
Great shot from Blackie. That's perfect there, covered the two orange bowls.
Carla, you were looking forward to this.
Yeah, I sure was, and he's living up to exactly how he left it at BPL 20. Nathan Black, that was an outstanding shot. He managed to cover those back bowls and count as well. Which is exactly where he left us at BPL 20, isn't it, Clive?
It is, and you know, all the talk BPL 20 Kane, and we were talking about the internationals, and these are these great players that are coming from all over the world, and fantastic. But isn't it amazing at the end of it, we were talking about Nathan Black and Dawn Heyman.
Yeah, it's amazing that Blackie's, you know, such a young guy, and yeah, he owned the BPL last year, which was awesome. It's just nice to see a bit of a change. You know, you do have your Aaron Sheriffs and Aaron Tees and all that up the top, always in BPLs, but I think it was nice and fresh to see Nathan Black do so well.
I think you put it perfectly, saying it was nice and fresh. Big weight coming from Carl Healy, I think, here. Well, he's very close. He's right on the money.
Oh, great shot from Carl, and an amazing result as well.
I think that Perth bowl survived. It's managed to stay in there. Holding one now. Are we going to see weight from Nathan Black? I would think so. Get that bowl out. Looks like potentially 3 seconds for the Lions at the moment.
He's got a really good backhand runner, Nathan Black, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him go jack or bowl.
Carl Healy still has a bowl to play after this one. He's going to need that to hold on.
Definitely underneath, but no result.
And a fairly open draw here for Carl Healy on the backhand side.
I think he'll back himself to draw this. That sort of result there from Carl is really what you need in this format. Like, it was a great hit, but a maximum result out of it.
It has to bounce your way, doesn't it?
Yeah. A result here or there, it helps. It's a great shot from Carl.
He's done it. It'll be 2 to the Suns, and they lead at 3 shots to 2 with 2 ends to play, and power play for the Lions. Steve Glasson calls that. Double shots for the Lions in a crucial 4th end of the first set here. We've seen Brett Spur first to the jack so far during the set. Can Warren Holt find his way to the jack here and put some pressure on the Lions power play?
It was just a Lions power play, wasn't it?
Just the Lions, yep. Bill Brandsma choosing to keep the Perth Suns power play up his sleeve. And Warren looks to be a little quick with his first one, so Brett Spur gets that opportunity again to close in on the jack. Certainly no harm with being pass with the first bowl. That's probably gone a little further than you'd like, but
A little bit over, but I know, like, for myself, when I'm skipping, having the respot especially, like, getting a bowl past is crucial.
gives you options, doesn't it?
So no matter what, when you got that back bowl in there, if you want to try and kill the end, it'll cover the respot.
Have you had anything, this is a question without notice, but have you had anything that surprised you from watching versus playing, where you've gone, wow, I didn't really get that it was going to be like that as a player instead of watching on?
Probably just how difficult it can be to come on fresh. Like, I've started a lot of games just coming in off the bench, and to come on first bowl and just try and find your groove is really tough, trying to find the weight. And you just don't have much time. You've only got, 3 or 4 ends to try and find your way. And usually in most games you take 3, 4, 5 ends to find your rhythm.
It's finding the jack again, but just squeezing past this time. Yeah, and that's interesting because in the format where you have to have a substitute, someone has to start on the bench. Sometimes it's about the player that reacts best to it and can come on and play having sat there for 4, 5, 6 ends sometimes and can find it. Some players are better at it than others.
Yeah. I've even found when I do go to the bench, I need to stand up, because if I sit down, my body just goes to sleep, and I get on the green, I'm trying to move. It just doesn't happen.
We've heard about some of the people getting a bit relaxed. Well, there's not a couch here. It's comfy seats, though, by the look of it, down on the bench.
Yeah, the seats on the TV here are very, very comfortable. And I'm pretty happy sitting on the seat. If Omar's just on the green and doing his thing, I'm happy to sit on the comfy seats and have a coffee.
Carla, what were you like on the bench? Were you one that got a bit nervy on the bench, or?
Look, a little bit like in that I felt like I needed to get up a little bit. Like if I knew I was going to come on in an end, I'd get up the end before just so I could stand up a little bit, stretch up, and that sort of helped me not feel cold coming off the bench. But I think over time, as the more events you play, Kane, I think you'll find it a little bit easier. The first time, there's a lot of pressure. You're a little bit more nervous, and your expectations on yourself. I can tell that you put too much expectations on yourself. It makes it a little bit harder, but you'll settle in and you'll find your way. And I don't think you'll be as phased about it next event.
Yeah.
Carl Healy coming up with the goods there, gets the shot. Nathan Black on a tight line, but we do know that he uses a tighter set of bowls than most in this event.
They're a really straight set that Nathan Black uses. I remember when we were playing against him, every time he'd let one go, I'd be like, I think that's a bit tight, and it'd just hold on. Usually hold on straight to the jack, which was more annoying part.
It's been happening, that's for sure. Carl Healy not far off the jack himself. This is very well played.
Great shot from Carl Healy. This is exactly what Perth want on the Sydney power play. If they can win this end, it'd be huge.
Nathan Black, can he find his way around the front and back to the jack? Well, that line looks more promising. Oh, he is very close. He's just going to hold it outside the jack and drop under the other counter. So it's still 2 to the Suns.
Yeah, like that one there, like compared to Carl's bowl, like he was on a pretty similar line. It just didn't want to turn back.
It's the pros and cons of a bowl that turns or a bowl that holds up. You'll get benefit from it sometimes. And
yeah.
Well, Carl's just drawn a very close bowl, and you come up with another, it looks like it.
Fantastic from Carl Healy. Right in front of the jack. That makes life pretty difficult here for Blackie.
There could be any temptation to fire at the front here.
That's that first bowl of Warren Holt's bowl that we were sort of talking about. Like, it has great value now. It's on the respot and sort of takes away the runner a little bit from Blackie. Just trying to play a tough shot here. It's pretty close, I think.
Is he round the front?
Just going to go underneath.
Well, what's he doing with that?
Not an ideal result there.
No, that is going to be 4 shots to the Perth Suns. Yep, 4 shots it is. So they lead at 7 shots to 2. They negate the Lions' power play. The Suns call their own power play. They don't need it. But shots could come into it later on down the track, so they'll still be looking to get as good a margin as they can here. I've asked a few, you're new to the BPL. Watch, as we say, Christina Christic on the bench there, and Jared Beath enjoying a bit of camera time as well. I've asked a few people what their thoughts are on power plays. Do you have a philosophy? Early, late?
Oh,
I feel like you'd be an early power play kind of guy.
I just want to make sure that I have last bowl on the power play. I do like an early power play because sometimes you can wait and then you waste it. I feel like I'd hate wasting a power play, and it's happened to us a fair bit. But we've been going with the early power play. We haven't had much luck on our power plays, so maybe don't go with the early power play. But no, I am a fan for the early power play. To be honest, it just make most use out of it. And if you do win the power play early in the set, then it just automatically puts all the pressure onto the opposition.
So I've got your stat here. So you've only wasted, wasted a harsh word, but you've used only one power play when you were already in front going into the last end of a set. You've only used one power play at that point where it didn't really count for anything. So the Steamers get a tick for that.
Yeah, that's we got something right. We got something going good.
You're trying hard to make him feel better next life.
Absolutely.
No matter what, we've got the early power play. We're not wasting them.
Well, he's come up here to join me. Even the tip that he went with isn't quite working for him. The Suns are getting the job done so far. So
we're heading for the bottom. We got the best percentage out of the competition, just with the losing rate.
Great shot there.
Another cracking shot from Brett Spur.
He's been on fire. It's so interesting that he's played such a great set, yet they find themselves down 7-2. You know,
Kyle Healy's played a few bombs, especially that last set to draw 3 there.
And Warren's been able to get 1 in there each time. That's been right in the mix. Has he done it again here? I don't think so. It's just going to drop under.
There's a small chance here if Brett Spur can draw another one here. You never know. Will be a little bit of pressure on Carl.
So hard to get any more than about 2 or 3 in the BPL, isn't it? I mean, we saw a 4 on the previous end, but
especially when you're just trying to defend it, like if you want to get this, with a target like this, you just try and take out 2 or 3 bowls.
All the other games played tonight, we've seen 1-3 and 1-4.
Like this sort of head here, like it's 3 great shots from Brett Spur, but a really nice head for Carl to play too. So he'll be confident he can play whatever weight he wants. He can try and trail it, or he can just try.
Almost a metre wide, isn't it, just to land?
Like if he wipes out 2 bowls, and it's essentially set over.
Yep. It's interesting. That's always an option, but it's an option you don't always take because it just feels risky, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
We're just looking to float one up there into this, land on any of the green bowls, and they're going to need that to hang on. It's going to drift away. So there's an opportunity now for Nathan Black to really put some pressure on.
Pretty big chance here for Blackie. He's got a nice amount of room to draw another one here. Really put the pressure on Carl. Wouldn't be surprised if Carl just goes a little bit more with his next bowl and just tries to take out 2 bowls.
Take the turn out of it a little bit and just play through it.
I think it's easier, especially with a target that big, if you just get it somewhat in the area.
The Lions are concerned this one's not reaching, and they are correct.
Yeah, that's won't be overly happy with that, Blackie, but
they could afford 1 like that.
Yeah, the one bonus from it is it does take away the big hit for Carl.
And the one thing Carl will not want to do is be anywhere near that front bowl, so just needs to get down. He's very close here.
It's good here, no gap, and he's right. And he's found the gap. Very unlucky.
Caught an edge, and the edge wasn't enough to keep him around, so still 3 to the Lions.
Still got about a metre of room, roughly. Lucky to draw one here. He needs this one to turn a bit with his tighter set. I don't think it's quite going to get back.
The weight was perfect as well, but
such nice speed. Makes it a bit tougher now. Carl will still want to get to the set just for safety purposes.
Well, it's also still a Perth power play, so they've still got options if they can trail the jack.
Well,
he does not want to hit that green bowl up, and he has missed that. So now do we start thinking about a kill? Brett Spur looking to see if there's any way Nathan Black can push that bowl onto the other Perth bowls.
There might be a forehand shot to potentially try and land the 2 bowls, but I think both the back bowls beat.
The problem is with that front bowl of Nathan Black, whatever he plays, he has to stay.
Yeah.
And that's the big problem, because there's a shot forehand to potentially get all 3 Perth bowls.
Yeah.
But the weight you'll need to have, he can't stay.
Yeah, if he can make a 5 out of this, he's a genius.
Don't think we saw any nomination to kill the end, so
as much as they'd like to kill it, shots can come into it, and holding a 3 or potentially getting a 4.
About forehand onto the Perth bowl, onto the Sydney bowl that goes onto the jack, and he runs through with it. Is that a possibility?
So he's underneath, but you never know.
And the touch on the jack, wow. Has he done it? That is an incredible attempt from Nathan Black. He actually got those bowls moving we were talking about.
And stayed.
4 have been removed. Has he done this? I don't think so.
It's such a good shot. It deserves to be 5. But what
it's
a shot
4.
from Nathan Black.
It's 4, but what an incredible attempt. What an incredible shot. The Suns take the first set 7-6, but wow, what a finish from Nathan Black. He nearly pinched something from nowhere, but it's the Suns that take the first set 7-6. We'll be back with the second set and the final set of the night. BPL 21 right here at Club Moama. Second set here for the final match of the night. It's the Suns and the Lions. The Suns just squeezing home 7-6. Nathan Black nearly came up with something amazing with that final bowl of the first set. Lindsay Clark, he just couldn't quite get there.
Oh, look, I was right down that end as well, and I saw it right in front of me. It was like everyone breathed in for a minute. With dust settled and just was out of the count, that 5th one. But what an attempt.
We did look at that forehand and say, could he get bowl onto bowl sort of thing, but we expected he had to play more weight than that for that to happen. But
it was a very, very good attempt. Unfortunately, just that one shot short, but hopefully that gives them a bit of confidence going into this second set.
And Carla, we've now got 2 of the stars of the women's game on the rink. Christina Christic and Karen Murphy have joined us on the rink. more to look forward to from what those two can produce.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to see these two come out, and I love watching these two play against each other because they're great friends, and Karen Murphy's been a great mentor to Christina over the years as well, so there's always a nice little fun banter between them, so it's always interesting when they're playing against each other rather than on the same team.
Carl Healy looking to get down onto that bowl of Christina's and pop the bowl onto the jack. It's just going to drop under. Yeah, that was nearly something out of nowhere, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you guys were talking about in commentary, but I'm surprised Carl didn't play a bit more aggressive, perhaps with his second bowl. I know, you know, Nathan pulled up short, so probably the worst case scenario is a drawn set. But had he just played a bit more aggressive, ripped a bowl out of one of those green ones that was close, he's not even looking like dropping a 5. So, yeah, a little bit defensive, but when you're five up on the scoreboard, you can probably afford to play with that freedom a little bit.
I think interestingly, Blackie's first one, which was short, almost ended up being a good bowl in the end because it kind of made it harder for Carl to play aggressive, and he didn't want to risk knocking that short bowl up. So, you know, no one likes a short bowl, but it might have actually helped Blackie to create an opportunity.
Yeah, just threw him a little bit, didn't it? Absolutely, yeah. Yep. Carl able to split the bowl off the jack there, but it's still one to the Lions, but it's now a more vulnerable one to the Lions.
Surrounded by a lot of orange Perth bowls there, so Blackie will be wanting to try and get this one.
I don't think he'll get down from that line.
Move a bit, it's going to help. Well done.
I feel like the green's changed a little bit. It's cooled off down there. It's probably 4 or 5 degrees cooler, so we've...
noticeably cooler
yes.
Here in the arena, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, the head's just a little bit looser than we've seen for most of the night, but they've adjusted quickly.
Well, it's just solid chasing weight. Jack or bowl will do for Carl Healy, but he needs the jack the right way. If he gets it, he's got no result. Just clipped off his own front bowl.
Played nice weight for that. He's finished on the tee on the 6-foot mark down the back as well, so he's got some options down there.
Hasn't got any left, Linz.
Oh, and that would be why I am host side commentator. To be fair, it was a quick run from down there to up here.
We've all done it, Lenny, don't worry.
It is one to the Lions, and they take the first end of the second set.
It's been a long day of bowls fun out here, so apologies to everyone. Thank you, team, for having my back there.
All right, the Lions strike first. I'm wondering whether there would have been a potential for a Suns power play there to say maybe put the foot down and say we want to lead here in the second set.
We've seen a couple of the coaches pull out the power play early on the second end, and they're generally from the coaches that have won the first set.
I can tell you, the power play success, end 1, 4 out of 4, 100%.
Wow. Is it?
End 2, 8 out of 11, 73% success rate so far at BPL 21.
Do we know, has there been a particular team that have employed that? Has it been all the teams having a go?
Steamers have called their power play 4 times on the second end. The Jets have gone with 2 end 1 power plays and won them both. Tridents have had success. The Extreme have had success on the first end. So a little bit bigger numbers than we've seen in the past. There's only the Pirates that have actually not had a success, at least one success with an early power play.
For all the franchises sitting at home that have played tonight already, they'll probably be taking that stat in, Clive. Maybe implementing it tomorrow. We shall stay tuned.
So Chrissy looking for roughly a metre correction on her first. Just needs to settle a little bit now, and looks like there's a chance to do so.
I was having a lovely conversation with some of your lovely Perth crew down the other end. They've got a corporate box there, so very proud Western Australians cheering on the team.
Absolutely.
Word on the street is, what about getting Chrissy to skip? You know, if the results don't quite keep going their way. Chrissy's very accomplished skipper over there in Western Australia, so we might see the girls take the reins. We saw Beck do it really well tonight. Dorney's been in fantastic form, so the ball is out there. The people want it.
And I'm sure that both Carl and Warren recognise the quality of, as we see the two guys down there from in amongst the Perth crew that are here. Yeah, Chrissy's skippering in the open pennant now. First year we've been fully open pennant in Premier League in WA. The lower grades have done it for a little while, and Chrissy's skippering for Manning. They're currently second on the table.
Very well, and I know the Manning women, I think they're 10 in a row, is it, with the pennants over there? Pretty crazy record with the girls.
They're under a bit of siege this year, so we'll see what happens there. Yeah.
Who's hot on their heels of?
Osmond Park, led by Lisa Featherby.
Oh, Lise, yeah.
There's Nathan Black is in the zone again. Just outstanding stuff. He's just never far away.
Great to see. I think he really does grow an extra leg playing with Karen Murphy as well. She has a lot of energy up the other end, a lot of support, a lot of positivity.
Karen's always had that about her, hasn't she?
Yes, as a fellow lead of hers for many years, she has helped me lift my game on many occasions. As we see Carl in the very good area here. What a shot.
Played, Carl Healy. Sits on the front of the jack for shot. So up and over's the call, and potentially still one down, but a setup to enable them to potentially get a score.
Yeah, there's 4 or 5 green bowls back there against 1 orange, so any movement on this jack is going to be beneficial for the Lions.
Get down, but can he push a bowl back to her? That changes it a bit by pushing one of the Sydney Lions bowls back.
Yep.
Creates an opportunity.
Carl just asking if the bowl goes out clean, how many down? So the indication is 2 to the Lions if that happens. And they're also
She threw a measure in there as well.
Or 2 and a measure.
So a little bit of danger. Is Carl going to get all the way down here? He's trying, not quite. Now it's definitely only 2 if the bowl goes clean.
Yep. A little bit firmer weight.
Yeah, we're going to see more weight, no doubt. Wants the jack bouncing around if it moves now. Oh, he's very close. Boulder Jack. Jack out of bounds on the Perth bowls have gone back with it. One might make the ditch.
Both of the orange bowls.
Well, when you talk about you need the bounce of the bowls to go your way, that has gone very much against the Sydney Lions. Now, they're not sure whether it's 1 or 2.
Chrissy said, yep, we got 1. So even though 2 orange bowls went back, I think it's only the front one that's counting.
Well, she's uncertain on the second. She was making it clear that they definitely had 1.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm sure there's going to be a measure for another. So that's 2. And I think we're going to see a measure for the 3rd.
Might see the string come out again for the second time tonight, Clive.
Yeah, we've got the tape to see if that reaches first. Very unlucky result for Nathan Black. He hit that really as well as you could hit it. And the 2 Perth bowls just split apart and went round the Sydney Lions bowl that was at the back.
Yeah, the Sydney Lions did have 2 on the spot back there.
That is 3. So that is going to be 3 to the Perth Suns. They lead it 3 shots to 1. And look, I don't want to say it, but imagine if the power play had been played there. Might have changed the way the end was played.
Yeah, we'll have words with Bill, shall we, Clive?
Well, Carla's on board with the early power play, aren't you, Carla? You're there.
Yeah, I'm definitely on board with the early power play. I don't know if it's because you've been in my ear for so long about it or not, but I just also feel similar to Kane was saying earlier. It's sort of, you feel a bit frustrated if you've kind of wasted it. So I feel that it's better to give it a chance to utilise it. So end 2, end 3, end 4 are my favourites to use it. Maybe not really end 1, more 2, 3 or 4 end.
Fair enough.
I think you find as well that if you've played it early and it hasn't worked, then it's not an element that you need to think about later in the set anyway. So it's like, all right, we're going to just have to do this the hard way. Whether you win it or you lose it, it's out of play. defend the opposition power play and just do it traditionally.
Yeah.
Especially with a very nice starter here.
I agree, Lenny. It helps to sort of know where you stand in the set if you've already utilised it. So I do agree with that. It's easy from here, though, isn't it? It's harder when you're out there playing.
It is. I heard you say earlier, Odgie, that you looking for a Guernsey as a player. I might try and get a Guernsey as a coach and see how we go getting our team to the finals.
Clive, you're in on the team too?
Well, I haven't been a coach. That's about the only role I haven't played at the BPL.
Are you taking my coaching role now?
Great shot here. Karen Murphy.
Right on top of it.
Switch of hand as well. And nailed it. We've talked about getting this team together in the past. It needs to happen somewhere along the line.
It does. Actually, was it one time you didn't have me in your team? I remember we had...
I don't remember that.
We had disagreement over that.
I don't remember that.
Hey, Clive, what's your best team of all time? Yeah, pretty sure that's how it went. I haven't quite
look at the last bowl.
Yeah, you haven't seen me play recently. No, in saying that, I'm a better coach and a player these days, so we'll stick with the bench for me.
Karen looking to clear the front Perth bowl here, and she's done it very well. Doesn't want to open it up and hasn't. Well played. Just got enough of that bowl that just turned it in the right direction.
Yeah, it's been so great to see a little bit more of Karen Murphy in the Sydney Lions team. The introduction of everyone needing to play 12 bowls now. We see a little bit more of her. She generally plays out a set, which is great. And, she's been a great performer for the Lions and having the boys around her playing so well. She only really ever used to get her 3 ends and that was it because they had such a successful combination around her. But
absolutely.
She's very much a contributing factor to the success the Lions have had in BPL.
And she still loves the BPL. She loves it.
She does. She doesn't play a heap these days, so anytime she has a chance to get on, happy days.
Carl Healy is very close to drawing the shot. He's just going to run out of steam to do it, but his second shot...
It's a great start.
Sets up options now for him just to play down onto that bowl. Potentially pop the Sydney Lions bowl off the front of the jack. So Nathan Black now, his best result is to turn that bowl of Karen Murphy's again. Well, that's well done. It changes things again in terms of angles.
Played that well. Got a lot of support here. The Sydney Lions, they always travel with a great contingent of support crew.
Yeah.
They throw out a couple of shirts when they're here and try and get some of the crowd involved and on the Lions bandwagon as well.
Notice the 2 Lions came out with them as well. The pesky Lions. Close here. Carl Healy. Well, he split the 2 bowls and one's managed to stay, but...
Needs a friend.
I think that was foreseeable that one would stay, but certainly some value there now. Nathan Black can't find another close bowl. You certainly would expect him to, the way he's been playing.
Yeah, needs to sneak in just behind it would be handy.
That's beautifully played, Nathan Black. That serves 2 purposes. Cuts down the value, covers the trail.
Yep, 3rd shot now.
Looks to me like Carl wants to play the forehand, but he can't play the forehand. Just doesn't want to lose his own bowl out of there and drop 3. Nathan Black still with a bowl to play here. He's very close.
This is very close. Chris is willing it in.
What a brilliant shot from Carl Healy. His bowl just settled a little bit. I'm sure he's still got shot, but it did settle a little.
It was still moving when Chrissy had a finger in the air.
It is the shot bowl.
Fantastic. Great camera work to see that.
It just nudged the jack and then it sort of just settled back a little bit afterwards. Oh, Nathan Black is very close to getting this out. What's he doing at the front?
Pass the front. Oh, he was right on target.
Carl Healy does it again. It draws the shot. And they lead it 4 shots to 1. That's enough for Steve Glasson to hold up the power play sign. Lindsay, I'll let you go.
Yes, I'm off again.
So, 2 ends to play to determine the second set. It's a power play for the Lions. And I welcome in the Pioneers, Scotty Tholborn. How are you, mate?
I'm great, thanks, Clive. How are you doing, buddy?
Very, very well.
We've commentated together before,
important.
haven't we?
What's that?
We've commentated together before, haven't we?
We have. I have a feeling you were very poorly forecasting the weather.
It's a big end, this one.
Big win for the Pioneers tonight, mate.
Oh, look, every win's a big win, but, you know, especially the TV games, it's always nice to get. Yeah, things went our way. And
had to overcome a couple of big Aaron Sheriff shots as well, trying to get in there.
Like, you're not going to play him and him not have any, that's for sure. He's arguably the best in the world, so it's always a bit daunting playing him.
Another great shot from Karen Murphy. These two, Christina and Karen, have been having a nice battle in this second set. Chrissy not far away herself here. She's got the jack. Yeah, it's beautiful played.
Lovely adjustment. So Kaz just still going to try and add 2, 3 or 4 feet if she does not get the shot. Definitely pass the jack would be ideal here with her second bowl. Hold and hurry.
Well, it's not far away, that's for sure.
Played it good. Oh, yes, good shot, Kazza.
Beautifully done.
Just enough in the end, just enough.
Mate, things have been going well for the Pioneers this time around. I mean, look, we're so used to you're always in the mix. But it's been interesting because your shots up isn't exactly doing you any favours, but you're winning games.
Yeah, we've had a few sets where we can't score, Clive. The old 5M smashing, but...
Christina, in the zone as well.
Contact somewhere.
Oh, outstanding.
Good bowling, good bowling.
And you would not put it past Karen Murphy to snatch shot back again here.
It's the same situation, I think. It's close or past. Give Blackie a good chance is the key here. He's played it well, I think. Run the line. Oh, she's so unlucky, but it's a good setup.
She hit both sides of the goalposts and still found her way through.
In other sports, she would have done good there, Clive.
Carla, this is enthralling stuff.
It is, isn't it? It's so entertaining, ball for ball, both Christina and Karen. What an outstanding leads end by both of them. Karen just unfortunately sneaking through the gap, but it's really important, obviously, that she played exceptional weight there, because now she's in a great position for Blackie to give his ball a little chance to trail it to her.
The Lions power play, and whatever they can get, we will double. Carl Healy's going to that same home.
Yeah, that's it. Basically, if you're going to go down there and place it, you'd pretty well nearly put it there. It's a great shot. Probably
choice of how much weight.
It's probably a licence to reach for sure.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing.
It's not his best one. I think we'll move past that one and go to his next bowl, I reckon.
Well, that's going to influence his next shot. Oh, I think the Suns need to go back here. That looks to me like that's a jack in the ditch type.
Yeah, Carl did. He was pretty keen to get the tee earlier on in the games we played as well, because even if Blackie plays a great one, he's elected to just try and get past, cover the tee and cover the trail here, which is also a good one.
He's going jack in the ditch.
Yeah. This is a huge shot in the context of the game.
He nearly produced some magic in the first set.
He's got it away.
He's got any magic about him here? He needs just to hold on.
Hold a lot.
He's going to drop away for no contact, and that's going to send the Suns to the back of the rink.
Yeah. So I think, I don't know who's got the tee currently, Clive. I know they're a long, long way away.
It's like Lions to me.
So, depending where this does end up, there's always a chance of the jack and the back bowl.
Yeah.
Which get a big deviation off the jack, so he's definitely going to still play it. He's got to play it better. See how he goes.
Huge moment right here.
Needs to win the end for sure.
Last bowl of the end, that looks tight as well. Has he got other contact though?
This hasn't worked out
He
well.
did get some other contact, but it's still going to be 2 to the Suns. They now lead at 6 shots to 1. Just the one end of play. That will be a Suns power play. They didn't need their power play in the first set to get home 7-6. They don't need their power play here. They just must defend 6 shots.
Yeah, they need to not drop a maximum. So, unfortunately, it's probably looking like this is our last end of commentary, Clive.
It is unfortunate, mate. I've enjoyed it.
I'm sure everyone at home's pretty upset too. We played Perth this afternoon and they played a really good game. Like, they've been battling this tourney, but there's still a long way to go. Not even halfway yet, are we?
You can make it. We're not halfway yet. No, we will be halfway after one more game tomorrow. But it's easy to write teams off that are at the bottom of the table right now. But you can get on runs.
It's easy for some. I never do. I won't. It's way too early in the competition. Everyone's saying that we could see. I think is it Perth and Moama down the bottom at the moment?
Yes, it is. Yep.
We could see them playing off in the grand final yet. So
yeah,
that's my call.
I mean, clearly you'd prefer to be further up the table, but yes.
I've played this competition a while now, and anything can
You've
happen.
seen the highs and the lows. There's no doubt about that.
Even us, Adelaide ourselves, like we've been down. Even within ourselves, we think we're in a bit of trouble, and we've ended up being able to make finals night. So.
Was it here where you went into the final round on top and ended up missing the finals? I think it was.
I didn't think
incredible.
We're going to bring that up, Clive.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Come on, mate.
Got to be careful not to offend my guests up here, Carla. I've had that a couple of times now.
Did like you before that, Clive.
I was just thinking back to that BPL. I can't remember which number it was, but it really came down, didn't it, to the very last game. There was so much movement across everywhere, and I do believe it was you guys that kind of suffered the most. Sorry.
I'm pretty sure we had to lose, and the other 4 games had to go a certain way, and they all went that way on the last bowl of every rink. It was absolutely brilliant. It was fantastic. I don't cry too often, but when I watch sad movies, but I cry. I think me and Rudy just went over and cried that night.
Karen Murphy looking to try and create something here. She's just going to drift under. So
3
in the same area.
Home, yeah, so we can do.
So you would think Carl Healy's first bowl is actually to try and land amongst those 3.
Right, he's got to get amongst them, yeah. There's been no kill nominated yet, Clive. I missed the first few ends.
No, hasn't been a nomination of a kill, so that is up their sleeve as well.
An option. But yeah, Carl trying to defend a trail for 4, and Blackie's going to obviously try and trail for 4.
I'm not exactly sure how many 6s we've seen in the BPL, but I can safely say there hasn't been many. Not without the assistance of a power play, anyway.
Well, over the time, I've dropped a couple on power plays, a couple of 12s. Yet to get one. I'd love to get a 12 one.
Oh, that is perfect for Carl. He's actually managed to land right between those 2 bowls. That is actually, again, if he'd been able to place it, that's almost perfect.
Nearly. I think there's still a spot for the jack to go where all the Karens might count. But
okay.
It's getting a bit precious. And this looks it. Will he get back to the jack?
Not quite.
Will he land inside of that? Yeah, now we're looking at kill territory, I think, so.
How proud of you, Blackie, mate?
Look, he's obviously a fellow South Australian young lad. Last year stepped up and played really well with the Lions. Lions is sort of my sister club, my Sydney club, so I've got a soft spot for them, but obviously Adelaide is where my heart is. And yeah, look, Blackie is just growing into himself, growing into the game, and he's a confident lad, and yeah, he's very capable, and yeah, always proud of you.
Riding a wave at the BPL at the moment.
I'd be as proud as our South Aussies as you are with your WA crew.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Caught an edge and he's opened up the door a little.
So now they didn't nominate the kill there, so he was trying to clear the path to the jack, so he did what he achieved to do. So does Carl try and block her or a trail or I think so.
Well, it is a Suns power play, but yeah, he's gone. That's the sensible way to go.
He's actually played it really well.
Done very well.
He's drawn the short spot on line. That's it. It's actually a very, very good blocker. They're hard to play.
They are hard to play. You tend to bite the line. He's trying to step out. Blackie, they have.
I've seen Matty Flapper.
They just remembered to nominate the kill. He was about to play it without nominating.
I think Glass was all over it on the bench.
It's been a wonderful night. Do we continue our night?
Oh, he's close.
He's very close. Just missed.
What an effort.
That's going to be 2 to the Suns, we believe.
Well played.
Yes, it'll be 2, which we will double to 4. And they take a 10-1 result in the second set. So 7-6, 10-1 result in our final match of the evening. The Perth Suns home over the Sydney Lions. Scotty, thank you for your time, mate.
Thanks, Clive.
Good luck for the Pioneers for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks very much, mate.
And we'll watch with interest to see where the Pioneers can finish, because
Keep
there's
up your good work,
a lot to play out just yet.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thanks, Scotty. All right, so the Suns get it done in the final scheme of things in this one, 7-6, 10-1, and a crucial win for the Suns in terms of their future in BPL 21. They needed that win. It may well get them off the bottom of the table. We'll wait and see what that looks like at the end of the night. But right now, Lindsay's got Carl Healy.
I do. A very happy Carl Healy. The Suns are straight set wins. Must feel really good.
Oh, it's fantastic. You know, we had a really rocky start to the competition yesterday, and we sort of had 50% going into tonight, and that just sort of really completes a good day for us. We've bounced back. Warren's found his range, and we're going good now.
Yeah, look, we heard yesterday you weren't on the right side of the winning ledger, but you were playing pretty well and you were in every set, so there was nothing in it. Great to string that all together today to have some success.
For sure, you know, and that's what the format is. It's very tight. You know, no one's going out and winning by a lot every set. So all the games are tight. You've got to take your chances. You need a little bit of luck to go your way. Yeah, you just got to play good bowls.
Nice, and the dream's still alive for the Suns.
Go the Suns.
Well done. All the best tonight, Carl. Good luck for the rest of the event too. Back to you, Clive. Call the end of this one.
Yeah, absolutely. A big win for the Suns. 7-6, 10-1. Our drink-wise moment of the match, and there was plenty throughout the evening, but the moment of the match between the Suns and the Lions belongs to Carl Healy, and he played some big bowls in this matchup, and it was nip and tuck. It was Brett Spur was so good in the first set, but Carl Healy was able to come up with plenty of these, and look at this. Perfection. Just draws the shot, little touch on the jack. Ball just settled back a bit, but that was enough for shot, and that was a great win for the Suns. It keeps them alive in BPL 21. Big thank you to Carla Krasanic for joining us right the way through the evening, and we'll come back and wrap things up here from night one here at Moama Bowls Club on the other side of this. Bowls Premier League, it never lets us down. What a fantastic night of bowls we've had. For night one, Lindsay Clark, we've been treated to something special again tonight.
Yeah, look, game after game, shot after shot. It was an amazing performance by all of the teams tonight. Sad there had to be some losers, but what an exciting display.
Yeah, it's been amazing. I mean, we've seen teams that have gone further ahead on the table. The Geelong Jets did it again. 9 out of 10 wins. We haven't seen that in a long time at a BPL.
Yeah, look, they're all in form. All three of those players are playing really well, which goes to show they're sitting top of the table and clearly top of the table as well. And saying that, the Suns are off the bottom of the ladder.
Isn't that interesting? A contrasting importance for these wins. Let's take a look at the standing as we end the night. The Geelong Jets there, 9 wins out of 10, as we've said. Your Tweed Ospreys are sitting there in second, Linz, at 7 wins. The Pioneers on 6, the Hawks and the Pirates all on 6 wins. That makes up our top 5. And then those sides that are just outside the 5, the Pulse and the Extreme, the Lions and the Saints, all within just a couple of wins with some work to do.
Yeah, look, as we said all night as well, we're not even halfway through the competition yet, Clive, so there's still a lot of games to go. The Perth Suns are hoping to get, spurred on by the confident play they had tonight, and yeah, lots can happen in a day play.
Absolutely. So, yes, just the schedule to come up tomorrow. This is what we've got to look forward to. It'll be the Perth Suns to take on the Adelaide Pioneers, the Moama Steamers versus the Sydney Lions, the Moreton Bay Pirates. We didn't see them tonight, so we'll see them against the Tasmania Tridents, the Melbourne Pulse against the Sydney Saints, and look at that one to finish, the Geelong Jets against the Tweed Ospreys, Linz.
Yeah, look, probably the 2 best teams out here tonight are going to play off in that last game tomorrow, so you've got to stay tuned for all the action.
Yeah, it's going to be another big night of action, and let's have a look at the Titanium Caravan's moment of the night. When you come in as a sub, it's tough to come off the bench, especially the way Aaron Wilson had led up for the Geelong Jets. But Jamie Lee Worsnop was outstanding, Lindsay.
Yeah, look, she was phenomenal. I think it really helps when you come off the bench that you've already won the first set, so she played with a lot of freedom. The boys are going really well together and she's doing her bit as well. I've just got to say, the pink and black bowls are definitely the most favourite colour out there. They look wonderful, and it's no surprise that the moment of the night has come from that game. It was fantastic.
Yeah, that is it for us. Thank you, Lindsay. It's going to be another massive night of action tomorrow from 4 p.m. Australian Daylight Savings Time. We'll catch you tomorrow night right here at the Moama Bowls Club for more BPL 21.